Tonight, we're tracing the sweeping arc of the Ottoman Empire, its dramatic rise from a frontier beylik to a sprawling superpower that lasted over 6 centuries, and the long, slow unravelling that followed. From the legendary conquest of Constantinople to the quiet flicker of its final days after World War I, this trilogy is a story of ambition, culture, power, and the tides of history. So before you get comfortable, as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, please let us know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. We plan on cycling through different time periods frequently, so as I always say, keep the suggestions coming. Now turn off your lights, grab your blanket, and let's begin. Ah yes, we're taking a gentle journey through time, back to a place where empires were built not by committees or corporations, but by dreamers who started with nothing more than a vision and a lot of stubborn determination. Our story begins in the hills of Anatolia, in what's now Turkey, around 1299. You know how sometimes the most extraordinary things start in the most ordinary places? Well, this is one of those stories. There was a man named Osman, and yes, that's where Ottoman comes from, though it got a bit lost in translation over the centuries, like a game of telephone played across continents. Osman was essentially a tribal leader, which in those days was a bit like being the mayor of a tiny, very mobile town. His people were nomads, moving their sheep and goats across the rolling hills, living in tents that could be packed up faster than you could fold a fitted sheet, though probably with considerably less swearing involved. In those days, the Byzantine Empire continued to plod along, akin to an ancient car that starts most mornings, but emits unsettling noises when it turns a bend. It had been the mighty Eastern Roman Empire once, but by Osman's time, it was more like a neighbourhood watch committee trying to patrol a city. The Byzantines controlled Constantinople and patches of territory here and there, but there were gaps, and Osman, being a practical man, noticed these gaps. What made Osman different from other tribal leaders wasn't that he was particularly fierce or clever, though he was both. It was that he had this knack for making people want to follow him. You know those people who just have that quality? They're not necessarily the loudest in the room, but when they speak, others listen. Osman was one of those. He started small, as most great things do. Osman consistently treated captured enemies with respect, a rare and noteworthy practice. While other leaders were busy making enemies, Osman was making allies. He'd capture a Byzantine fort and then hire the Byzantine soldiers to help him run it. It was like getting a promotion during a hostile takeover. His son Orhan continued this approach, expanding their territory bite by bite, like someone methodically working their way through a box of chocolates. Orhan figured out something important. If you want to build an empire, you need more than just warriors. You need administrators, engineers, teachers, and people who know how to keep things running when the exciting part is over. So the Ottomans began their peculiar habit of adopting the best ideas from everyone they encountered. They borrowed military techniques from the Byzantines, administrative systems from the Persians, and architectural styles from the Arabs. It was like being at a potluck dinner where everyone brings their best dish, except instead of casseroles, people brought entire civilizations. By the time Osman's grandson Murad came along, the Ottomans had crossed into Europe and were eyeing the Balkans like a cat eyeing a particularly plump bird. Murad established the Janissaries, elite soldiers who were recruited as children and trained in the finest military traditions. It sounds harsh by today's standards, but these boys often ended up with better educations and more opportunities than they would have had otherwise. Many became poets, scholars, and administrators, not just soldiers. The Ottomans were building something unprecedented, a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire that actually worked. Christians, Muslims, and Jews lived side by side, each contributing their skills and knowledge. The Ottomans operated akin to a medieval version of the United Nations, but with a focus on effective governance. By 1400, what had started as a small tribal confederation had become a regional power that made the remaining Byzantine territories look like a few islands in an Ottoman sea. The shepherd's dream was becoming reality, one careful step at a time. You know how some people are just natural at everything they try? Well, if the early Ottomans were good at empire building, their descendants were absolutely brilliant at it. As our narrative unfolds, we encounter one of history's most captivating figures, Mehmed II, who earned the moniker the Conqueror through challenging circumstances. Mehmed became Sultan in 1451 at the age of 19, which might seem young, until you consider that most 19-year-olds today can barely conquer their laundry. This young man looked at Constantinople, the city that had stood unconquered for over 1,000 years, and essentially said, "Hold my coffee." Constantinople was like the ultimate medieval fortress. It sat on a peninsula surrounded by water on 3 sides, with massive walls that had turned back countless armies. The city controlled the Bosphorus, the narrow strait connecting Europe and Asia, making it one of the most strategically important locations in the world. Taking it would be like winning the lottery while simultaneously solving world hunger. The Siege of Constantinople in 1453 was a military operation that would inspire envy in modern generals. Mehmed didn't just attack the city, he reimagined how sieges could work. When his ships couldn't get into the Golden Horn because the Byzantines had stretched a massive chain across the entrance, Mehmed did something so audacious it sounds like fiction. He had his men drag 70 ships overland, across a hill, and launch them into the harbour behind the chain. Imagine being a Byzantine defender, looking out from your supposedly impregnable position, and seeing enemy ships sailing where ships had no business being. It was like finding your neighbour's car parked in your backyard. The Ottomans also brought the biggest cannons anyone had ever seen. These weren't your typical medieval siege engines, these were massive bronze monsters that could hurl stone balls the size of small cars. The largest cannon required 60 oxen for its transportation and on-site assembly. When it fired, the sound could be heard for miles and the ground shook like a minor earthquake. After 57 days of siege, Constantinople fell. The last Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI, died fighting on the walls, ending an empire that had lasted for over 1,000 years. Mehmed immediately declared the city safe for all inhabitants, and began rebuilding it as his new capital, demonstrating the kind of class that made him a great leader. Mehmed and his successors transformed Istanbul into a global treasure. The Ottomans built stunning mosques, established schools and hospitals, and created a cosmopolitan atmosphere that attracted scholars, artists and merchants from across the known world. It was like Renaissance Florence, but with better coffee and more impressive architecture. The empire continued expanding under Bayezid II and then Selim I, who conquered Egypt and Syria, bringing the holy cities of Mecca and Medina under Ottoman control. These events made the Ottoman Sultan the protector of Islam's holiest sites, adding religious authority to their growing temporal power. But the real showstopper was Suleiman the Magnificent, who took the throne in 1520. If Mehmed was the conqueror, Suleiman was the perfecter. He combined military genius with administrative brilliance and a genuine love of arts and culture. Under his rule, the Ottoman Empire reached its golden age, stretching from the gates of Vienna to the shores of the Persian Gulf. Suleiman's armies operated smoothly and efficiently. They moved with precision, fought with discipline, and conquered with style. The Janissaries had evolved into one of the most formidable military forces in the world, and Ottoman engineering had reached new heights. They built roads that connected distant provinces, aqueducts that brought fresh water to cities, and bridges that stood for centuries. The empire wasn't just about conquest anymore, it was about creating a civilization that could last. The Ottomans developed a sophisticated legal system, established trade networks that connected Europe with Asia, and fostered an atmosphere of learning that attracted the best minds of the age. By 1520, the Ottoman Empire had emerged as the dominant force of its era, causing European kings to lose their sleep and merchants to dream of profit. The thunder of conquest had built something magnificent. Settle back a bit deeper into your chair, because we're entering what might be the most remarkable period in our story. The era when the Ottoman Empire wasn't just powerful, but genuinely magnificent. Picture the late afternoon sun casting long golden shadows across palace courtyards, illuminating an empire at its absolute peak. Suleiman the Magnificent ruled for 46 years, from 1520 to 1566, and during this time, the Ottoman Empire became something unprecedented in world history. It wasn't just the largest empire of its time, it was arguably the most efficiently run, most culturally diverse, and most economically sophisticated political entity on Earth. Let's talk about what daily life was like for you, an ordinary person living in this empire. If you were a merchant in Istanbul, you might start your morning in the Grand Bazaar, one of the world's first shopping malls. The Grand Bazaar wasn't just a market, it was a city within a city, with 4,000 shops, its own police force, and even its own banking system. You could purchase silk from China, spices from India, furs from Russia, and amber from the Baltic, all within the same premises. It was like Amazon, but with more carpet dealers and better coffee. The coffee, by the way, was a recent innovation. Coffee houses had started appearing in Istanbul in the 1540s, and they quickly became centres of social life. Men would gather to drink this new beverage, play chess, discuss politics, and share news from across the empire. The government was initially suspicious of these establishments. They worried that people gathering to drink stimulants and talk politics might lead to trouble. They weren't entirely wrong, but coffee had already conquered the empire more thoroughly than any army ever could. If you were a student, you might attend one of the many schools the Ottomans had established throughout the empire. The Ottoman educational system was remarkably advanced for its time. Students could study mathematics, astronomy, medicine, law, theology, and literature. The best students, regardless of their background, could rise to the highest positions in government. It was a meritocracy wrapped in an empire, which was unusual enough to be revolutionary. Women in the Ottoman Empire had rights that would have shocked their European contemporaries. They could own property, engage in business, and even appear in court to defend their interests. The Ottoman legal system recognised different laws for different communities. Christians followed Christian law in civil matters, Jews followed Jewish law, and Muslims followed Islamic law. It was like having a legal system with multiple operating systems, all running smoothly on the same computer. The empire's military was equally impressive. The Janissaries had evolved into a professional army that was feared and respected throughout Europe and Asia. They weren't just soldiers, they were engineers, administrators, and often scholars. They received training in everything from siege warfare to diplomatic protocol, and many were proficient in multiple languages. Suleiman himself was a fascinating character. He was called the Magnificent in Europe, but his people called him the Lawgiver because of his contributions to the empire's legal system. He was also a poet who wrote under the pen name Muhibbi, which means lover. Imagine a world leader today publishing poetry about love and philosophy alongside military campaigns and diplomatic negotiations. The empire's tolerance was remarkable for its time. In 1492, when Spain expelled its Jewish population, the Ottomans welcomed them with unwavering hospitality. Suleiman reportedly said that the Spanish king had impoverished his country to enrich the Ottoman Empire. These Jewish refugees brought with them skills in medicine, finance, and craftsmanship that greatly benefited their new home. Ottoman architecture during this period was breathtaking. The great architect Mimar Sinan designed buildings that seemed to defy gravity, with domes that appeared to float and minarets that reached toward heaven. The Süleymaniye Mosque in Istanbul, completed in 1557, was his masterpiece, a building so perfectly proportioned that it seems to have grown from the earth rather than been built by human hands. Trade flourished under Ottoman rule. The empire controlled the routes between Europe and Asia, and Ottoman merchants became wealthy, facilitating this exchange. The empire's currency was stable, its roads were safe, and its legal system was predictable. It was like having a medieval version of the European Union, but one that actually worked efficiently. By 1600, the Ottoman Empire controlled 3 continents and influenced the lives of millions of people. It was an empire built on practical tolerance, administrative efficiency, and military excellence. The golden afternoon shone brightly, casting long shadows that extended far into the evening of history. You know how some evenings just seem to go on forever, with the light fading so gradually that you don't notice it's getting dark until you're already reaching for the lamp? That's what happened to the Ottoman Empire in the 17th century. The sun was still shining, but the shadows were definitely getting longer. The problem started, oddly enough, with success. The empire had grown so large that it was becoming difficult to manage. Imagine trying to run a family business that had expanded from a corner store to a multinational corporation, but you were still using the same filing system you'd started with. The Ottoman administrative system, which had worked brilliantly for a smaller empire, was starting to creak under the weight of governing territories from Hungary to Yemen. The sultans were changing too. The early Ottoman rulers had been warriors who led from the front, learning statecraft through experience. But by the 1600s, sultans were increasingly isolated in their palaces, surrounded by advisors who told them what they wanted to hear. It was like getting all your news from social media. You end up in a bubble that doesn't reflect reality. Sultan Ahmed I, who ruled from 1603 to 1617, was a decent man who built the beautiful Blue Mosque in Istanbul. But he was also the first sultan in Ottoman history to come to power without having served as a provincial governor. He learned to be an emperor by being an emperor, which is a bit like learning to drive by entering the Indianapolis 500. The empire's military was facing new challenges too. The Janissaries, once the empire's greatest strength, were becoming a problem. They had evolved from an elite fighting force into something more like a privileged guild. They married, had children, and began to think of their positions as hereditary rights rather than earned privileges. Worse, they were becoming politically active, sometimes deposing sultans they didn't like. It was like having your army double as a very well-armed union with strong opinions about management. Meanwhile, European military technology was advancing rapidly. The Ottomans had once been the innovators in military engineering, but now they were falling behind. European armies were becoming more professional, more disciplined and better equipped. Lighter, more mobile artillery was surpassing the Empire's once world-renowned great siege cannons. The economy was struggling too. The discovery of the Americas had shifted global trade routes, reducing the Ottoman Empire's role as the middleman between Europe and Asia. It was like being a travel agent in the age of the internet. Your old business model was becoming obsolete, but you hadn't figured out what to replace it with yet. The Empire suffered a major defeat at the Battle of Vienna in 1683, when a coalition of European powers turned back the Ottoman siege of the Austrian capital. This wasn't just a military defeat, it was a psychological one. The Ottoman Empire found itself clearly on the defensive for the first time in centuries. The empire that had once seemed unstoppable was now being stopped regularly. But here's the thing about the Ottomans. They were remarkably adaptable when they needed to be. The Köprülü Grand Viziers, a family of administrators who effectively ran the empire for several decades, implemented serious reforms. They reorganised the military, reformed the tax system, and tried to root out corruption. It was like having a phenomenal management consulting firm come in and restructure your entire organisation. The empire also began to modernise its military along European lines. They hired European advisors, imported new weapons, and established new training programs. The Janissaries resisted these changes naturally, but gradually the empire began to adopt more modern military practices. Cultural life remained vibrant throughout this period. The Ottomans continued to build beautiful mosques, write poetry, and maintain their reputation for religious tolerance. Istanbul was still one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the world, and Ottoman scholars continued to make contributions to mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. The empire's diplomatic corps became more sophisticated too. Ottoman ambassadors were sent to European capitals, and the empire began to engage more actively in the European balance of power. They learned to play the diplomatic game according to European norms, forming alliances and forging treaties with former enemies. By 1700, the Ottoman Empire was still a major power, but it was no longer the superpower it had once been. The long twilight was beginning, but it would last for more than 2 centuries. The empire was changing, adapting, and learning to survive in a world that was already rapidly changing. As we enter a new century, it's as if we're witnessing a person attempting to renovate a house during a thunderstorm. The Ottoman Empire in the 1700s was simultaneously trying to modernise, fight wars, and maintain its identity, all while the world around it was changing faster than a teenager's mood. Europe was experiencing its enlightenment, and the Ottomans were falling behind. It wasn't that Ottoman scholars weren't brilliant. They were. It was more like being excellent at chess while everyone else was learning to play a completely different game. The scientific revolution, new military technologies, and changing economic systems were transforming the world, and the Ottomans found themselves playing catch-up. Sultan Ahmed III, who ruled from 1703 to 1730, tried to bridge this gap by embracing what historians call the tulip period. The period wasn't just about flowers, though the Ottomans did develop a serious obsession with tulips that would have made Dutch investors blush. Ahmed III encouraged European-style art, architecture and literature. He invited European experts to Istanbul and sent Ottoman students to study in European universities. The result was fascinating, but also a bit awkward. Imagine trying to blend traditional Ottoman culture with European Enlightenment ideas. You'd get beautiful palaces that looked like they couldn't decide whether they were Turkish or French, and poetry that mixed classical Ottoman themes with European romantic sensibilities. It was cultural fusion before anyone knew what to call it. The military reforms were more urgent and more controversial. The Janissaries were now thoroughly entrenched as a hereditary caste. more interested in their privileges than in fighting. They were like a medieval labour union that had somehow acquired cannons and a really strong opinion about management decisions. Any attempt to reform them met with resistance that could turn violent. Sultan Selim III, who ruled from 1789 to 1807, made a serious attempt at comprehensive reform. He created a new military force called the Nizam-i Jadid, a new order, trained by European officers and equipped with modern weapons. He also tried to reform the tax system, modernise the navy, and establish permanent diplomatic missions in European capitals. The timing was particularly challenging because Europe was convulsing with revolutionary changes. The French Revolution had begun in 1789, the same year Selim III came to power. The Ottomans watched nervously as European monarchs were overthrown and traditional authority was challenged. It was like trying to renovate your house while your neighbours were having a very loud, very violent block party. Selim III's reforms were ultimately undone by a Janissary revolt in 1807. The Janissaries, supported by conservative religious leaders, deposed him and installed his cousin Mustafa IV as Sultan. It was a clear message that change would not come easily to the Ottoman Empire. The empire's territorial losses continued throughout the century. The Austrians and Russians made steady gains in the Balkans and around the Black Sea. The empire lost control of Hungary, much of Ukraine and the Crimea. Each loss felt like losing a portion of the family business to more efficient competitors. Economic challenges were equally pressing. The empire's traditional role as a middleman in global trade was diminishing as European merchants found new routes and established direct relationships with Asian suppliers. Ottoman artisans found themselves competing with mass-produced European goods. It was like being a skilled craftsperson in the early days of industrialization. Your products were often superior, but they cost more and took longer to make. Yet the empire showed remarkable resilience. Provincial governors, often acting independently, implemented their reforms and maintained stability in their regions. The empire's cultural and religious diversity remained a source of strength, as different communities contributed their skills and knowledge to the common cause. The Ottomans also proved adept at playing European powers against each other. They formed alliances with France against Austria, then with Britain against Russia. It was like being Switzerland, but with more territory and stronger opinions about who could use your mountain passes. By 1800, the Ottoman Empire was clearly no longer the superpower it had once been, but it was still a major regional power with global influence. The struggle to modernise and reform, while maintaining identity and preserving stability, would continue into the next century. The empire was learning that survival in the modern world required constant adaptation, but also that adaptation didn't necessarily mean abandoning everything that made you who you were. Lean back and take a deep breath, because we're about to witness one of history's most dramatic attempts at reinventing an empire. The 19th century for the Ottomans was like watching someone try to rebuild a ship while sailing through a hurricane. Technically possible, but requiring extraordinary skill, luck, and determination. The century began with another attempt at military reform. Sultan Mahmud II, who came to power in 1808, was determined to succeed where his predecessors had failed. But first, he had to deal with the Janissaries, who were like a cancerous growth that had to be removed, even though the operation might kill the patient. Mahmud II spent years carefully preparing for what he knew would be a decisive confrontation. He built support among other military units, gained the backing of religious leaders, and created alternative institutions that could function if the Janissaries were eliminated. Then, in 1826, he struck. When the Janissaries revolted against his latest reform efforts, Mahmud II used artillery to bombard their barracks in Istanbul. The Janissary Corps, which had existed for nearly 5 centuries, was destroyed in a single day. The event was called the Auspicious Incident, which sounds like the kind of euphemism you'd use to describe a particularly successful corporate restructuring. But it worked. With the Janissaries gone, Mahmud II could finally implement serious military reforms. He created a new army trained by European officers, established a military academy, and began the process of modernising the Ottoman military along European lines. The reform period that followed, known as the Tanzimat reorganisation, was like a comprehensive makeover of the entire empire. The Ottomans tried to modernise everything at once: the legal system, the administrative structure, the educational system, the economy, and even the empire's relationship with its diverse population. The Hattesheriff of Gulhane, issued in 1839, was essentially the Ottoman Empire's declaration of modernisation. It guaranteed the security of life, honour and property for all subjects, regardless of their religion. It promised equality before the law and an end to arbitrary taxation. It was like a constitutional monarchy's greatest hits album, performed in Ottoman Turkish. The results were mixed but fascinating. The empire built railways, telegraph lines and modern schools. It established a modern legal system based on European models while maintaining religious courts for personal matters. Ottoman students studied in European universities and returned with new ideas about science, technology and government. The empire also became increasingly connected to the global economy. Ottoman merchants traded with partners around the world, and European investors began to take interest in Ottoman projects. Unfortunately, these developments also meant that the empire became dependent on European loans to finance its modernisation efforts. It was like renovating your house with credit cards. You get a beautiful result, but you're also deeply in debt. The Crimean War of 1853 to 1856 marked a pivotal moment. The Ottomans found themselves allied with Britain and France against Russia, and for the first time in centuries, they were on the winning side of a major European conflict. The victory demonstrated that the Ottoman military reforms were working, but it also showed how dependent the empire had become on European support. The later part of the century saw the empire grappling with nationalism. The Greek War of Independence in the 1820s had been just the beginning. Throughout the 1800s, various ethnic groups within the empire began demanding independence or autonomy. The Bulgarians, Serbs, Romanians and others all sought to create their own nation-states. It was like managing a large family where all the teenagers had suddenly decided they wanted to move out and start their households. The empire's response was complex. Sometimes it fought to maintain control, sometimes it negotiated autonomy arrangements, and sometimes it simply acknowledged the inevitable and granted independence. The Ottomans were learning to be flexible, but each loss of territory was painful and expensive. Sultan Abdulhamid II, who ruled from 1876 to 1909, tried a different approach. He emphasised the empire's Islamic identity and appealed to Muslim solidarity to hold the empire together. He also invested heavily in infrastructure, building schools, hospitals and railways throughout the empire. His reign was marked by economic growth and cultural flowering, but also by increasing authoritarianism as he tried to control the forces of change. The empire's cultural life remained vibrant throughout this period. Ottoman writers, poets and artists engaged with European ideas while maintaining their own distinctive traditions. The Ottoman press flourished, at least when it wasn't being censored, and Ottoman intellectuals debated questions of identity, modernisation and reform. By 1900, the Ottoman Empire had been transformed. It was no longer the medieval empire it had been in 1800, but it wasn't quite a modern European state either. It was something new and unique, a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire trying to find its place in the modern world. The desperate dance of reform had changed the empire fundamentally, but it had also left it exhausted and vulnerable. Settle in for the final chapter of our long journey, dear listener. Sometimes the most poignant stories are about endings, and the story of how the Ottoman Empire finally laid down its burden is both heartbreaking and strangely beautiful, like watching the sun set over a city you've loved for a lifetime. The 20th century began with what seemed like promise. The Young Turk Revolution of 1908 restored the Ottoman constitution and seemed to offer a path toward genuine modernisation and democratic governance. The empire's remaining territories were buzzing with new ideas about citizenship, nationalism and progress. It was like watching someone finally get their life together after years of struggle. However, the empire was about to face a formidable challenge. The Balkan Wars of 1912 to 1913 stripped away most of the empire's remaining European territories. Bulgaria, Serbia, Montenegro and Greece formed an alliance and attacked the Ottomans, who found themselves fighting on multiple fronts simultaneously. It was like being mugged by a gang while you were already dealing with family problems. The Young Turks, led by figures like Enver Pasha and Talat Pasha, tried to salvage the situation through a combination of modernisation and nationalism. They promoted the idea of Ottomanism, the notion that all citizens of the empire, regardless of ethnicity or religion, could be Ottoman patriots. It was a noble idea, but it came too late and in too difficult circumstances to really take hold. Then came the Great War, and with it, the decision that would ultimately doom the empire. The Ottoman leadership, convinced that Germany would win, entered World War I on the side of the Central Powers in 1914. It was akin to placing a bet on the family farm in a horse race, where winning could theoretically be achieved, but losing could be catastrophically costly. The war was devastating for the empire. Ottoman forces fought bravely on multiple fronts, against the British in Mesopotamia and Palestine, against the Russians in the Caucasus, and against the Allies at Gallipoli. The Gallipoli campaign in particular showed that the Ottoman military could still fight with distinction when properly led and equipped. Under the command of Mustafa Kemal, later known as Ataturk, Ottoman forces turned back a major Allied invasion. However, the empire's resources faced extreme strain. The economy collapsed under the strain of total war. Famine spread through many provinces. The empire's infrastructure, which had been steadily improving throughout the 19th century, began to crumble under the demands of military logistics. The war also witnessed some of the darkest chapters in Ottoman history. The deportation and massacre of Armenians in 1915 was a tragedy that stained the empire's legacy. The Young Turks, under pressure from multiple rebellions and invasions, made decisions that violated the empire's traditional values of tolerance and diversity. It was like watching someone you'd admired for years make choices that were completely out of character. When Germany and its allies finally surrendered in 1918, the Ottoman Empire was effectively finished. The empire had lost not just the war but most of its territory, its economic base, and its political legitimacy. Allied forces occupied Istanbul, and the Treaty of Sèvres in 1920 would have reduced the empire to a small rump state in central Anatolia. But here's where the story takes an unexpected turn. From the ashes of the Ottoman Empire rose something new and different. Mustafa Kemal, the hero of Gallipoli, organised a nationalist resistance movement that rejected both the Sultan's authority and the Allied occupation. The Turkish War of Independence that followed was like a phoenix rising from the ashes, something new and vital emerging from what everyone thought was a complete destruction. The last Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed VI, was deposed in 1922, and the empire that had lasted for over 6 centuries finally came to an end. The new Turkish Republic, proclaimed in 1923, was explicitly not an empire but a nation-state. It was like watching a family business that had been passed down through generations finally close its doors, but with the family members going on to start successful new ventures. The Ottoman Empire's end wasn't just the conclusion of a political entity, it was the end of a way of organising human society. The Ottomans had shown that it was possible to govern a diverse, multi-ethnic, multi-religious population with relative justice and stability. Their empire had been a bridge between Europe and Asia, between Christianity and Islam, and between the medieval and modern worlds. As we close our story, it's worth remembering that the Ottoman Empire's legacy lived on in the institutions, customs and cultures of the dozens of countries that emerged from its former territories. From the coffee houses of Istanbul to the architecture of Budapest, from the legal systems of the Balkans to the culinary traditions of the Middle East, the Ottoman influence permeated the fabric of entire civilizations. The empire that began with a shepherd's dream in the hills of Anatolia had grown to encompass 3 continents and influence the lives of millions. It had been magnificent, flawed, adaptable, and ultimately mortal, much like the human beings who built it, sustained it, and finally let it go. And now, as we finish our journey together, perhaps it's time to turn off the lamp and let the gentle darkness of a well-told story carry us toward our dreams. If your thoughts are still wandering through domes and battlefields across deserts and palaces, you're not alone. There are more stories to explore, old and new, if this tale didn't guide you to rest. But for now, we let the crescent moon set over centuries of glory and ruin. Sleep well, my friends, and as always, good night. The man history would call Augustus was born Gaius Octavius on September the 23rd, 63 BCE, in a modest neighbourhood on the Palatine Hill. Though his lineage traced to a once influential equestrian family, few guessed he'd one day transform Rome from a republic steeped in centuries of tradition into something new. By heritage, he was Julius Caesar's grandnephew, but the link hardly guaranteed a grand destiny. As a child, Gaius Octavius was overshadowed by civil strife that had already scarred the Republic. Politicians feuded in the Senate, while distant generals, Sulla, Pompey, and eventually Caesar vied for supremacy. Young Octavius lost his father early, leaving him under the care of a determined mother, Attia, and a circle of influential relatives. She recognized her son's potential, but also grasped the swirl of political tension that might devour him if he didn't maneuver cleverly. By adolescence, Octavius had gleaned that survival in Rome demanded alliances, strategic marriages, and unwavering loyalty, at least publicly. In private, one had to maintain a flexible mindset. He read oratory, studied Roman law, and learned to interpret the subtle power plays among senators. Observers described him as quiet, watchful, and possessed of a composure beyond his years. The biggest shift in his fortunes came in 46 BCE, when Julius Caesar, fresh from triumphs in Gaul and a decisive civil war victory, adopted Octavius as his posthumous son and designated heir. Caesar brought the teenager to Spain for a minor campaign, giving him a taste of military life. The young man's seriousness impressed Caesar's aides, though few predicted that this untested youth could ever fill Caesar's sandals. Indeed, Caesar himself was at the apex of power, proclaiming reforms and holding lavish triumphs. He restructured the Senate and extended citizenship to many. To some, he teetered close to monarchy. Rumours whispered he might declare himself king. Then came the Ides of March, 44 BCE. Caesar fell under 23 knife thrusts in the Senate, a betrayal orchestrated by supposed friends like Brutus and Cassius. While studying in a Greek city, Octavius received news of Caesar's assassination. At first, he reeled. The consequence was not only the loss of a powerful figure in his life, but also a potential threat to his security. He learned, however, that Caesar's will named him heir. It was an astonishing leap for someone barely out of adolescence. Many Roman elites dismissed him as a mere pawn. Mark Antony, Caesar's longtime ally, seemed the natural inheritor of Caesar's legacy, overshadowing the youth. But Octavius was no pawn. He returned to Italy with measured caution, adopting the name Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus, commonly shortened to Octavian, flaunting that he was Caesar's son in every sense but blood. His presence ignited Roman politics. Antony, charismatic and bold, tried dismissing him as the boy, while the Senate, still reeling from Caesar's dictatorship, sought to exploit friction between Antony and Octavian. The entire city braced for another civil war. Octavian played a subtle game, forming alliances with Caesar's veterans, distributing funds from Caesar's estate, and projecting an image of filial piety. In the meantime, Octavian experimented with the Senate, suggesting that he might back them in their opposition to Antony's aspirations. A pivotal moment occurred when Cicero, the renowned orator who harboured animosity towards Antony, realised that Octavian could potentially serve as a useful instrument. Cicero's scathing speeches, known as the Philippics, lambasted Antony as a new tyrant. He portrayed Octavian as a necessary bulwark to restore the Republic. Perhaps Cicero believed he could guide this youth like a puppet. Yet Octavian's mild demeanour masked a decisive streak. Using the Senate's endorsement, he raised legions to confront Antony, culminating in skirmishes near Mutina Uscia in northern Italy. Though Antony survived, the scuffles burnished Octavian's reputation. He was no figurehead. But the alliance of convenience between Octavian and the Senate didn't last. The cunning youth recognised the Senate's hypocrisy. They wanted to destroy Antony, but had little interest in truly elevating him. So Octavian pivoted, forging the second triumvirate with Antony and Lepidus in 43 BCE. This formal pact was sealed with the legal authority to reshape the state. Through proscription lists, they purged enemies, including Cicero. The triumvirs divided the Roman world among themselves. Lepidus got Africa, Antony the East, and Octavian the West. The teenage upstart had ascended to the pinnacle of power in just over a year since Caesar's murder. Rome reeled, uncertain if this triumvirate would restore order or simply replicate the horrors of past civil conflicts. As Octavian settled into his portion of the empire, he realised the West, Italy, Gaul and Spain would test his capacity for governance. He faced rebellious legions, distrust from veterans, and a public exhausted by war. Meanwhile, Antony pursued campaigns in the east, forging ties with Cleopatra of Egypt. Lepidus drifted into irrelevance. The seeds for fresh rivalry were sown, Thus began a pivotal chapter in which Octavian would refine his political acumen, balancing brutality with promises of stability. From there, the path to becoming Augustus, the revered first citizen of Rome, would be paved by cunning, alliances, and a strategic mind that never blinked at compromise or confrontation. Having seized power in the second triumvirate, Octavian found himself juggling alliances with two older, more seasoned strongmen, Antony and Lepidus. Lepidus, though nominally part of their ruling coalition, soon revealed himself incompetent in handling the African provinces. Antony posed a far more formidable presence. He commanded legions loyal to Caesar's memory, yearned for glory in the east, and, more crucially, was forging a personal and political bond with Cleopatra VII, the charismatic queen of Egypt. This union combined Antony's martial reputation with Cleopatra's wealth and strategic position, an alliance that might overshadow anything Octavian could muster in Italy. In Rome, Octavian projected a measured calm, claiming to restore order to the western provinces. He oversaw land distributions to veterans, an often messy process that displaced countless small farmers and generated local resentment. He skillfully transformed these forced resettlements into acts of generosity, expecting each settled veteran to express gratitude. With each step, Octavian built a personal loyalty network, parting ways with older elites who stood in his way. This era remained soaked in the blood of proscriptions, though some historians note that the violence receded once the triumvirate had purged the most threatening opposition. By 41 to 40 BCE, tensions exploded between Octavian and Antony's supporters. In Perusia, near modern-day Perugia, Lucius Antonius, Antony's brother, and Fulvia, Antony's wife, led a revolt, hoping to reassert Antony's claims in Italy. Octavian's legions besieged Perusia, starving the rebels into surrender. The city's inhabitants suffered a cruel fate. The siege left them starving, and after victory, Octavian ordered harsh reprisals, while Antony himself was absent in the east. This event underscored the deepening rift within the triumvirate. Despite these skirmishes, Antony and Octavian patched things up temporarily at the Treaty of Brundisium in 40 BCE, dividing spheres of influence anew. To cement the deal, Antony married Octavian's sister, Octavia, a gesture meant to signal familial harmony. But the truce felt shaky. Those close to the corridors of power sensed a deeper competition for the ultimate prize, undisputed control of Rome. Indeed, as Antony returned east, resuming his romance with Cleopatra and planning campaigns against Parthia, Octavia lingered behind, a lonely testament to the alliance's fragility. Back in Rome, Octavian's attentions turned to naval struggles. Sextus Pompey, son of the famous Pompey the Great, controlled Sicily and menaced Italy's grain supply with a pirate fleet. With famine threatening Rome, Octavian recognized he needed a strong admiral. Enter Marcus Agrippa, his most trusted lieutenant and a brilliant naval mind. Together, they reconfigured Roman naval strategy, training fresh crews and building advanced ships. By 36 BCE, Agrippa defeated Sextus Pompey in a series of engagements, notably at Nolocus. This victory brought Sicily under Octavian's sway, securing vital grain routes to feed Italy's population. Meanwhile, Lepidus foolishly tried to flex power in Sicily, but his legions defected to Octavian. Lepidus was stripped of triumviral power and exiled to a minor religious post, leaving just two men left from the original triumvirate, Octavian and Antony, each commanding vast territories, each suspicious of the other's ambitions. Antony's eastern campaigns fared poorly. His attempt to conquer Parthia in 36 BCE ended in a costly retreat. Cleopatra, determined to preserve her influence, financed his next moves, forging a mutual interest in controlling the eastern Mediterranean. Antony openly acknowledged Cleopatra's children, one fathered by Julius Caesar, others by himself, and showered them with territorial grants. In Roman eyes, his donations of Alexandria looked scandalous. Bestowing Roman-conquered lands to Cleopatra's brood was borderline treason. Rumours proliferated in Rome that Cleopatra had bewitched Antony, or that he aimed to set up a parallel empire in the east with her as co-ruler. Octavian seized the propaganda advantage. He depicted Antony as a man enthralled by an Egyptian seductress, betraying Roman traditions. The Roman populace, weary of foreign entanglements and suspicious of queens from the east, responded to such rhetoric. Octavian skillfully spun Cleopatra as a threat to Rome's sovereignty and Antony as a traitor lost to Oriental decadence. To formalise the break, Octavian had the Senate revoke Antony's powers in 32 BCE, spurred by the revelations that Antony's will recognised Cleopatra's children as heirs. The final countdown to civil war was underway. Octavian, though lacking Antony's battle-hardened image, had Agrippa. In 31 BCE, the decisive confrontation loomed off the coast of Greece. The site would be Actium, where Antony and Cleopatra mustered their combined fleet against Octavian's forces led by Agrippa. The stage was monumental, two massive fleets jostling for strategic advantage in the Ionian Sea, and the outcome was set to determine the fate of the Roman world. With Cleopatra by Antony's side, everything was on the line. Victory might reshape the Mediterranean power map, but if Antony fell, so might Cleopatra's dream of an Eastern Empire. In the lead-up to Actium, desertions plagued Antony's ranks. Morale sank as men realised Cleopatra's presence overshadowed purely Roman concerns. In contrast, Octavian's message was crisp. Preserve Rome from a foreign queen's grasp. The families of legionaries pinned their hopes on his victory for stability. Clouds of tension gathered, poised to break in the greatest naval showdown Rome had seen in generations. By now, Octavian's transformation from an underestimated youth to a political colossus was unmistakable, yet he still had to seize final legitimacy from the swirling chaos of war. Actium, September 2nd, 31 BCE. Rome's future hinged on the Ionian Sea's choppy waters. Antony's fleet, bolstered by Cleopatra's Egyptian squadrons, faced off against Octavian's ships under Agrippa's command. Many expected an even fight. Both sides fielded formidable war galleys, but intangible factors loomed large: morale, discipline, and the stark difference in leadership unity. By midday, the swirling melee erupted. Agrippa's nimble vessels employed better tactics, staying mobile and exploiting the heavier, less manoeuvrable designs of Antony's ships. Cleopatra lingered in the distance, her presence more symbolic than militarily decisive. In a dramatic twist, Cleopatra abruptly withdrew her squadron mid-battle, perhaps panicked by the unfolding chaos or following a secret plan. Seeing her sail away, Antony, torn between loyalty to his Roman forces and devotion to Cleopatra, abandoned the fight to chase after her. With their commander gone, the remaining ships collapsed in confusion. Agrippa snatched a decisive victory. The battered remnants of Antony's fleet either surrendered or burned. The news rapidly disseminated. Antony and Cleopatra had absconded, condemning thousands of soldiers to an unwinnable battle. This victory altered Rome's destiny. Actium wasn't just a naval triumph, it shattered the last credible threat to Octavian's ascendancy. Over the following months, Octavian pursued Antony and Cleopatra to Egypt. By August 30 BCE, with his forces surrounding Alexandria, their fate was sealed. Upon discovering the rumoured death of Cleopatra, Antony collapsed onto his sword, overcome with despair. Cleopatra, witnessing the city overrun and refusing to be paraded as a captive in Rome, reportedly took her life. Her method, a venomous asp pressed to her breast, became legendary. With that, Ptolemaic Egypt, the last Hellenistic kingdom, ended. Falling under Roman control, having neutralised every rival, Octavian returned to Rome in 29 BCE, triumphant. The gates of Janus, symbolising war's presence, re-shut, indicating peace across the empire for the first time in ages. The Senate, exhausted by decades of civil strife, pinned their hopes on this young victor. They hailed him as Imperator, commander, and showered him with honours. But Octavian realised the critical lesson from Caesar's demise. Openly brandishing monarchical power risked stirring republican resentment. He needed a new blueprint for dominance, something that would calm old fears while granting him absolute authority. This balancing act would define his next steps. In 27 BCE, Octavian performed a grand gesture. He ceremoniously returned power to the Senate and people of Rome, an act broadcast as humility, even though the real levers of control remained in his hands. The Senate, keen to maintain stability, bestowed upon him the name Augustus, meaning revered or venerable. This moment signalled the official birth of the Principate, a veneer of republican tradition cloaking a de facto monarchy. Augustus accepted titles carefully: princeps, first citizen; Imperator, commander-in-chief, Pontifex Maximus, chief priest, and others. Combined, these roles gave him unassailable control over the army, religion, and state. A wave of reforms followed. Augustus reorganised the legions, stationed them in provinces under long-term command, ensuring their loyalty was to him personally. He restructured provincial governance, reducing corruption by rotating officials more often. The Senate oversaw peaceful provinces, while the emperor kept direct rule over trouble spots. Professional civil service emerged, staffed by freedmen and equestrians, loyal to the emperor's system. This team quietly undercut the old aristocratic networks that once jockeyed for magistracies, diminishing potential rebellion from senatorial upstarts. Culturally, Augustus recognized the power of propaganda. He sponsored monumental building projects, proclaiming he found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. Temples were restored, public baths constructed, and aqueducts extended, visible tokens of a new golden age. Poets like Virgil, Horace, and Ovid flourished under imperial patronage, weaving narratives of Rome's glorious heritage and the necessity of a singular leader. The Aeneid recast Trojan myth to bolster the idea of a divine destiny culminating in Augustan rule. Yet not all were content. Some whispered that this restored republic was merely subjugation under a cunning autocrat. Traditionalists bemoaned the end of the truly free consuls and tribunes. Others, recalling the terror of endless civil wars, found solace in the Pax Romana that Augustus offered. Occasional conspiracies flared, typically from disillusioned nobles or neglected generals. Augustus handled them discreetly, exiling troublemakers or co-opting them with honours. Rarely did open rebellion form, a testament to how thoroughly he'd integrated power. In everyday life, a sense of renewal pervaded. Farmers returned to fields, trade routes revived, and legionaries redeployed to secure frontiers from Germany to Syria. The border wars never ceased entirely, but within the heart of the empire, travellers found roads safer and commerce steadier. The younger generation, lacking first-hand memories of the Republic, simply accepted that Rome's fortune lay in a stable principate. Indeed, many became ardent supporters, naming children Gaius or Lucius after Augustus's chosen heirs. By the close of the 20s BCE, Augustus was effectively king in all but name. The Senate still convened, magistrates still took office, but real decisions were funneled to him. Some historians label the period the dawn of the Roman Empire, though Augustus himself stuck to republican slogans. He had forged a new political order that would endure for centuries, bridging the fierce independence of old Rome with the pragmatic necessity of a single guiding hand. The cost? The cost lay in the fleeting illusions of republican liberty. But after generations of civil conflict, many Romans gladly paid that price. As Augustus consolidated authority, he turned to ensuring the stability of his succession. No small feat in a state once steeped in the tradition of elected magistracies. With no biological son from his marriages, Augustus tried weaving a family dynasty through strategic adoptions and marriages. His only child, Julia, became a political pawn, married off to potential heirs to cement alliances. First came Martellus, Augustus's nephew, then Agrippa, his trusted general and companion, and later Tiberius, his stern, capable stepson. The empire watched these unions with fascination, hoping that a suitable successor might emerge to prolong the Pax Romana. Meanwhile, Augustus took a hands-on approach to moral and social reforms. He championed legislation encouraging marriage and childbirth among Rome's elite, penalising adultery and childlessness. Publicly, these laws aimed to revive traditional Roman virtues, populating the empire with upright citizens. Privately, they served as a moral anchor for the new regime, contrasting with the preceding decades of bloody infighting and public decadence. Critics grumbled that Augustus meddled too far into personal lives, yet many recognised the sense of direction and unity he sought to impose. On the frontiers, the empire's expansion seesawed between triumph and tragedy. Along the Rhine, Augustus installed garrisons to keep the Germanic tribes at bay. In the east, stable alliances with client kings prevented major upheavals, yet not all expansions succeeded. The infamous Varian disaster in 9 CE saw 3 Roman legions annihilated in the Teutoburg forest by Germanic warriors under Arminius. Rome reeled at the blow, losing about 15,000 men. Augustus, shattered by the news, was said to roam his palace, crying, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions." The defeat forced him to abandon major conquests in Germania, shifting the boundary to the Rhine. This trauma proved the empire had limits. Augustus recognized that consolidating existing provinces might matter more than indefinite conquest. Politically, the Principate's outward face promoted consensus. The Senate passed glowing decrees, awarding Augustus tribunician power for life, letting him veto or propose legislation. He used these powers sparingly, at least in the public eye. Freed of immediate threats, Augustus's reign embraced pageantry, grand triumphal arches, elaborate religious festivals, and coinage bearing his image with the title Father of the Fatherland. Roman aristocrats vied to outdo each other in praising the imperial household, sometimes exaggerating their devotion to secure favour. Meanwhile, the populace revelled in the improved city infrastructure, circuses, and public banquets. Bread and circuses indeed, though Augustus prided himself on not indulging in personal extravagance. He lived relatively simply in a house on the Palatine, not in a gilded palace. Yet within his family, strife simmered. His daughter Julia, stuck in strategic marriages, rebelled through scandalous conduct. She partied with younger patricians. Rumour said she engaged in affairs that ridiculed Augustus's moral edicts. Ultimately, he exiled his own daughter, a move he found deeply painful but saw as necessary to preserve the regime's moral authority. The public gossiped, concluding that even Augustus, the paragon of virtue, couldn't tame personal scandal in his household. Another blow came when favoured grandsons died young, fracturing the carefully plotted succession line. Tiberius, austere and aloof, gradually emerged as the likely heir, though father and stepson had an uneasy dynamic. In the realm of culture, a golden age flourished, or so the retrospective label claimed. Patronage from Augustus and his confidants, like Maecenas, supported literary talents who produced enduring works. Virgil's Aeneid wove Trojan legends into Rome's destiny, subtly legitimizing Augustan rule as fate. Livy wrote monumental histories praising Roman virtues, carefully tiptoeing around the civil wars that had cemented the Principate. Ovid's verses charmed readers with witty takes on love and mythology, until his exile for unspecified indiscretions, or perhaps for offending the imperial moral code. The tension between creative freedom and political lines became a hallmark of the era's art. Master sculptors and architects harnessed Greek influences, producing distinctive Roman designs that still grace surviving ruins. The Ara Pacis, celebrating Augustan peace, stands as a prime example. By the dawn of the 1st century CE, Augustus's Principate had reigned over 2 decades of relative stability. Children grew up knowing no civil war, a remarkable shift from older generations. The memory of the Republic's freedom drifted into nostalgia for some, while others believed that a single guiding figure was the best bulwark against future chaos. Indeed, many equestrians and senators quietly recognized they were better off under predictable central rule than risking the unpredictability of competitive elections that often spiraled into assassinations or civil conflict. Yet the question of the empire's longevity remained. If Augustus died unexpectedly, would Tiberius or another figure hold the empire together? Could the Principe outlast one man's lifetime? In the twilight of his reign, Augustus orchestrated subtle transitions of authority to Tiberius, conferring powers gradually. He hoped to avoid the abrupt vacuum that had ensnared Caesar. Whether the Roman world was truly ready for a dynastic monarchy, a concept so alien to its older republican ethos, was an open question, but there was no turning back. The age of Augustus had irreversibly shaped a Roman identity now intertwined with a single ruler's guiding hand. By 14 CE, Augustus was an aging figure. His hair had greyed, his health grew frailer, yet his grip on power remained firm. He'd spent decades refining the Principate's mechanics, ensuring his direct or indirect control over the military, legal, and religious spheres. Mentally, he pondered the last acts of his storied life. If the Principate was to endure, he needed Tiberius, his designated successor, to seamlessly assume control. Some suspected Tiberius possessed neither Augustus' charisma nor compassion, but there was no other candidate left with enough legitimacy. That summer, Augustus embarked on a journey with Tiberius to southern Italy. Perhaps it was a symbolic handover, or perhaps it was simply a final inspection tour. Along the way, his health deteriorated quickly. Near Nola, the place of his father's death decades prior, he lingered in bed, occasionally conversing with Tiberius and others from his retinue. According to tradition, his last words carried a hint of the theatrical flourish, comparing life to a play and imploring them to applaud if he had performed well. On August 19th, 14 CE, Augustus passed away. He was 75, having ruled the empire effectively for over 4 decades, longer than anyone had predicted. News of his death spread swiftly. In Rome, a tide of mourning ensued. The Senate declared him a god, Divus Augustus, continuing a trend that had begun with Caesar's deification. The city's populace, which had never experienced an adult life without him as a guiding presence, faced uncertain times. Rituals, eulogies, and processions offered the veneer of continuity. Tiberius stepped into the role of princeps, observing the formalities that Augustus had established. Among the masses, grief mingled with apprehension. No single figure had done more to shape the new era of Pax Romana. In the subsequent months, the city of Rome processed Augustus's memory in different ways. Loyal senators commissioned arches and statues. Families recounted how their grandparents had lived through civil wars until Augustus restored order. Freedmen who had worked in his administration wept or exploited the transition to jockey for new positions. Across the provinces, local elites who had thrived under Augustan patronage worried whether Tiberius would maintain the same approach. Despite the news unsettling the legions, they remained loyal to the new emperor. Some among the legions expected bonuses or reforms, leading to brief mutinies in the Rhine and Pannonia, but Tiberius and his capable nephew, Germanicus, resolved them. As time passed, historians began weaving Augustus's reign into grand narratives. Some, like Livy, had already praised him in near mythic terms. Others were more subdued, acknowledging that while Augustus ended civil strife, he had also strangled the old republican liberties. A new generation born under Pax Romana, however, only understood the Republic through ancestral stories. They took for granted that a single figure guided state policy, minted coins with their face, and overshadowed the Senate. The heritage of civil wars receded into second-hand accounts, leaving Augustus as an almost fatherly figure in the Roman psyche, the man who brought peace. The deeper subtleties of his rule, his cunning manipulations, the purges that built the Principate, the clandestine power plays, were overshadowed by the public facade of piety, tradition, and moderation. Indeed, the final version of his life story, shaped by his supporters, cultivated an image of a reluctant ruler who accepted power only for the public good. Detractors existed, but they rarely had a platform to challenge the official line. Over centuries, subsequent emperors embraced or distanced themselves from Augustan ideals. Some attempted to emulate his delicate balance, while others failed, allowing cruelty or extravagance to overshadow statesmanship. An essential Augustan legacy was the ongoing Pax Romana, a relative peace that spanned from Britain to the Euphrates. Though wars on the frontiers never vanished, Germanic raids, revolts in Judea, tensions with Parthia, the empire's core heartlands prospered, trade routes thrived, carrying goods from across the Mediterranean and beyond, while Roman law codes extended deeper into newly integrated communities. This stability boosted population growth, urban development, and cultural exchange, fostering an environment where future historians, philosophers, and architects found the resources to flourish. In subsequent centuries, Christians, when they emerged in the empire, pointed to the stable Roman roads built under Augustan expansions as an inadvertent gateway for their missionaries to travel. Even mundane aspects, standardized coinage, consistent administrative provinces, owed much to the Augustan blueprint. Emperors like Trajan and Hadrian, centuries later, recognized that forging a stable rule required a delicate dance, not entirely different from Augustus's approach, securing the loyalty of armies, appeasing the Senate, and wooing the populace. The memory of Augustus, therefore, served as an archetype for the good emperor, never mind that the path to his power was littered with cunning and bloodshed. Ultimately, Augustus's success lay in a melding contradictory impulses. He revived old festivals, yet rewrote the political structure. He promised the Senate respect, yet controlled them with cunning. He championed moral reforms, yet exiled his daughter due to a scandal. The story of his life remains a mosaic of ambition, altruism, caution, and ruthlessness. Without him, Rome might have shattered under repeated civil wars. With him, the Republic mutated into an empire anchored by one man's authority. That delicate compromise, monarchy dressed in Republican costume, carried Rome forward for generations, shaping Western history in ways no one in the smoky Senate halls of yesteryear could have fully foreseen. Long after Augustus' death, the Roman world recited legends of his early days, from the moment he claimed Caesar's inheritance to the final quieting of civil strife. Poets retold how he found Rome in chaos and forged a new dawn of order. Even ordinary citizens, travelling along roads lined with his milestones, felt the echoes of an emperor who merged subtlety with power. Yet historians then and now debate whether Augustus truly believed in the facade of republican restoration or simply harnessed it to quell potential opposition. The notion of restoring the Republic was more than political spin, it was a psychological necessity. Romans had long prided themselves on hating kings since the Etruscan monarchy was expelled centuries earlier. By adopting titles like princeps, first among equals, and parading virtues such as modesty, Augustus defected the spectre of tyranny. He decorated official ceremonies with illusions of senatorial collaboration. In practice, though, every key office and province was under his watchful eye. By centralising the means to wage war, i.e. controlling legions, he rendered any senator-led rebellion almost impossible. This system had its share of paradoxes. Freed from the cycle of civil wars, the Senate could resume its dignified debates on laws, awarding triumphs or passing judgments, but only so far as it aligned with the emperor's overarching interests. Younger senators, who never experienced the chaotic republic, found comfort in the Principate's security. They advanced in a structured career path, quaestor, praetor, consul, under Augustan oversight. Freed from the anxiety of violent contests, they pivoted to administrative tasks like refining legal codes or sponsoring public games. These changes drained some vitality from senatorial life, but also eliminated the lethal rivalries that once stained Roman politics in blood. Religious transformations also underscored his reign. The imperial cult, venerating the emperor's family, took root in the provinces. Temples to Divus Julius, the deified Julius Caesar, dotted Asia Minor and Gaul, bridging local traditions with Roman identity. Augustus carefully navigated the line between piety and blasphemy. He never outright demanded worship of himself in Italy, but in distant provinces, cult centres proclaiming his divine status arose. This practice fostered unity, as local elites built shrines to Augustus to curry favour, blending indigenous gods with Roman imperial reverence. On a personal level, Augustus's household dramas had shaped his paternalistic posture toward the empire. The heartbreak with Julia, the succession fiascos, and the manipulative marriages taught him that absolute power came at the cost of familial strain. Ancient gossip lines claimed he was cold or unfeeling to those who fell out of favour. But gleaning from the letters that survive, we see glimpses of a man torn between fatherly instincts and political necessity. He exiled those he loved to maintain the moral facade he'd cultivated for the public. Real or staged, that posture anchored the moral authority behind his social reforms. Nor were the provincial expansions always peaceful. In the Spanish interior, Augustan generals waged campaigns to quell tribes that refused Roman oversight. The Alpine passes were brought under direct Roman control to secure transalpine trade routes. Fortress lines sprung up along the Danube to repel or monitor the restless Dacians. These expansions weren't often accompanied by grand triumphal processions. Augustus himself rarely took personal credit, preferring to let generals hold subdued ceremonies. He recognised that the empire needed no flamboyant displays reminiscent of earlier warlords. Instead, stable frontiers, a robust commerce network, and the Pax Romana's sense of normalcy proved enough to maintain public favour. When Tiberius finally stepped into the imperial role, most people expected continuity. The new emperor inherited not just the institutions, but also the attitudes Augustus had sown. Tiberius adhered to many Augustan precedents, though his personal style was more reclusive and severe. The senatorial class realised that Augustus's blueprint, an emperor overshadowing the facade of a free republic, would continue. No major push to resurrect a purely republican system emerged. Some die-hard republicans still existed in the shadows, but after decades of peace and the empire's continued growth, the majority accepted the Principate as the new normal. Across centuries, Augustus's memory soared to near mythic. Emperors from Nero to Constantine either invoked or reshaped Augustan tropes. On coinage, they displayed genealogical ties or spelled out slogans reminiscent of Augustan virtues. Augustus itself became more than a name. It was an honorific for all subsequent emperors, signifying the same revered status. Writers compiled accounts of his reign, both praising his modesty and hinting at cunning. The next generations faced their crises: Caligula's mania, the Jewish revolts, or the Year of the Four Emperors, yet Augustus's era stood out as a time of relative harmony, even if precariously balanced. Looking back from a vantage point centuries later, historians see Augustus as the pivot from a fractious republic to a stable, if autocratic, empire. Freed from crippling civil wars, the Mediterranean world blossomed in trade and culture. The seeds of an architectural revolution took root in Rome's new monuments, bridging Greek artistry with Roman engineering. And though the Principate eventually shifted toward more overt emperors like Caligula or Domitian, the Augustan model never vanished. The notion of a first citizen, quietly sustaining the illusions of senatorial dignity, underpinned the empire's structure until the West crumbled centuries later. Augustus's example, subtle, multifaceted, and deeply embedded in Roman tradition, remains a testament to how a single individual can reshape the trajectory of an entire civilization. Now, with millennia gone since Augustus's death, we possess a panoramic view of his life and legacy, a vantage point that reveals both the glimmering heights and the murky corners. His youthful cunning, harnessed after Caesar's assassination, established a pattern of strategic alliances and relentless ambition. That fierce drive paved his ascent from an underestimated heir to the architect of Rome's first imperial system. But behind the luminescent facade of the Pax Romana, one notices the ashes of republican liberties, countless casualties of proscriptions, and a well-managed propaganda machine smoothing over the sharp edges of absolute power. Modern scholars often debate whether he was a benevolent autocrat, or a sly manipulator who exploited war weariness to install a monarchy in all but name. The truth likely straddles a delicate boundary. Augustus's reforms, streamlining taxation, professionalizing the army, and encouraging moral and cultural revival, point to a genuine desire for a robust, enduring order. However, he did not hesitate to use lethal measures when they strengthened his position. For every temple he built, there was a political rival he sidelined or a province subjugated under Roman authority. In rhetorical terms, Augustus was no flamboyant orator, but his mastery lay in setting the narrative. He let others speak extravagantly on his behalf: poets, loyal senators, provincial allies, and rarely contradicted the glowing accounts that cast him as Rome's saviour. Over time, this cultivated persona sank deep into Rome's collective psyche. Even the Senate, once proud and fractious, resigned to his overarching presence, content to pass decrees endorsing him as father of the fatherland. The city's plebeians, exhausted by previous turmoil, embraced the peace and spectacle, grand gladiatorial games, public feasts, and the distribution of grain. With daily life less precarious, who dared demand the intangible freedoms of an older era? Augustus's family tragedies, especially around succession, highlight the precarious nature of hereditary rule. The difference between the Principate's carefully curated facade and personal heartbreak ran stark. The exiles of Julia and Ovid, along with the disgraced heirs who died prematurely, pointed to a regime that valued moral discipline and uniformity over personal indulgence. This was the official narrative. In private, some cunning courtiers thrived, whispering half-truths to maintain favour. This dynamic would plague future emperors, from Tiberius's suspicious watchfulness to Nero's flamboyant paranoia. Archaeologically, we see Augustan footprints across the empire. The city of Rome was adorned with the Forum of Augustus, the Temple of Mars Ultor, and the Ara Pacis, each a testament not just to religious devotion, but to the synergy between art and political messaging. In provincial cities from Spain to Asia Minor, local elites mirrored Augustan styles, erecting temples to the imperial cult and adopting Roman architectural motifs. This cultural assimilation contributed to the forging of a Roman identity that transcended narrow, tribal or local loyalties. Even in the Greek East, where Hellenic culture had once overshadowed Rome's, the Augustan age catalyzed a new synthesis, merging Greek traditions with Roman rule under the notion of a shared Pax Romana. When analysing Augustus's reign, one can't ignore the question of how it impacted future governance. The next 4 centuries of Roman history revolve around the tension between the illusions of Augustan modesty and the realities of emperors who demanded worship or indulged capricious whims. The 5 good emperors, from Nerva to Marcus Aurelius, tried to echo Augustan virtues, focusing on stoic administration and public works. Others, like Caligula or Commodus, abandoned the pretences, exposing the empire to the rawness of untempered autocracy. Through all these fluctuations, the concept of the princeps never truly vanished, only mutated, eventually morphing into the openly acknowledged dominus by the time of Diocletian. In popular imagination, Augustus remains a figure akin to a sculptor who took the shards of a fractured republic and moulded them into something new. He didn't just pacify Rome, he re-envisioned its institutions so thoroughly that later Romans struggled to imagine returning to the old ways. Even centuries after the Western Empire fell, echoes of his centralised governance influenced medieval and modern states. His name, Augustus, became shorthand for a just but firm overlord. The weight of that transformation cannot be overstated. Rome grew from city-state to world empire under the shadows of the triumvirates and the many civil wars, culminating in a regime that, for better or worse, outlasted 1,000 nuances of politics. Ultimately, Augustus's greatest triumph was forging a stable system where once only warlords contended. His greatest cost was the republican spirit that withered in the process, replaced by an empire reliant on one man's judgment. Whether that trade was worthwhile depends on the lens of perspective. Those craving order and prosperity, or those lamenting lost civic freedoms. Even now, his story stands as a masterclass in political reinvention of how flexible ambition, tempered by paternal imagery, can reconstruct a government from ashes. And so ends the tale of Augustus, the understated youth turned imperator, who quietly slipped a monarchy into Rome's heart while draping it in the garments of tradition. With that cunning, he forever reshaped the course of Western civilization. The alarm clock's shrill cry ringed through the Dallas hotel room at precisely 6:30 a.m, though I must confess I was already wide awake. Sleep had become as elusive as Republican votes in Massachusetts these days. I rolled over, my back protesting with the enthusiasm of a Cold War summit meeting, all tension and very little resolution. Jackie stirred beside me, her hair still perfectly coiffed even in slumber. Given our political climate, it was practically a job requirement for her to maintain her composure even during a hurricane. "Good morning, Mr. President," she murmured, her voice carrying that familiar mixture of affection and formality that had become our morning ritual. Even in private moments, the presidency seemed to hover over us like an omnipresent Secret Service agent. "Good morning, Mrs. Kennedy," I replied, attempting to inject some levity into what promised to be another day of handshaking, speech-making, and the general business of being presidential. "Are you prepared to dazzle Texas?" The double entendre wasn't lost on either of us, and Jackie's raised eyebrow suggested she found my humour about as presidential as my Boston accent. The morning routine began with military precision. Shower, shave, and the careful selection of attire that would photograph well under the harsh Texas sun. My back brace, that constant companion since my PT 109 days, required its usual careful adjustment. The irony wasn't lost on me that the very thing meant to keep me upright often made me feel like I was wearing a medieval torture device. Still, appearances mattered, and a president couldn't very well slouch through a motorcade like a college student in a lecture hall. Breakfast arrived with the morning briefings, delivered by staffers who moved with the efficient urgency of men who knew their jobs depended on keeping the leader of the free world properly caffeinated and informed. The newspapers spread before me painted the usual picture: Cold War tensions, civil rights struggles, and political manoeuvring that would make Machiavelli proud. Each headline seemed to demand immediate attention, as if the world's problems could be solved over coffee and toast. "The crowds in Fort Worth were magnificent last night," Kenny O'Donnell reported, his Boston accent making magnificent sound, like a personal endorsement from the Pope himself. Dallas should be even better. His optimism was contagious, yet I couldn't dispel the notion that Texas hospitality carries specific requirements, namely, remembering who was hosting. The flight to Dallas proved uneventful. which in politics is often the best kind of event one can hope for. Jackie looked radiant in her pink Chanel suit, chosen specifically for its photogenic qualities and its ability to stand out in a crowd. "You know," I told her as we prepared for landing, "that colour makes you look like $1,000,000. She smiled, but I couldn't tell if it was in response to the compliment or because I had managed to keep my economic metaphors relatively modest. Crowds pressed against the barriers at the love-filled reception, surpassing the expectations of an opening night at a Broadway show. The enthusiasm was genuine, which always lifted my spirits. There's something profoundly moving about Americans exercising their democratic right to gather, cheer, and occasionally throw flowers at their elected officials. The Secret Service maintained their vigilant positions, their eyes scanning the crowd with the intensity of accountants reviewing tax returns, methodical, thorough, and slightly paranoid. As we made our way toward the waiting limousine, I couldn't help but notice the perfect weather. The sun shone with the kind of brilliance that made everything seem possible. The air carried just enough warmth to make the open car comfortable, and the sky stretched endlessly blue above us. It was, I thought to myself, a capital day for democracy. The presidential limousine, that marvel of American automotive engineering and paranoia, waited with its top down to accommodate the spectacular Texas weather. Governor John Connolly and his wife Nellie comfortably settled into the jump seats, demonstrating the practiced ease of politicians who have spent decades perfecting the art of appearing comfortable in uncomfortable situations. Jackie arranged herself beside me with the grace of someone who'd been doing this particular dance for nearly 3 years now. "This is going to be quite a ride," I mentioned to Connolly, although my thoughts were focused less on the 12-mile route through Dallas and more on the political implications of our visit to Texas. Next year's election calculations heavily weighed the state's electoral votes, and each handshake, wave, and perfectly timed smile symbolized an investment in America's democratic future. Or at least that's how I preferred to think about it, rather than as an elaborate exercise in political theatre. The motorcade began its stately procession through Dallas streets lined with enthusiastic citizens. The Secret Service had plotted our route with mathematical precision, wide streets for visibility, strategic turns to maximize crowd exposure, and carefully timed stops that would allow the press corps to capture those essential photographs that would grace tomorrow's front pages. Democracy, I'd learned, was as much about optics as it was about policy. "Mr. President, you certainly can't say Dallas doesn't love you," Nellie Connolly called out over the crowd noise, her voice carrying the kind of genuine warmth that made politics occasionally worthwhile. She was right. The reception had been overwhelmingly positive, with crowds. I pressed forward to catch glimpses of the presidential party. Children waved American flags with the unself-conscious enthusiasm that reminded me why this job, despite its considerable burdens, remained fundamentally hopeful. The sun beat down with friendly intensity, and I found myself genuinely enjoying the ride. There's something uniquely American about a motorcade. The ordered chaos of democracy in motion, citizens gathering spontaneously to participate in the grand experiment of self-governance. Even the most cynical political operative would have to admit there was something stirring about it all. Jackie waved with practiced perfection, her pink suit providing exactly the visual contrast the advance team had calculated. Every detail had been choreographed, from the car's position in the motorcade to the timing of our arrival at the Trade Mart. Political success, I discovered, lay in the intersection of genuine sentiment and careful planning. The crowd seemed to sense both elements, responding with an enthusiasm that felt authentic rather than manufactured. "You know," I leaned over to tell Jackie, "I think we might actually win Texas next year." The comment was partly serious political analysis and partly an attempt to lighten the mood. Presidential campaigns were marathons, not sprints, and every positive reception represented momentum that could be built upon. The mathematics of electoral politics demanded constant attention to these regional variations in public sentiment. The route took us through downtown Dallas, past buildings whose windows were filled with office workers, taking an extended lunch break to witness history in motion. Some held cameras, others simply watched, and a few displayed signs welcoming the presidential party to Texas. The diversity of the crowd pleased me. Young and old, various ethnic backgrounds, the kind of American melting pot that made democracy not just possible but inevitable. Governor Connolly provided running commentary on local landmarks, pointing out sites of historical significance with the pride of a man showing off his hometown to distinguished visitors. His knowledge was encyclopedic, his delivery engaging, and his obvious affection for Texas infectious. Political partnerships, I reflected, worked best when they were built on genuine mutual respect and shared objectives. The limousine's pace remained steady, allowing for optimal crowd interaction while maintaining security protocols. Every few blocks, I'd spot Secret Service agents positioned strategically, their presence both reassuring and slightly sobering. The balance between accessibility and security had become one of the defining challenges of modern democracy. How to remain close to the people while acknowledging the realities of an increasingly complex world. As we approached Dealey Plaza, I noticed the crowds growing even larger, pressed against barriers with the enthusiasm of baseball fans waiting for autographs. The enthusiasm was palpable, the Texas hospitality genuine, and the political implications encouraging. Whatever challenges lay ahead, this moment represented democracy at its most elemental level. Citizens and their elected representatives sharing the same space, the same sunshine, the same hopes for the future. Dealey Plaza opened before us like a natural amphitheatre, with spectators arranged along the grassy slopes in what could have been mistaken for a particularly well-attended outdoor concert. The crowd's energy was infectious. People pointed, waved, and called out greetings with the kind of spontaneous enthusiasm that reminded me why I'd entered politics in the first place. Democracy, at its core, was about these moments of connection between the governed and those who served them. "What a turnout!" I called to Jackie, though the crowd noise nearly swallowed my words. She nodded, her smile radiant as she continued her practiced wave. Not too enthusiastic to appear undignified, not too reserved to seem aloof. 3 years of presidential appearances had perfected her technique to an art form. The photographers would love this, I thought, already envisioning tomorrow's newspaper coverage with headlines about Texas hospitality and democratic unity. The limousine's progression through the plaza felt almost ceremonial, like a slow-motion parade celebrating the peaceful transfer of democratic power. Children sat on their parents' shoulders, teenagers clustered together with cameras, and adults pressed forward with the kind of civic engagement that made the entire system worthwhile. This was what the Founding Fathers had envisioned: active citizenship, public participation, and government by consent of the governed. Governor Connolly half-turned in his seat, pointing toward a group of particularly enthusiastic supporters near the grassy knoll. "Those folks have been waiting since dawn," he said, his Texas drawl adding warmth to the observation. Political advance work was part science, part art, and part sheer luck. But when it all came together like this, the results justified every hour of planning and preparation. The sun continued its friendly assault, making the pink of Jackie's suit even more vibrant against the blue sky. Colour coordination might seem trivial to political newcomers, but experienced campaigners understood that visual impact often mattered as much as policy positions. Every element of today's appearance had been calculated to project competence, accessibility, and optimistic leadership. The crowd's response suggested the strategy was working. As we neared the plaza's centre, I observed the crowd composition with the expertise of someone who had dedicated decades to studying electoral demographics. The mix looked promising: young families, middle-aged professionals, and elderly citizens exercising their democratic prerogative to witness history. These authentic moments of public engagement won or lost regional campaigns. "Mr. President, they really do love you here." Nellie Connolly's voice carried genuine pleasure, and I had to agree with her assessment. The reception had exceeded even our most optimistic projection. Texas, with its complex political landscape and crucial electoral significance, represented one of the keys to next year's campaign. Days like this built the kind of momentum that could carry through an entire election cycle. The motorcade's pace allowed for extended interaction. Hands reached out for handshakes, voices called personal greetings, and cameras captured the kind of spontaneous moments that define democratic participation. Secret Service agents maintained their vigilant positions, but their presence felt appropriately unobtrusive. The balance between security and accessibility had been struck precisely right. Jackie leaned over briefly, her voice carrying amusement. "I think we've created quite a sensation." She was right. The crowd's enthusiasm had reached almost festival proportions, with people streaming into the plaza from surrounding streets to catch glimpses of the presidential party. This was democracy in its most elemental form, citizens gathering to participate in the grand American experiment. The limousine began its gentle turn onto Elm Street, following the predetermined route that would take us through the heart of the plaza before continuing toward the trade mart. Every aspect of the journey had been choreographed, from the speed of our progression to the optimal angles for crowd interaction. Political theatre, when executed properly, served the dual purpose of entertainment and civic engagement. Looking up at the clear Texas sky, I couldn't help but feel optimistic about the day, the visit, and the future. The crowds, the weather, and the entire atmosphere suggested that democracy was working exactly as intended. Citizens were engaged, government was accessible, and the peaceful transfer of power continued its unbroken American tradition. It was, I thought to myself, a perfect day for politics. The gentle curve onto Elm Street provided an even better vantage point for crowd observation, and what I saw continued to reinforce my growing confidence about Texas's political future. The demographic mix remained encouraging. Working families, business owners and students, retirees, exactly the kind of broad coalition that successful campaigns required. Political mathematics demanded this kind of cross-sectional appeal, and today's reception suggested we were achieving it. "This is what I call a Texas-sized welcome," I commented to Governor Connolly, who beamed with the satisfaction of a host whose party was exceeding expectations. Regional pride was a powerful political force, and Texas possessed it in abundance. The state's sense of itself as unique, important and influential made it both challenging and rewarding for national politicians. The day felt distinctly rewarding. The Secret Service had positioned agents throughout the area with their characteristic blend of visibility and discretion. Their presence provided necessary security without overwhelming the democratic character of the event. Balancing protection with accessibility had become one of the defining challenges of modern presidential leadership: how to remain connected to the people while acknowledging contemporary security realities. Jackie continued her graceful performance, each wave calibrated to project warmth without appearing overly familiar. Presidential spouses walked a particularly narrow line, too formal, and they seemed cold, too casual, and they undermined the dignity of the office. She'd mastered the balance with characteristic intelligence and style. The photographers were undoubtedly capturing images that would define today's coverage. The crowd's energy showed no signs of diminishing as we progressed deeper into the plaza. If anything, the enthusiasm seemed to be building, with people calling out personal greetings and extending hands in hopes of contact. These moments of human connection were what made the political process worthwhile, the reminder that governance was ultimately about serving real people with real hopes and concerns. "You know," I mentioned to Jackie, "I think we might need to schedule more Texas visits." The comment was a blend of humour and serious politics. Success bred success in politics, and today's reception would generate positive coverage that could influence future public opinion. Authentic moments of public engagement often built electoral momentum. The limousine's steady pace allowed for optimal crowd interaction while maintaining the security protocols that had become standard procedure. Every aspect of presidential movement required careful coordination between multiple agencies, advanced teams, and local officials. When it all worked smoothly, as it had today, the result was seamless democratic theatre that served both ceremonial and practical purposes. Observing the crowd, their diversity and genuine enthusiasm struck me. These weren't partisan political rallies with carefully screened attendees. These were ordinary citizens taking time from their daily routines to participate in democracy. Their presence represented the kind of civic engagement that made the entire system function effectively. The Texas sun continued its friendly bombardment, making the day feel more like a celebration than a political obligation. The weather had a significant impact on the success of public events, and today's conditions were ideal. Clear skies, comfortable temperatures, and excellent visibility created ideal circumstances for the kind of public engagement that defined successful democratic leadership. Governor Connolly provided ongoing commentary about local landmarks and the crowd's composition, his observations reflecting profound knowledge of Texas politics and genuine pride in his state's reception of the presidential party. Regional partnerships were crucial to national success, and today's collaboration was functioning exactly as planned. As we continued through the plaza, I found myself genuinely enjoying the experience rather than simply enduring it as a political necessity. The crowd's warmth, the perfect weather, and the general atmosphere of celebration made this feel like one of those rare occasions when politics achieved its highest aspirations, bringing people together around shared hopes and common purposes. The route ahead looked clear, the crowd remained enthusiastic, and the entire event was proceeding with the kind of smooth precision that political advance teams dreamed about. The result was democracy working exactly as intended, with citizens and their elected representatives sharing the same space, the same moment, and the same optimistic vision of American possibilities. The plaza's unique geography created natural acoustics that amplified the crowd's enthusiasm, making their cheers and applause echo off the surrounding buildings like applause in a concert hall. The effect was almost musical, a spontaneous symphony of democratic participation that reminded me why public service, despite its considerable challenges, remained fundamentally rewarding. These were the moments that justified the long hours, the difficult decisions, and the constant scrutiny that defined presidential life. "This reception is absolutely remarkable," I told Governor Connolly, who nodded with obvious satisfaction. Texas hospitality was proving itself in spectacular fashion, and the political implications were undeniably positive. Regional support of this caliber could translate into significant electoral advantages, and today's demonstration of public enthusiasm would undoubtedly influence future campaign calculations. Jackie's performance continued to be flawless, her waves precisely calibrated to acknowledge the crowd without appearing either too casual or overly formal. The pink suit had been an inspired choice. It photographed beautifully against the blue sky and provided exactly the visual impact our advance team had calculated. Political success often depended on seemingly minor details that, when combined, created major impressions. The Secret Service maintained their vigilant positions throughout the plaza, their presence both reassuring and appropriately unobtrusive. Modern presidential security required constant vigilance without overwhelming the democratic character of public events. Today's balance effectively allowed interaction while maintaining necessary protective protocols. As we approached what appeared to be the plaza's centre, I noticed the crowd density increasing even further. People were pressing against barriers with the enthusiasm of baseball fans hoping for autographs, their faces reflecting genuine excitement about this opportunity to witness history in motion. This was civic engagement at its most elemental level, citizens choosing to participate in the democratic process through their physical presence and vocal support. The limousine's progression allowed for extended observation of crowd composition, and what I saw continued to reinforce optimistic assessments about Texas's political future. The demographic mix remained encouraging, young families with children, middle-aged professionals, and elderly citizens exercising their democratic prerogatives. Successful national campaigns required exactly this kind of broad-based regional appeal. "Mr. President, I don't think I've ever seen Dallas this excited about a political visit," Nellie Connolly observed, her voice carrying genuine warmth. Her comment reflected the kind of authentic local perspective that political professionals valued highly. Spontaneous enthusiasm couldn't be manufactured or purchased. It emerged from genuine public sentiment and real political momentum. The weather continued to cooperate with almost supernatural precision, providing perfect conditions for outdoor political events. Clear skies, comfortable temperatures, and excellent visibility created ideal circumstances for the kind of public engagement that defined successful democratic leadership. Even the most experienced political operatives would have to acknowledge that days like this were exceptional. Looking ahead, I could see the route continuing through the plaza before turning toward our final destination at the Trade Mart. Every aspect of today's schedule had been carefully coordinated to maximize positive public interaction while maintaining security requirements. When political advance work functioned this smoothly, the results justified every hour of planning and preparation. The crowd's energy remained consistently high, with people continuing to call out greetings and wave with undiminished enthusiasm. Political momentum was often built on exactly these kinds of authentic moments of public connection, times when the theoretical concepts of democratic governance became real through direct human interaction between citizens and their elected representatives. Jackie leaned over briefly, her voice carrying satisfaction. "I think we can call this visit a complete success." She was absolutely right. By any measurable standard, today's reception had exceeded expectations. The political implications were overwhelmingly positive. The public response had been enthusiastic, and the entire event was proceeding with remarkable smoothness. As the limousine continued its stately progression through Dealey Plaza, I found myself thinking that this was exactly what the Founding Fathers had envisioned when they designed American democracy. Engaged citizens, accessible government, and the peaceful transfer of power through public participation and consent of the governed, it was, I reflected, a nearly perfect day for democracy. The sounds of the plaza seemed to intensify as we approached what felt like the crescendo of our Dallas visit. Applause, cheers, and individual voices calling out greetings created a tapestry of democratic participation that reminded me why I'd entered public service. This was the essential element that made all the political manoeuvring, the long hours, and the constant scrutiny worthwhile, these moments of genuine connection with the American people. "Jackie, you truly look stunning today," I said, my voice almost drowned out by the din of the crowd. Political theatre required attention to these details, and today's performance was achieving its objectives flawlessly. Governor Connolly continued his running commentary about local landmarks and crowd composition, his obvious pride in Texas hospitality evident in every observation. Regional partnerships were crucial to national political success, and today's collaboration was functioning with the kind of precision that political professionals spent careers trying to achieve. The reception had exceeded even our most optimistic projections. The Secret Service maintained their positions with characteristic vigilance, their presence providing necessary security without overwhelming the democratic character of the event. Balancing protection with accessibility had become one of the defining challenges of modern presidential leadership, and today's arrangements represented that balance at its most effective. I was struck by the crowd's diversity and their real excitement. These weren't carefully screened partisan supporters, these were ordinary citizens taking time from their daily routines to participate in the democratic process. Their presence represented civic engagement at its most fundamental level, the kind that made American democracy not just possible but inevitable. The plaza's unique acoustics continued to amplify every sound, creating an almost theatrical atmosphere that seemed perfectly suited to the occasion. Political events, when they worked properly, achieved a kind of ceremonial significance that transcended their immediate practical purposes. Today felt like one of those rare occasions when politics achieved its highest aspirations. "This has been flawless," I told Jackie, and I meant it completely. The weather, the crowds, and the entire atmosphere had combined to create exactly the kind of public engagement that justified the considerable effort required to maintain democratic governance. Days like this reminded me why the presidency, despite its burdens, remained fundamentally hopeful. The limousine's steady pace allowed for continued crowd interaction, with people pressing forward to catch glimpses of the presidential party and photographers capturing images that would define tomorrow's coverage. Every element was functioning with the kind of smooth precision that political advance teams dreamed about achieving. As we continued through the plaza, I found myself thinking about the broader side of today's success. Texas represented crucial electoral territory for next year's campaign, and this kind of authentic public enthusiasm could translate into significant political momentum. The crowd's energy remained consistently high, their voices creating a sustained celebration of democratic engagement that echoed off the surrounding buildings. This was what the Founding Fathers had envisioned: active citizenship, accessible government, and the peaceful exercise of democratic power through public participation and mutual respect. Suddenly, there was a sound I didn't immediately recognize, sharp, distinct, cutting through the crowd noise with unusual clarity. For just a moment, I found myself thinking it sounded almost like, but that couldn't be right, that couldn't be true, not here, not today, not when everything was going so smoothly. The crowd was still cheering, Jackie was still waving, and the sun was still shining with that remarkable Texas brilliance. This was supposed to be a perfect day for democracy, a moment that would remind everyone why the American government, established by the consent of the governed, remains humanity's best hope for peaceful coexistence. There was another sound, clearer this time, and I felt something I couldn't quite identify. The plaza seemed to shift slightly, the crowd's voices taking on a different quality. Jackie was facing me, her expression transforming from the routine smile of a political performance to a new expression of concern, confusion, and alarm. "Jack," she said, and her voice carried a note I'd never heard before. And in that moment, with perfect clarity, I finally understood that some stories don't end the way anyone expects them to. Time seemed to slow in the most peculiar way, like those moments in combat when everything becomes crystalline and immediate. The voices of the crowd persisted, yet they underwent a transformation, transitioning from a joyful chorus to a completely different tone. Jackie's face was turning toward me with an expression I'd never seen before. not the practiced composure of political performance, but something raw and immediate and terrified. My God, what are they doing? Governor Connolly's voice cut through the altered atmosphere, and I realised he was looking not at the crowd but at something else entirely. The cheerful chaos of democratic celebration was transforming into something darker, more urgent, and more real than any political satire we'd carefully pieced together. The pink suit that had looked so perfect in the Texas sunshine now seemed almost garish against the sudden gravity of whatever was happening. Political calculations, electoral mathematics, regional demographics, all the frameworks I'd spent decades mastering, suddenly felt irrelevant in the face of this moment that was spinning beyond anyone's control or planning. Jackie's hand extended towards me, revealing a terror in her eyes that was unrelated to campaign setbacks. This was an entirely different realm, existing beyond the meticulously orchestrated realm of presidential appearances and democratic theatre. The Secret Service agents were moving, their positions shifting with an urgency that suggested protocols far removed from crowd control. Jackie! What? I tried to say, but the words seemed to dissolve before I could complete them. The plaza's acoustics, which had so perfectly amplified the crowd's enthusiasm just moments before, now carried sounds that belonged to an entirely different kind of event. The sounds of sharp reports, screams and chaos were reminiscent of a crisis rather than a celebration. The limousine, which had been progressing with such stately precision through the carefully planned route, was suddenly accelerating with desperate urgency. Something far more primitive and immediate had replaced the measured pace of political drama. Such behaviour wasn't part of any advanced team's calculations or security protocols. This was improvisation born of emergency. Looking at Jackie's face, I finally understood that all my careful analysis of crowd composition, regional politics and electoral momentum had missed the most important element entirely. Democracy wasn't just about engaged citizens and accessible government. It was also about the fundamental fragility of the entire enterprise. Individual decisions that existed entirely outside the system's assumptions could shatter the peaceful transfer of power. The Texas sun continued shining with the same brilliant intensity, but everything it illuminated had changed in ways I was only beginning to comprehend. The crowds that had seemed so welcoming, so genuinely enthusiastic, so representative of American democracy at its finest now appeared different. Not hostile exactly, but powerless to prevent whatever was happening from continuing to happen. "Jackie, get down," someone was yelling, but the voice seemed to come from very far away, even though I knew it must be close. The careful choreography of presidential movement had dissolved into something unscripted and uncontrolled. This was the kind of moment that existed outside political planning, beyond security protocols, past the reach of democratic institutions. The plaza, initially perceived as ideal for our objectives due to its natural amphitheatre, excellent acoustics, and clear sightlines that promoted optimal crowd interaction, now manifested itself as a different entity. Geography that had facilitated political connection could apparently serve other purposes as well, purposes that had nothing to do with civic engagement or democratic participation. In what felt like the last moment of clear thinking I might have, I realised that history was full of these sudden transitions, moments when everything that seemed stable and predictable revealed itself to be far more fragile than anyone had imagined. The presidency, American democracy, and the entire elaborate system we'd all worked so hard to maintain, it all depended on assumptions that could be challenged by individual actions that existed entirely outside the system's logic. Jackie was now screaming, and the pink suit was spreading a warm glow. The moment we had experienced with such precision was dissolving into something entirely different, something real, irreversible, and final. And as consciousness began to fade, my last coherent thought was that the puns had finally stopped being funny. The conversation was no longer about political bullets, or campaign shots, or any of the military metaphors that filled our everyday political vocabulary. The conversation shifted to discussing actual bullets, real shots, and genuine consequences that transcended mere wordplay and wit. The perfect day for democracy was ending in the most imperfect way imaginable, and there would be no opportunity for revision, no chance for second takes, and no possibility of political recovery. Unexpectedly, some stories come to an end. The Texas sun was still burning, the crowds continued reacting, and history continued moving forward into whatever came next. But I would not be part of that continuation. It appeared that I had already penned the final chapter, yet I remained oblivious to what was going through my mind. It is the 3rd century BCE in the ancient city of Syracuse, a bustling Greek settlement on the island of Sicily. The air is filled with the scent of the sea carried by the breeze from the nearby Mediterranean coast. The streets are alive with merchants, artisans and scholars, their voices blending into a harmonious hum. Among these people walks a young boy, his eyes bright with curiosity, his mind constantly searching for answers to questions most people do not think to ask. This boy is Archimedes. Born to a family of intellect and privilege, Archimedes' father, Phidias, is an astronomer who nurtures his son's love for learning. From a young age, Archimedes is fascinated by the world around him. The way the stars move across the night sky, the precise mechanics of gears and levers, the simple yet profound mysteries of numbers, all of these captivate his developing mind. He spends his days asking questions, pondering problems and seeking answers in the natural world. As Archimedes grows, his thirst for knowledge takes him beyond the borders of Syracuse. He travels to Alexandria in Egypt, a renowned centre of learning, home to the great library of Alexandria. Here he studies alongside the brightest minds of his time, absorbing knowledge like a sponge. He dives deep into the works of great thinkers, geometry, physics, astronomy. Each new concept fuels his passion for discovery, and his mind sharpens with each lesson learned. Upon returning to Syracuse, Archimedes dedicates himself to a life of study and invention. He spends his days in quiet contemplation, often retreating to his study or wandering the shores of the sea. His mind dances with ideas, equations, and theories. He is not concerned with wealth or fame, but with understanding the fundamental principles that govern the universe. One of his most famous discoveries begins in a moment of quiet observation. The story goes that King Hero II, ruler of Syracuse, asks Archimedes to determine whether a crown made for him is pure gold, or if the goldsmith has mixed in lesser metals. Pondering this problem, Archimedes relaxes into a warm bath, the water rippling around him. As he lowers his body into the tub, he notices how the water rises, displaced by his form. In that instant, a revelation strikes him, the principle of buoyancy. He realizes that by measuring how much water an object displaces, he can determine its density and thus its purity. Overcome with excitement, he leaps from the bath and runs through the streets shouting, "Eureka! Eureka!" Greek for, "I have found it." This moment, though simple, is a breakthrough in science and engineering, demonstrating Archimedes' brilliance and his ability to find solutions in the most ordinary of experiences. This principle, now known as Archimedes' principle, lays the foundation for understanding buoyancy and density, concepts that will influence science for centuries to come. Archimedes' work continues to expand. He is fascinated by the power of simple machines and begins to develop tools and mechanisms that demonstrate the incredible potential of levers, pulleys, and screws. He famously declares, "Give me a place to stand, and I will move the earth." These words reflect his deep understanding of the mechanical advantage provided by levers. He designs ingenious contraptions such as the Archimedean screw, a device used to raise water for irrigation and drainage. This invention, with its elegant spiral structure, helps farmers move water efficiently and will continue to be used for centuries in different parts of the world. Archimedes' mind does not rest. He explores the mysteries of geometry, calculating areas, volumes and surfaces with astonishing precision. He develops formulas for the areas of circles, the volumes of spheres, and the properties of parabolas. His work on the mathematics of shapes lays the groundwork for calculus, a field that will not fully develop until many centuries later. In addition to his theoretical work, Archimedes applies his knowledge to practical problems. Syracuse faces threats from rival powers, and Archimedes' inventions become tools of defense. He designs war machines, catapults, cranes, and even rumored death rays that use mirrors to focus sunlight and set enemy ships ablaze. These devices, products of his genius, help protect his city from invaders. Yet for all his achievements, Archimedes remains humble. his mind always focused on the pursuit of truth. His days are spent drawing diagrams in the sand, solving equations and pondering the mysteries of the universe. His joy lies not in the recognition of others, but in the quiet satisfaction of discovery. As you breathe deeply and slowly, imagine Archimedes in his study, the soft glow of an oil lamp illuminating the scrolls and diagrams spread before him. The gentle sound of waves drifts through an open window, a soothing rhythm that accompanies his thoughts. The air is filled with the faint scent of parchment and seawater. In this moment of stillness, there is a profound sense of peace, a quiet celebration of the mind's limitless potential. Archimedes' life, though dedicated to discovery, ends in a moment of tragic misunderstanding. During the siege of Syracuse by the Roman army, the city falls despite its defences. As the soldiers enter, Archimedes is engrossed in his work, drawing a mathematical diagram in the sand. A Roman soldier approaches him, but Archimedes, absorbed in his thoughts, asks the soldier not to disturb his circles. In a tragic instant, the soldier strikes him down, unaware of the brilliance of the man before him. But though his life is cut short, Archimedes' legacy endures. His discoveries, his inventions, and his insights into the world of mathematics and physics continue to inspire generations. His work becomes the foundation for future scientists, engineers, and thinkers, a testament to the enduring power of curiosity and intellect. As you drift further into sleep, let the story of Archimedes remind you of the beauty of exploration, the joy of discovery, and the quiet power of the mind. His life teaches us that the pursuit of knowledge, no matter how simple or complex, is a journey worth taking. Each question we ask, each problem we solve, brings us closer to understanding the wonders of the world. As you sink deeper into the gentle embrace of sleep, let the wisdom and wonder of Archimedes' life continue to guide your thoughts. His journey was one of relentless curiosity, an unquenchable thirst for understanding the mysteries of the universe. Even now, centuries later, his discoveries ripple through time, touching the modern world in ways both seen and unseen. Picture the quiet streets of ancient Syracuse once more. The sun has set and the city is cloaked in twilight. The gentle sound of the sea rolls in the distance, its waves washing softly against the stone walls of the harbour. Lanterns flicker along the narrow alleyways, casting warm pools of light onto the cobbled streets. Somewhere in this peaceful setting, Archimedes walks slowly, his mind alive with thoughts and ideas. He is at ease, his steps unhurried, the weight of his questions a welcome companion rather than a burden. This tranquility reflects a life devoted to understanding, to peeling back the layers of the world to reveal the beauty beneath. Archimedes saw the universe as a grand puzzle, one that could be unravelled with patience, logic, and observation. He understood that the smallest discoveries could lead to the grandest truths, that even the most complex problems could be solved by breaking them down into their simplest forms. Imagine him standing by the shoreline, the breeze rustling his robes, the salty air filling his lungs. He gazes out at the expanse of the sea, the horizon a seamless blend of water and sky. In his mind, the sea is not just a vast body of water, but a dynamic system governed by principles he can explore and understand. To Archimedes, every wave, every ripple tells a story of motion, force, and balance. His world is alive with meaning, a canvas on which the laws of nature are painted with exquisite detail. He returns to his workshop, a quiet space filled with scrolls, diagrams, and tools of his trade. The air carries the scent of ink, parchment, and aged wood. The room is dimly lit by the soft glow of an oil lamp, its flame dancing gently. Archimedes leans over a table strewn with geometric figures and mechanical designs. His fingers trace the lines of a new invention, his mind focused yet serene. Each stroke of his quill, each measurement, is a step in his never-ending quest to understand the world more deeply. His life reminds us that knowledge is not just power, it is also peace. The act of learning, of discovering, brings with it a calm certainty, a quiet joy. Archimedes found solace in his work, in the simple yet profound pleasure of solving a problem, of uncovering a truth that lay hidden just beneath the surface. His discoveries were not just for his time, but for all time, a gift to future generations who would build upon his legacy. Allow your mind to rest in this world of gentle discovery, where questions are welcomed and answers are earned through patience and insight. Let the image of Archimedes' quiet contemplation bring you comfort. His life shows us that there is beauty in thought, in exploration, in the pursuit of knowledge. No problem is too large, no challenge too daunting when faced with a calm and determined mind. As you breathe slowly and deeply, feel a sense of calm curiosity settle over you. The worries of the day drift away, replaced by the stillness of this moment. The gentle rhythm of your breath becomes the heartbeat of your own quiet discoveries. Like Archimedes, you're free to explore the depths of your thoughts, to wonder, to question, and to dream. The soft lapping of waves on the shore echoes in the distance, a soothing sound that anchors you to a place of peace. The stars twinkle faintly above, each one a reminder of the infinite possibilities that lie before you. Archimedes understood that the universe, vast and mysterious, is a place of endless wonder. And as you drift further into sleep, you too are part of that wonder, a being of thought, curiosity, and potential. Imagine the warmth of a gentle sun rising over the horizon, casting its golden light across the quiet city of Syracuse. The world awakens slowly, the streets coming to life with the soft sounds of morning. Archimedes' study is filled with the gentle glow of dawn, his scrolls illuminated by the first rays of light. The work continues, the questions remain, and the journey of discovery goes on. In this moment, you're wrapped in a blanket of peace and possibility. The story of Archimedes whispers to you that the pursuit of knowledge is a path without end, a journey that brings fulfillment and joy. His life is a reminder that even the smallest insights can lead to the greatest understandings, that patience and curiosity are the keys to unlocking the universe's secrets. As you drift deeper into the serene embrace of sleep, let the story of Archimedes continue to weave through your thoughts like a gentle current. His life reminds us that the universe is filled with puzzles waiting to be solved, and each quiet moment of reflection brings us closer to understanding its secrets. The night is calm now, and the echoes of his discoveries linger softly in your mind. Imagine the gentle rhythm of the sea, the waves rising and falling in a soothing eternal dance. The moon casts a silvery light upon the water, its reflection shimmering and rippling with each movement. This same sea, with its endless motion, once inspired Archimedes to develop theories of fluid mechanics, his brilliant mind observing patterns and laws hidden in the simplest of things. To him, the sea was more than just water. It was a universe of knowledge, a place where physics, geometry, and nature met in perfect harmony. Allow yourself to float upon this tranquil sea, the waves cradling you with their soft, steady motion. The worries of the day dissolve, carried away by the tides. Each breath you take is like the rise and fall of the waves, a rhythm of life, of peace, of calm. You're held safely in this space of quiet discovery, where the world's complexities fade into simplicity, and every thought leads you closer to rest. Picture Archimedes seated on a sun-warmed rock by the shoreline, a piece of parchment resting on his knee. The wind tousles his hair as he sketches shapes and equations with a steady hand. His eyes are focused, yet there is a deep peace in his expression. The world is his canvas, and with every observation, every calculation, he adds a stroke to the masterpiece of human knowledge. His mind is a sanctuary, a place where curiosity flows freely, unencumbered by doubt or fear. In your own mind, you too have this sanctuary, a place where thoughts drift like clouds, where questions are welcomed, and where answers are like stars twinkling softly in the night sky. There is no need to rush, no pressure to understand everything at once. The act of wondering, of exploring, is enough. This quiet space within you is a reflection of Archimedes' own calm, thoughtful mind, a place where peace and discovery coexist. As the night deepens, the sounds of Syracuse fade into stillness. The bustling markets, the clink of hammers in workshops, the calls of merchants, all grow quieter, like the world itself is gently falling asleep. The only sounds that remain are the whispering of the sea and the soft sigh of the breeze. Archimedes continues his work, his mind at ease, immersed in the beauty of the world's mysteries. In his final moments, Archimedes was said to have been absorbed in thought, drawing figures in the sand. Even as chaos swirled around him, his focus remained unbroken, his mind lost in contemplation. This dedication, this unwavering love of knowledge, is a gentle reminder that we, too, can find peace in the simple act of thinking, of observing, of being present with our thoughts. As you breathe in deeply, imagine the sand beneath your feet, warm and soft. The gentle waves wash over your toes, each ripple a soft caress that soothes and relaxes you. The horizon stretches endlessly before you, the boundary between sea and sky blurred by a golden haze. This endless horizon is like the realm of knowledge, a place where there is always more to explore, more to understand, more to discover. Feel the weight of your body sinking into comfort, your muscles relaxing, your mind unwinding. The story of Archimedes lingers like a comforting presence, a reminder that within you is the potential for great insight, for curiosity, for peace. You are part of the same universe that Archimedes sought to understand, a universe filled with beauty, logic, and wonder. Now let go completely, surrendering to the calm embrace of sleep. The sea of your thoughts grows still, the waves gentle and soothing. The stars above shine with a quiet brilliance, each one a beacon of endless possibility. You're safe here, wrapped in the warmth of the night, guided by the gentle wisdom of Archimedes' journey. Thank you for joining us tonight on History and Sleep. May this story of discovery, resilience, and curiosity guide you into a deep, restful slumber. Let Archimedes' legacy remind you that every question, every thought, every moment of wonder is a step toward understanding the world around you. Sleep deeply, knowing that you are part of a grand, beautiful universe, and that peace and curiosity are always within your reach. William Shakespeare was born in the spring of 1564 in the small town of Stratford-upon-Avon, England. Though the exact date of his birth is not known, tradition holds it to be April 23rd. The streets of Stratford were quiet, lined with timber-framed houses, their white plaster walls crisscrossed by dark wooden beams. The gentle flow of the River Avon had meandered through the town, reflecting the sky in its soft, rippling waters. William was the third child of John Shakespeare, a glove maker and local merchant, and Mary Arden, who came from a respected farming family. Their home on Henley Street was modest, but comfortable, filled with the sense of leather and parchment from his father's work. In those early days, William's world was shaped by the sounds of bustling markets, church bells, and the hum of conversation among townsfolk. The air in Stratford was filled with the rhythms of everyday life, the changing seasons, and the echoes of a world on the brink of cultural awakening. As a boy, William likely spent time exploring the fields and woods beyond the town, where wildflowers bloomed and the calls of birds filled the air. He may have wandered along the banks of the Avon, his curious eyes taking in the flowing water, the shifting light, and the small wonders of nature. William attended the King's New School, where he received a solid education in reading, writing, and classical literature. He studied the works of Roman poets like Ovid and playwrights like Plautus and Seneca. These ancient stories of gods, heroes, and tragic fates ignited his imagination, giving him a foundation that would later blossom into his own masterpieces. The days at school were long, filled with the scratch of quills on parchment, the low hum of Latin recitations, and the occasional creak of wooden benches. William learned not only the rules of language, but also the power of storytelling, the ability to capture the human experience in words. When William was 18, he married Anne Hathaway, a farmer's daughter who lived in a small cottage outside of Stratford. Their marriage was a quiet affair, held in the local church, surrounded by family and friends. A year later, they welcomed their first child, Susanna, followed by twins, Hamnet and Judith. The small house they shared was filled with the sounds of children's laughter and the simple comforts of family life. Yet, even as a young man with a family, William's mind seemed to yearn for something more. Somewhere within him, the seeds of creativity were beginning to sprout. By the late 1580s or early 1590s, Shakespeare left Stratford and made his way to London, a city alive with energy, opportunity, and artistic expression. London in the 1590s was a place of contrasts: cobblestone streets filled with carriages, merchants selling their wares, and the hustle and bustle of a growing metropolis. It was a city where theatres were becoming centres of cultural life, drawing people from all walks of society. Amidst this vibrant chaos, William Shakespeare found his place in the world of theatre. He began his career as an actor and playwright, with a company called the Lord Chamberlain's Men. His early plays were performed in small theatres, where audiences gathered in the dim light, eager to be transported by stories of love, betrayal, and adventure. The scent of burning tallow candles filled the air, mingling with the excited whispers of the crowd. Shakespeare's talent quickly became evident, and his works began to captivate London's theatre-goers. His early successes included plays like Henry VI and Titus Andronicus, stories of war, revenge, and political intrigue. Each line he wrote seemed to pulse with life, filled with the richness of human emotion and the beauty of language. By the late 1590s, Shakespeare had become a respected figure in the theatre world. He purchased shares in the newly built Globe Theatre, a wooden structure that would become the heart of his creative endeavours. The Globe stood on the southern bank of the River Thames, its thatched roof and open-air stage welcoming thousands of eager spectators. It was here that some of his greatest plays came to life: Romeo and Juliet, A Midsummer Night's Dream, and The Merchant of Venice. These stories of a young love, magical realms, and complex human relationships resonated with audiences, who laughed, wept, and marvelled at the tales unfolding before them. As his reputation grew, so did the depth of his work. In the early 1600s, Shakespeare wrote some of his most profound and powerful tragedies: Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, and Macbeth. These plays explored the darker corners of the human soul, delving into themes of ambition, jealousy, madness, and fate. Imagine the dimly lit stage, the flicker of candlelight, the hushed anticipation of the crowd as the curtain rose. The words of Shakespeare filled the air, weaving a tapestry of emotion, drama, and insight that would echo through the centuries. Even as he found success in London, Shakespeare never lost his connection to Stratford-upon-Avon. He returned frequently to his hometown, where he purchased New Place, one of the largest houses in the town. It was a place of peace and reflection, a retreat from the bustling world of the theatre. As he entered the later years of his life, his writing took on a gentler tone. Plays like The Tempest and The Winter's Tale spoke of forgiveness, redemption, and the passage of time. These final works reflected a man who had seen much of life's beauty and sorrow, and who sought peace and understanding. On April 23, 1616, at the age of 52, William Shakespeare passed away in his hometown of Stratford-upon-Avon. His life had been a journey of words, stories, and imagination, a journey that left an indelible mark on the world. He was buried in the chancel of Holy Trinity Church, and where his gravestone still rests today. As you breathe deeply now, let the story of William Shakespeare settle gently into your mind. His legacy lives on, in every play, every sonnet, and every line that continues to inspire generations. His words remind us of the beauty of language, the complexity of the human experience, and the power of storytelling. William Shakespeare's life was one of continuous growth, creativity, and exploration. Even though he left the world far too early at the age of 52, his legacy continued to flourish long after his death. His works were not confined to his own time. They transcended generations, cultures, and continents, shaping the world of literature, theatre, and language in ways no one could have predicted. In the years following his passing, Shakespeare's fellow actors and friends, John Hemingway and Henry Condell, took on the task of preserving his work. They compiled and published the first folio in 1623, a collection that ensured his plays would be remembered and performed for centuries to come. This remarkable volume contained 36 of his plays, including comedies, histories, and tragedies, preserving works that may otherwise have been lost. Without the dedication of these friends, some of Shakespeare's most beloved works, such as Macbeth and The Tempest, might never have reached us. Thanks to this labour of love, his stories endured, spreading far beyond the theatres of London to inspire future generations of readers, actors, and writers. Shakespeare's influence on the English language is unparalleled. He coined or popularized thousands of words and phrases, many of which are still in use today. Expressions like break the ice, wild goose chase, and heart of gold can all be traced back to his plays. His ability to capture human emotion and experience in words gave the language a richness and expressiveness that endures. His works reflected the human condition in all its complexity, the joys, the sorrows, the triumphs, and the tragedies. Shakespeare's characters were not just figures on a stage, but living, breathing reflections of humanity. They spoke of love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption with a clarity that resonated across time. Imagine Romeo and Juliet, young lovers torn apart by the feud of their families, speaking words that echo the passions and heartbreaks of every generation. Picture Hamlet, the introspective prince, grappling with questions of life, death, and morality. Think of King Lear, an old man facing the consequences of his pride and folly, or Macbeth, driven to ruin by ambition and fate. These stories were not just meant to entertain. They were designed to make audiences think, feel, and understand themselves and the world around them. In Shakespeare's time, the theatre was a place where the barriers of class and status melted away, where the common folk and the nobility could come together to share in the experience of a story. The Globe Theatre, with its thatched roof and wooden beams, echoed with the laughter, tears, and applause of audiences who saw their lives reflected on stage. Shakespeare understood that stories had the power to unite people, to reveal truths, and to inspire change. In his quieter moments, Shakespeare returned to Stratford-upon-Avon, where he enjoyed the peace of his family home. Here, he could escape the noise of the city and the demands of the theatre. He tended to his affairs and spent time with his family and walked the familiar streets of his hometown, but even in retirement, the creative spark never truly left him. Later years, he collaborated with younger playwrights and continued to refine his craft. The serenity of Stratford offered him a chance to reflect on his life's work, to find peace in the knowledge that he had given the world something timeless and extraordinary. Though his life ended on April 23, 1616, his impact was only just beginning. Over the centuries, Shakespeare's works were performed in countless theatres, translated into every major language, and adapted into countless forms. His stories found new life in operas, films, novels, and modern reinterpretations that brought his characters into new settings and contexts. Generations of actors, from humble players to celebrated stars, found their voices through Shakespeare's words. Directors reimagined his plays in endless ways, setting them in modern cities, distant futures, and war-torn landscapes. Each interpretation shed new light on his timeless themes. In schools and universities, students continued to explore his plays, discovering the brilliance and depth of his writing. His sonnets, with their delicate beauty and insight into the nature of love and time, continue to touch the hearts of readers across the globe. Shakespeare's legacy is not just in the pages of books or on the stages of theatres. It lives in the way we use language, the way we tell stories, and the way we understand ourselves. His genius lies in his ability to capture the full spectrum of human experience, from the lightest moments of comedy to the darkest depths of tragedy. As you lie here, feeling the weight of sleep gently pressing upon you, know that Shakespeare's story is one of inspiration, creativity, and boundless imagination. He reminds us that even the simplest beginnings can lead to extraordinary journeys, that the world is full of stories waiting to be told, and that words have the power to change hearts and minds. Allow his life story to guide you into a restful slumber, where dreams unfold like the scenes of a play, filled with wonder, beauty, and endless possibility. Let the words of the past wrap around you like a soft blanket, comforting and timeless. As we continue to reflect on the life and legacy of William Shakespeare, his story weaves a rich tapestry of creativity, resilience, and timeless brilliance. Though the world around him changed, his works remained steadfast, a beacon of human expression that endured across centuries. The years following his death saw a gradual rise in recognition, as scholars, actors, and audiences began to understand the profound impact of his words. In the decades after his passing, you have the first folio published in 763, 1623 by his friends and fellow actors, secured his place in history. This collection ensured that plays like Macbeth, The Tempest, Twelfth Night, and Julius Caesar would be preserved and shared with future generations. Each of these works held a mirror to society, reflecting the complexities of human nature, politics, and morality. As time went on, Shakespeare's works spread beyond the shores of England. Travelling troupes of actors performed his plays across Europe, carrying his stories to new audiences. By the 18th century, his influence had reached the far corners of the world, with translations bringing his words to new languages and cultures. The universality of his themes, love, ambition, betrayal, and redemption, resonated with people from all walks of life. His birthplace, Stratford-upon-Avon, slowly became a place of pilgrimage for lovers of literature and theatre. Visitors walked the same cobblestone streets, passed by the same riverbanks, and stood in the same rooms where Shakespeare once lived. The small town grew into a symbol of creativity and artistic heritage, forever linked to the legacy of its most famous son. As the centuries progressed, Shakespeare's plays were studied in schools, performed in grand theatres, and adapted for new media. Actors found endless opportunities to breathe life into his characters, from the tragic figures of Hamlet and King Lear to the comedic brilliance of Much Ado About Nothing and A Midsummer Night's Dream. Directors reimagined his stories in modern settings, on battlefields, in boardrooms, and in far-off galaxies, proving that his themes remained ever relevant. His influence on the arts is immeasurable. Painters depicted scenes from his plays in rich, vibrant canvases. Composers like Felix Mendelssohn and Giuseppe Verdi turned his works into operas and orchestral pieces. Poets and writers drew inspiration from his words, finding new ways to explore the human experience. In the 19th century, Shakespearean festivals began to emerge, celebrating his works with performances, lectures, and readings. The Royal Shakespeare Company, founded in the 20th century, became a beacon for the continued performance and exploration of his plays. The dedication to his work ensured that his stories remained alive, evolving with each new interpretation and performance. Shakespeare's works also found a home in cinema, with directors like Laurence Olivier, Kenneth Branagh, and Baz Luhrmann bringing his plays to the silver screen. Films adapted from his plays reached audiences around the world, introducing his characters and stories to new generations. The power of cinema allowed his words to take on new dimensions, with stunning visuals and powerful performances amplifying their emotional depth. Even in the modern world, his influence persists. Expressions he penned over 400 years ago are part of everyday language. When someone speaks of wearing their heart on their sleeve, or describes a task as a wild goose chase, they are echoing Shakespeare's voice. His ability to capture the human condition ensured that his words would forever be woven into the fabric of our lives. As you lie comfortably, breathing gently, imagine the quiet streets of Stratford-upon-Avon, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Picture the river Avon flowing peacefully, its surface shimmering with the last rays of the setting sun. The breeze carries the faint scent of blooming flowers, and the world slows to a tranquil hush. Let the image of a young William with eyes full of wonder and curiosity fill your mind. See him wandering the countryside, dreaming of the stories he would one day tell. His journey reminds us that creativity, passion, and perseverance can shape a legacy that outlives us all. Allow these thoughts to soothe you, like the gentle turning of pages in an old book. The weight of history and the timeless beauty of Shakespeare's words settle around you, a comforting presence that whispers of endless possibilities. As sleep draws you deeper, know that you are connected to a rich lineage of dreamers, thinkers, and storytellers. The same stories that moved audiences in Shakespeare's time continue to resonate today, bridging the gap between past and present. Imagine yourself seated at your kitchen table on a Tuesday morning in October 1929, perhaps enjoying coffee from your beloved mug, the one that hasn't yet developed a chip in its handle. You're flipping through the newspaper, probably complaining about something perfectly mundane, like how the neighbour's dog keeps digging up your petunias. Life feels predictable, even a little boring. Then the phone rings, or maybe you hear it on the radio. The stock market has crashed. The stock market has not merely faltered or experienced a difficult day. but it has plummeted completely and catastrophically. Within hours, everything you thought you knew about your comfortable little world starts shifting beneath your feet like sand. Now you might be thinking, what does Wall Street have to do with my dinner table? Get ready to learn that everything is connected in ways that will make your head spin. Before the crash, American kitchens were experiencing a period of prosperity. Electric refrigerators replaced the old ice boxes that required actual blocks of ice. Consider how you might explain that to someone today. Yes, dear, a man came by twice a week with frozen water. No, we couldn't make our own. Cooking became easier with the newfangled appliances, and grocery stores brimmed with an abundance of options that would have left your grandmother dizzy. Families were eating beef roasts on Sundays, fresh vegetables from local farms, and desserts that didn't require a mathematical equation to figure out sugar ratios. Bread was white and fluffy, not because it was healthier, but because it felt fancy and modern. The poor ate brown bread, but America was far from impoverished. But here's the thing about prosperity. It's often built on a foundation that's more wobbly than anyone wants to admit. Banks were lending money recklessly, individuals were purchasing stocks with funds they lacked, and farmers were producing more food than the nation could consume. It was like a giant game of Jenga and someone was about to pull out the wrong block. When that crash came, it wasn't just rich investors in fancy suits who felt it. The ripple effect spread faster than gossip in a small town. Banks closed their doors, taking people's savings with them. Factories shut down, sending workers home with empty pockets. Suddenly, the cosy middle-class way of life you'd been relishing vanished. The concept vanished as swiftly as ice cream on a sweltering summer day. The cruel irony was that there was still ample food available for cultivation. Farms across America were still producing wheat, corn, vegetables, and livestock. The problem wasn't that food had disappeared, it was that nobody had money to buy it. It's like being locked outside your house with the keys sitting right there on the kitchen counter, visible but completely out of reach. This is where our story really begins, because when people can't afford food, they get creative. By creative, I mean they learn to create meals using ingredients that would make modern food bloggers cry. Forget your artisanal this and organic that. People were about to discover that survival cooking is its kind of art form, though not necessarily one you'd want to Instagram. So there you were, perhaps still sitting at that same kitchen table, but now instead of casually reading the newspaper, you're studying it like it holds the secrets of the universe. Which ads are offering work? What stores are having sales? And most importantly, how can you feed your family on what feels like pocket change? The adventure was just beginning, although nobody referred to it as such at that time. They were too busy figuring out how to stretch a dollar until it screamed, and wondering how something as basic as putting food on the table had suddenly become the most challenging puzzle they'd ever faced. You know how today you might spend 20 minutes deciding between 17 different types of pasta sauce, weighing the merits of organic versus regular versus the store brand? Well, imagine if your entire grocery budget was less than what you now spend on a single lunch out, and suddenly those choices become a lot more focused. By 1932, the average family was spending about $15 a week on groceries, which sounds ridiculously cheap until you realise that's in 1932 dollars, and most people were lucky to have any dollars at all. It's as if someone handed you Monopoly money and instructed you to use it until next Thursday. Your grocery shopping strategy had to become more sophisticated than a military operation. First, you'd check every pocket, purse, and couch cushion for loose change. Discovering a nickel felt like unearthing a hidden treasure. Then you'd sit down with a pencil and paper, no fancy smartphone apps for budget tracking, and plan your shopping trip with the precision of a NASA mission. Every purchase had to serve multiple purposes, and luxury items like fresh meat or white sugar were carefully weighed against necessities like flour and potatoes. The grocery stores themselves started looking different too. Gone were the abundant displays and cheerful abundance of the Roaring Twenties. Shelves became sparser, and storekeepers started extending credit to long-time customers, keeping handwritten ledgers of who owed what. It was like a neighbourhood favour system, except the favours were keeping families from going hungry. You learned to think like a pioneer, even though you lived in town. Bulk purchases made sense when you could afford them. A large sack of flour might cost more up front, but it would last longer and cost less per pound than buying smaller amounts. Of course, such an arrangement required actually having enough money for bulk purchases, which was often a catch-22 situation that would make your head hurt if you thought about it too much. Shopping became a social activity in ways it had never been before. Women would compare notes on which stores had the best prices, share recipes for making meals stretch, and sometimes even pool their money for bulk purchases they'd divide up later. It was like having a very practical book club, except instead of discussing literature, you were debating whether potatoes were cheaper per pound at Miller's Market or Thompson's grocery. The butcher became both your trusted companion and your greatest obstacle. While meat was costly, bones were inexpensive, and a quality soup bone could serve as the basis for numerous meals. You would request the cuts that were previously intended for pet food, and the butcher would frequently include surplus fat at no cost, which you would then cook and utilise in ways that would shock contemporary nutritionists, yet ensured your family's sustenance. Seasonal shopping took on new meaning. Summer meant fresh vegetables and fruits when they were cheapest, but it also meant thinking ahead to winter. Canning became less of a hobby and more of a survival skill. Your kitchen might fill up with mason jars like a general store, each one representing a meal saved for the months when fresh food would become even pricier. Store credit evolved into a delicate balance between dignity and desperation. Storekeepers knew their customers personally. They knew your family, your situation, and your history of payment. Getting credit wasn't just about financial reliability. It was about being part of the community. But using that credit meant admitting you needed help, which was harder for some people than others. The psychology of shopping changed too. You'd find yourself calculating not just price per pound, but meals per dollar. A bag of dried beans might be boring, but it could feed your family for a week if you knew how to cook them right. Meanwhile, that fresh apple that looked so appealing might represent an entire day's budget for luxury foods. Your bags may have been lighter when you got home, but your mental load was definitely heavier. You weren't just carrying groceries, you were carrying the responsibility of making every ingredient count, every meal matter, and every dollar stretch as far as humanly possible. And you were about to learn that creativity in the kitchen wasn't just nice, it was absolutely essential. Here's something that might surprise you. Before the Great Depression, leftover food was often just thrown away. Can you imagine? Families would actually toss perfectly delicious food because it was a day old or didn't look as appealing as when it was fresh. If you told someone from 1935 that people in the future would throw away food because it was approaching its expiration date, they'd probably think you were describing some kind of fantasy world. But once money became scarce, leftovers transformed from kitchen waste into precious resources. Every scrap of food became the star of its own potential meal, and home cooks developed an almost supernatural ability to resurrect yesterday's dinner into something that felt new and exciting, or at least edible. Take bread, for example. In better times, day-old bread might have been tossed to the birds or used for kindling. But during the Depression, stale bread became the foundation of entire meals. Bread pudding wasn't just a dessert, it was a way to use up every last crust. Breadcrumbs extended meatloaf, and bread soaked in milk became a filling breakfast that cost almost nothing. The art of the leftover soup became so refined that it was practically a science. You'd start with whatever scraps of meat remained from Sunday's dinner, maybe just some gristle and bones that today would go straight into the trash. Add some wilted vegetables that were past their prime, throw in yesterday's mashed potatoes for thickness, and suddenly you had a new meal that could feed the whole family. Every kitchen developed its own leftover ecosystem. People saved meat drippings and used them to flavour vegetables. Vegetable cooking water became the base for soups because throwing away anything with potential nutrients felt almost criminal. Even coffee grounds got reused, sometimes multiple times, until they were producing something that barely resembled coffee, but still provided a hot, caffeinated beverage. The psychology of leftovers changed completely. Instead of being considered somehow inferior to fresh food, leftovers became challenges to creativity. A good cook could take completely unrelated remnants and somehow make them work together in harmony. It was akin to performing as a culinary DJ, combining various ingredients to create a dish that exceeded its individual components. Casseroles emerged as the ideal way to utilise leftovers, even though they weren't referred to as casseroles in the past. They were simply anything we could combine in one pot. Have some leftover chicken, mix it with yesterday's vegetables and top with whatever starch you could manage. Although it was unrefined, it provided a substantial meal, was cost-effective and effectively utilised all items that could have otherwise been discarded. The transformation of leftovers also changed how families thought about meal planning. Instead of planning individual meals, you started thinking in terms of food chains, how Sunday's roast chicken would become Monday's chicken salad, Tuesday's chicken soup, and Wednesday's chicken and dumplings. It was like meal planning chess, thinking several moves ahead. Children grew up with an entirely different relationship to food waste than their parents had. Not only was leaving food on your plate considered bad manners, but it also represented a significant waste of family resources. Kids learned to clean their plates not because of starving children in far-off countries, but because that leftover bite might be tomorrow's lunch. The creative leftover culture led to some surprisingly tasty discoveries. Combinations that seemed weird on paper actually worked well together. Leftover mashed potatoes mixed with flour became potato pancakes. Yesterday's vegetables mixed with eggs became frittatas before anyone knew what to call them. In ways that would influence American cooking for generations, necessity became the driving force behind invention. Storage became an art form too. Without reliable refrigeration in many homes, keeping leftovers safe required timing, temperature control, and a bit of luck. Root cellars, cool pantries, and even outdoor storage in winter became part of the leftover management system. You had to eat things in the right order to prevent spoilage, which meant planning your leftover consumption as carefully as your original meals. Looking back, this leftover revolution created cooking skills that modern Americans have largely lost. These skills, such as the ability to look at random ingredients and see potential meals, to stretch food beyond its obvious uses, and to waste absolutely nothing, were not just survival skills from the Depression era. They were the foundation of a more sustainable and creative approach to cooking that we could probably learn from today, even if we never want to have to rely on it quite so desperately. Imagine opening your pantry today and discovering that half the ingredients you normally use for cooking have disappeared. They were not spoiled or sold out at the store. They were just completely unavailable, or so expensive that they might as well have been made of gold. That's essentially what happened during the Great Depression, when basic ingredients became luxury items and home cooks had to become kitchen chemists, figuring out how to create familiar flavours and textures using whatever they could actually afford. Sugar was one of the first casualties. Real white sugar became so expensive that it was rationed out like precious gems. Families used honey when they could, molasses when they couldn't, and sometimes corn syrup or sugar substitutes made from their own beets. Desserts took on entirely different flavour profiles. Less cloyingly sweet, more complex, and sometimes earthy. Your grandmother's cookies probably tasted nothing like what you'd expect biscuits to taste like today. Butter virtually disappeared from many family tables, replaced by whatever fat was cheapest and available. Occasionally it was lard, which at least provided richness and flavour. Sometimes it was vegetable shortening, which was cheaper but didn't taste like much of anything. And sometimes families learned to cook with no fat at all, creating dishes that were healthier than they realised, but probably a lot less satisfying than what they remembered from better times. Meat substitution evolved into a complex game of culinary fantasy. People extended ground meat with breadcrumbs, oatmeal, or any spare grain, resulting in meatloaf that contained more filler than actual meat. Sometimes families made entire meals that were designed to taste like they contained meat, but were actually made from beans, vegetables, and creative seasoning. It was like culinary theatre. Everyone pretended it was the real thing, and occasionally the pretending was so good that it almost worked. Coffee was another heartbreaker. Real coffee became so expensive that families started mixing it with chicory, dandelion root, or whatever else could provide a bitter hot beverage that felt like coffee in the morning. Some substitutes weren't terrible. Chicory actually has a pleasant, earthy flavour. Others were more about the ritual than the taste, because starting the day with a hot cup of something was psychologically important, even if that something bore only a passing resemblance to actual coffee. Vanilla extract, which today you buy without thinking, became a luxury item that required creative substitution. Families learned to use almond extract sparingly, or to make their own flavourings from whatever was available. Some learned to make vanilla from scratch, though the process was time-consuming and the results were hit or miss. Baking became an exercise in making desserts that tasted good, without relying on the flavour enhancers that had become too expensive. Milk was often watered down or substituted entirely. Powdered milk, when available, was mixed thinner than recommended to make it last longer. Sometimes families made milk from other sources. Nut-based beverages weren't trendy health choices, but desperate substitutions for something that had become unaffordable. Children grew up thinking that thin, slightly off-tasting milk was normal, not knowing they were drinking a diluted substitute for the real thing. Even salt, something we take completely for granted today, sometimes required substitution. Families learned to use herbs, vinegar, or other flavour enhancers to improve food taste without relying on salt they couldn't afford. Gardens became medicine cabinets and spice racks, with families growing whatever they could to add flavour to otherwise bland meals. The psychology of substitution was complex. On one hand, it was practical and necessary. You used what you had because you didn't have choices, but it was also a way of maintaining normalcy and dignity. Calling a bean and grain patty a meatloaf wasn't just about flavour. It was about preserving the feeling that your family was still eating recognisable traditional meals. Some substitutions worked so well that they became permanent parts of American cooking. Others were abandoned as soon as better times returned, though they remained in family memories as reminders of when creativity wasn't just helpful, it was essential for survival. The substitute culture also created a generation of cooks who understood ingredients in ways that modern cooks often don't. They knew how fats behaved in cooking, how sweeteners affected texture and taste, and how to balance flavours without standard ingredients. They became masters of working with what they had rather than the recipes they assumed they could buy. This ingredient flexibility created a uniquely American approach to cooking that valued resourcefulness over authenticity, creativity over tradition, and making do over giving up. It was always creative and fed families when they otherwise would have gone hungry, even if it wasn't tasty. You've probably seen those perfectly manicured suburban lawns, right? Every blade of grass precisely the same height, not a dandelion in sight, maintained with the dedication usually reserved for religious practices. During the Great Depression, those immaculate lawns would have been viewed as the epitome of wasteful foolishness. Every square foot of available land became potential food production, and families learned that vegetables were a lot more valuable than ornamental grass. The transformation of American yards happened almost overnight. People who had never grown anything more challenging than houseplants suddenly found themselves studying seed catalogues like they were textbooks, trying to figure out how to turn their backyards into miniature farms. It wasn't exactly like the trendy urban gardening movement you see today. This wasn't about being eco-conscious or eating locally. This was purely a matter of survival. Your garden planning had to be strategic in ways that modern gardeners can barely imagine. You had to plant what would yield the most calories per square foot, store well through winter, and grow reliably in your specific soil and climate. Potatoes became the backbone of many family gardens because they were filling, nutritious, and could be stored for months. Beans were popular because they added protein to the diet and improved the soil for future crops. The seed situation was its kind of economics lesson. Due to the high cost of good seeds, families learned to save seeds from their best plants, forming informal seed banks that neighbours and relatives shared. Trading seeds became a social activity. You might trade your extra tomato seeds for someone else's extra bean seeds, creating a community network that helped everyone increase their food security. Tools were another challenge. A good shovel or hoe was an investment that many families couldn't afford, so tool sharing became common. Neighbours would coordinate their gardening schedules so they could pass tools back and forth, or families would make do with improvised tools, old kitchen spoons for planting seeds or homemade watering systems created from tin cans with holes punched in them. The process of learning was steep and unforgiving. Modern gardeners can look up solutions to their problems online, but Depression-era gardeners had to rely on neighbours, library books, and trial and error. If bugs devoured your beans or your tomatoes succumbed to blight, it not only represented a gardening setback but also a family food emergency. Pressure to succeed made every gardening decision feel crucial. Preservation became just as important as growing. Producing a bumper crop of vegetables was futile if they spoiled before they could be consumed. Families learned canning, pickling, root cellaring and drying, preservation techniques that turned a summer's worth of vegetables into winter sustenance. Your kitchen might be filled with mason jars lined up like soldiers, each one representing security against future hunger. Urban gardening took on new meaning when every available space was pressed into service. Rooftops, vacant lots, and strips of land beside railroad tracks, anywhere that could support plant life, became potential sites for food production. City dwellers learned to grow vegetables in containers, window boxes, and any patch of soil they could claim or borrow. It was like an entirely different relationship with urban stone space, where every square foot was evaluated for its food-producing potential. The social dynamics of gardening changed too. Gardening knowledge became valuable currency. The neighbour who could successfully grow vegetables became someone worth knowing, and successful gardeners often found themselves teaching others, sharing not just seeds and tools, but knowledge and techniques. Gardening clubs weren't just social organisations, they were survival networks. Children learned to garden out of necessity, not as a relaxing family activity. Kids today spend their summers weeding, watering and harvesting, instead of at camp or playing video games. It wasn't always fun, but it gave them skills and an understanding of where food comes from that most modern children never develop. The psychological impact of growing your food was significant. In a time when so much felt out of control, jobs, money, the future, having a garden provided a sense of agency and self-sufficiency. While you might not have control over the economy, you could manage the watering of your tomatoes. The act of planting seeds was inherently optimistic, a statement of faith that the future would arrive and you'd be there to harvest what you'd planted. Some families discovered they actually enjoyed gardening, and continued even after their economic situations improved. Others abandoned their gardens as soon as they could afford to buy all their vegetables again. But for a generation of Americans, the experience of growing their food created a different relationship with vegetables, with land, and with the connection between human effort and sustenance that influenced how they thought about food for the rest of their lives. People's ability to unite during difficult times is a characteristic of humanity. You've probably witnessed this during natural disasters or community crises, where neighbours who previously barely spoke suddenly come together to organise relief efforts and share resources. During the Great Depression, this instinct for mutual aid extended to food in ways that were both heartwarming and heartbreaking, creating community systems that kept people fed when individual families couldn't manage on their own. Community kitchens started appearing in churches, schools, and any building large enough to accommodate cooking for crowds. These weren't trendy communal dining experiences or social experiments in group living. They were practical solutions to the simple problem that many families couldn't afford food. But communities could sometimes pool resources to create meals that would feed everyone. The logistics were complex, the dignity was carefully preserved, and the social dynamics were unlike anything most communities had experienced before. The unspoken rules of community kitchens were intricate and important. Nobody discussed who could afford to contribute ingredients and who couldn't. Nobody kept track of who ate more than they brought. Everyone contributed something, even if it was just labour. Peeling potatoes, stirring pots, cleaning up afterward. It was a careful dance of maintaining pride while acknowledging need, of helping without making it obvious who was helping whom. Potluck dinners took on new meaning when families genuinely couldn't afford to feed themselves, let alone contribute to community meals. The mathematics of potluck became creative. One family might bring a giant pot of soup made mostly from vegetables and water, while another might contribute a small but precious amount of meat or seasoning. Together, these contributions created meals that were more substantial and varied than any individual family could have managed alone. Recipe sharing became an act of generosity that went beyond just culinary tips. When someone discovered how to make a filling meal from inexpensive ingredients, sharing that knowledge was like sharing wealth. Women would write down recipes on whatever paper they could find, creating informal networks of survival cooking that passed from kitchen to kitchen and neighbourhood to neighbourhood. The psychology of eating together changed when eating alone meant not eating enough. Community meals provided not just nutrition, but social connection, during a time when people felt isolated by their economic circumstances. Children who might have felt embarrassed about their families' financial situations discovered that many other families were experiencing the same challenges. Adults discovered that sharing meals also meant sharing the emotional burden of difficult times. Church basement dinners, neighbourhood soup kitchens, and informal meal-sharing arrangements created a parallel food distribution system that operated alongside and sometimes instead of traditional commerce. These weren't charity operations in the way we might think of them today, because the line between helper and helped was often blurry. Families might host a community dinner one week and depend on someone else's community dinner the next week. Seasonal community cooking made sense in ways that individual cooking didn't. When someone's garden produced more tomatoes than one family could use, it made sense to turn that abundance into sauce or preserves that could feed multiple families. Large-scale food preservation required equipment, space and knowledge that individual families often lacked, but communities could organise canning operations that benefited everyone involved. The economics of community cooking were fascinating and complex. Buying ingredients in bulk for community meals was more economical than individual family shopping, but it required coordination, trust, and some kind of informal accounting system to ensure fairness. Some communities used trading systems where labour was exchanged for meals or where families contributed different types of resources. Some provided ingredients, others provided cooking space, and still others provided labour. Children growing up in these community food systems learned different lessons about sharing, cooperation, and social responsibility than children who grew up in purely individual family units. They saw adults working together to solve problems, witnessed the practical mechanics of mutual aid, and understood that community survival sometimes required setting aside individual pride in favour of collective action. The end of community kitchen culture came gradually as economic conditions improved and families could afford to return to individual cooking and eating. Some communities maintained these traditions as social activities rather than survival necessities, but for most, the community kitchen period was remembered as a time when neighbours became family out of necessity, and when the simple act of sharing a meal carried weight and meaning that extended far beyond nutrition. Looking back, these community food systems created social bonds and survival skills that influenced how communities responded to future challenges. They proved that Americans could organise mutual aid systems when necessary, and that sharing resources didn't require government programs or formal charity, just neighbours willing to help neighbours and communities willing to take care of their own. The end of the Great Depression didn't happen like a light switch being flipped. It was more like dawn slowly breaking after the longest night anyone could remember. Families didn't wake up one morning to find their economic troubles over and their refrigerators magically restocked. Instead, prosperity gradually returned, permanently altering Americans' relationship with food. World War II played a strange role in ending food scarcity for some families, while creating new types of rationing for others. Defense jobs provided financial stability, but the implementation of wartime rationing often limited the amount of meat, sugar, and coffee that even the most affluent families could purchase. It was like having money, but being told you could only spend some of it, which was frustrating and forced continued creativity in the kitchen. The transition back to abundance was psychologically complex. You'd think that people who had to stretch every ingredient would waste food once they could afford it, but that's not what happened. Many families continued Depression-era cooking habits for years, decades, or even the rest of their lives. Once you've learned to see potential meals in food scraps, it's hard to unlearn that skill, even when you don't technically need it anymore. Children who had grown up during the Depression carried forward different attitudes about food than their parents had originally possessed. They knew how to cook from scratch, how to substitute ingredients, how to make meals stretch, and how to waste nothing. These skills served them well during future economic downturns, but they also influenced American home cooking in ways that lasted for generations. The grocery store experience transformed as abundance returned, but it never quite went back to the carefree shopping of the 1920s. People who had lived through the Depression maintained habits of price comparison, bulk buying when items were on sale, and stocking up against future shortages that might never come. The psychological scars of scarcity created shopping behaviours that persisted long after scarcity ended. Restaurant culture slowly returned, but it was different too. The casual throwing away of restaurant food that had been common in the 1920s was replaced by more careful eating, taking leftovers home, and appreciation for meals that someone else had prepared. The experience of not being able to afford to eat out made dining out feel more special and less routine when it became possible again. Food technology advanced rapidly in the post-war years, partly in response to lessons learned during the Depression about food preservation, nutrition, and efficient cooking. Frozen foods, improved canning techniques, and new appliances were developed with an understanding of how families actually cooked and ate during difficult times, not just during prosperous ones. The social aspects of food sharing evolved too. Potluck dinners, community meals, and neighbour-to-neighbour food sharing didn't disappear when they were no longer necessary for survival, though they became more about social connection than economic necessity. Communities that had learned to eat together during hard times often continued eating together during good times, maintaining bonds that had been forged over shared meals and mutual aid. Garden culture persisted in modified forms. Many families continued growing vegetables, not because they had to, but because they wanted to. The skills they'd learned during necessity became hobbies, and the victory gardens of the Depression era evolved into the recreational gardening that became a suburban staple in later decades. The recipes and cooking techniques developed during the Depression became part of American culinary tradition. Desperately created dishes became comfort foods associated with family, tradition, and resourcefulness. Casseroles, hearty soups, and creative uses of leftovers remained popular long after they stopped being economically necessary. Perhaps most importantly, the Great Depression created a generation of Americans who understood the difference between wanting food and needing it, between eating for pleasure and eating for survival. This distinction influenced how they raised their children, how they thought about waste, and how they appreciated abundance when it returned. The legacy of Depression-era food culture wasn't just about specific recipes or cooking techniques. It was about resilience, creativity, and the understanding that survival sometimes requires reimagining your relationship with basic necessities. Families learned that they could adapt to the unexpected, that communities could support each other through mutual aid, and that meals could be satisfying and meaningful even when they weren't elaborate or expensive. As you drift off to sleep tonight, maybe in a kitchen stocked with more food choices than Depression-era families could have dreamed of, it's worth remembering that the ability to adapt, to create something from nothing, and to find satisfaction in simplicity aren't just historical curiosities. They're human capabilities that remain available to us, skills that our grandparents and great-grandparents developed out of necessity, but that represents something valuable about human creativity and resilience. The Great Depression taught America that food is never just about food. It's about community, creativity, survival, and the remarkable human ability to make the best of whatever circumstances life serves up, even when those circumstances are nothing like what anyone ordered. You wake up before dawn in your cell not because you want to, but because Marcus, the lanista who runs this gladiator school, has a peculiar fondness for roosters, 3 of them to be exact, and they seem to take personal offence at the concept of sleep. Their crowing echoes through the stone corridors of the ludus like a cacophony of very angry, very small trumpets. Your sleeping mat isn't exactly what you'd call comfortable. It's essentially a thin piece of fabric stretched over straw that's seen better decades. But you've grown accustomed to it, the way you've grown accustomed to most things in this life that chose you rather than the other way around. The cell is small, about the size of a modern walk-in closet, with walls that weep moisture in the winter and radiate heat like an oven in summer. You stretch, feeling your joints pop in that satisfying way that reminds you you're still alive and relatively intact. This is always a good sign in your line of work. Your body's a roadmap of small scars and faded bruises, each one a story you'd rather not tell at dinner parties, if you went to dinner parties, which you don't. The other gladiators are stirring too. There's Gaius, who snores like a hibernating bear and somehow always looks surprised when he wakes up, as if sleep were a magic trick he couldn't quite figure out. Across the corridor, you can hear Lucius already doing his morning stretches. The man is unnaturally disciplined, the sort who probably organised his toys by colour as a child. The guards unlock the cells with a series of metallic clanks that serve as your daily alarm clock. You file out with the others, a procession of dishevelled warriors shuffling toward the communal washing area. The water is cold enough to make you question your life choices, but it does the job of shocking you fully awake. Breakfast is barley porridge with a consistency somewhere between soup and mortar. Sometimes there are bits of dried meat floating in it, though you've learned not to ask too many questions about the sauce. The bread is dense and chewy, the kind that doubles as a weapon if you're creative enough, but it fills your stomach, and in this business, that's really all you can ask for. You eat in relative silence, listening to the morning sounds of the ludus coming to life. Somewhere, a blacksmith is already working on equipment repairs, the rhythmic hammering that will provide the soundtrack to your day. The cook is arguing with a grain merchant about quality, their voices carrying across the courtyard in rapid-fire Etruscan that sounds like an argument between 2 very passionate birds. After breakfast, you report to the equipment room, where Titus, the grizzled old gladiator who survived long enough to become an instructor, inspects each fighter's gear with the intensity of a mother examining her child's scraped knee. Your leather armour gets a thorough once-over, straps checked, padding adjusted. Your sword, a gladius that's seen more action than a diplomat in wartime, is examined for nicks and wear. Your shield grip is loose, Titus mutters, his weathered hands working the leather strapping. Loose grip, loose life. Remember that. You nod, though you've heard this particular wisdom roughly 300 times. Titus has maybe a dozen sayings that he rotates through like a philosophical water wheel, but the man has survived 15 years in the arena, so you listen. In your world, survival tips come from people who've actually survived, not from people who've read about surviving. The morning inspection complete, you head to the training grounds. The sand is already warm under your feet, heated by the early sun filtering through the ludus's open roof. Today will be another day of practice, preparation, and trying not to think too hard about why you're preparing. The training ground is your second home, though calling it home might be generous. It's more like that relative's house where you have to stay sometimes. Familiar but not exactly comfortable. The sand is fine and white, imported from some distant beach where people probably have better career options than professional combat. Your first drill of the day is footwork, which sounds simple until you realise that in the arena, fancy footwork is the difference between going home to your cell and going home to whatever afterlife the gods have planned for you. You practice the basic movements: advance, retreat, pivot, and dodge. Each step has to be precise. Each movement is economic. Wasted motion is wasted energy, and wasted energy is how you end up as entertainment for the crowd in ways you didn't intend. Titus watches from the sidelines, occasionally barking corrections. "You're dancing, not fighting. This isn't a festival." His voice carries the authority of someone who's seen too many promising gladiators make simple mistakes with permanent consequences. You adjust your stance, lower your centre of gravity, and try to look less like you're performing a religious ceremony and more like you're preparing for controlled violence. The wooden practice sword feels different from your real blade, lighter but somehow more awkward. It feels akin to attempting to write with a stick after becoming accustomed to a proper stylus. But the wooden sword won't accidentally remove important parts of your training partners, which everyone appreciates. Gaius is your sparring partner today, which is both good news and bad news. Good news? He's reliable and won't try anything unnecessarily creative that might result in an unplanned trip to the medical tent. Bad news? He has the subtlety of a falling tree and hits about as hard as one. Your arms are going to feel like overcooked noodles by the end of this session. You circle each other in the sand, shields up, wooden swords ready. The morning sun is climbing higher, and you can already feel sweat beginning to gather under your leather armour. Gaius makes the first move, a straightforward attack that you see coming from roughly the next province over. You parry, riposte, and dance backward as he follows up with a shield bash that would have rearranged your face if it had connected. "Better," Titus calls out, "but you're still thinking too much. Trust your training. Trust your training." This is one of his most cherished sayings. While it may seem simple to utter, it becomes more challenging to execute when faced with a formidable opponent, even during training sessions. But you know what he means. The hours of repetition, the muscle memory built up through countless drills, it's all designed to work automatically when your conscious mind is busy with other things, like staying alive. The sparring continues for what feels like hours, but is probably only 30 minutes. You and Gaius work through various scenarios, attacks from different angles, combinations of sword and shield work, and defence against multiple opponents. By the end, the sand has managed to find its way into places it shouldn't be, and you're both breathing heavily. Next comes strength training, which in your world means lifting heavy things and carrying them around until your muscles remember who's in charge. There are stone weights, water-filled amphorae, and a particularly unpleasant exercise involving carrying your training partner across the sand while he tries to make your life difficult by refusing to cooperate. It's like moving furniture if furniture were actively trying to make you drop it. The afternoon brings weapons training with different types of equipment. Today it's net and trident work, which requires a completely different skill set from sword and shield. The net is deceptively tricky. It looks simple until you try to throw it with any accuracy while someone is actively trying to avoid being caught. It's like trying to catch a fish with a blanket while the fish is running away from you. The trident is heavy and awkward at first, but there's something satisfying about its reach and power. It's a weapon that demands respect, both from you and from anyone facing it. The 3 prongs make it excellent for defence, and the length gives you options that a shorter weapon doesn't provide. As the day's training winds down, you clean your equipment and store it properly. In the gladiator business, taking care of your gear isn't just good practice, it's a survival strategy. A rusty sword or a cracked shield can turn a manageable fight into a brief career change. Life in the ludus isn't just about fighting. It's about mastering the complicated social dynamics of a place where everyone's job involves potential violence. But somehow you all have to live together between the violent bits. It's like being in a very specialised boarding school where detention might involve permanent injury. You've learned to read the moods and personalities of your fellow gladiators the way a sailor reads weather patterns. There's Quintus, who gets moody before fights and has a tendency to pick arguments about nothing. Smart money says to give him extra space when he starts complaining about the food, the weather, or the particular way someone else breathes. Felix goes silent before a match, as if saving his words for a future conversation he may not live to have. The gladiator hierarchy is unspoken but clearly understood by everyone. Veterans like Titus occupy the top tier. They've survived long enough to earn respect, and, more importantly, they've survived long enough to teach others how to survive. Below them are the established fighters who've proven themselves in the arena, but haven't yet achieved legendary status. Then there are the newer gladiators, like yourself, who are still figuring out whether this career path was a choice or something that happened to them. At the bottom are the newcomers, the ones who maintain a confused expression, as if they're unsure of their journey to this place. You remember having that look. Everyone does. It usually fades after the first few training sessions, replaced by a more practical expression that says, "Well, this is happening, so I might as well get good at it." Marcus, the lanista, is a businessman first and a patron of the arts second, if you consider gladiatorial combat an art form. He consistently expresses his thoughts. He expresses his opinions both loudly and frequently. He has opinions about fighting styles the way other people have opinions about wine or poetry. He'll spend 20 minutes explaining why a particular shield technique is aesthetically superior to another, while you stand there thinking about lunch and trying to look interested. But Marcus isn't cruel, just practical. Marcus views his gladiators as an investment that requires maintenance. The food is adequate, the medical care is surprisingly excellent, and he doesn't work anyone to the point of being useless. He's learned that half-dead gladiators put on disappointing shows, and disappointing shows are bad for business. The ludus doctor, a Greek named Demetrius, treats injuries with the efficiency of someone who's seen every possible way the human body can be damaged in combat. He's patched up everything from minor cuts to major sword wounds, and he does it all with the bedside manner of a particularly unsentimental accountant. Don't die is his most common medical advice, delivered in the same tone someone might use to remind you to close a door behind you. Meals serve as communal affairs, combining informal strategy sessions, gossip exchanges, and group therapy. You learn which fighters are struggling with upcoming matches, who's been having nightmares, and whose family sent a letter from home. The conversations flow in a mixture of Latin, Etruscan, and the occasional borrowed phrase from whatever distant province someone originally called home. Today's dinner conversation centres around rumours of a new type of gladiator being trained in Rome. Fighters who specialise in some exotic weapon combination that sounds both impressive and impractical. Everyone has theories about what this development means for the profession, but most of those theories include complaints about young gladiators today and how things were better in the past. In my time, says Cassius, who's been having his time for about 3 years now, gladiators learned proper fundamentals, none of this fancy showmanship. He waves his bread dramatically, as if it were partially responsible for the decline of gladiatorial standards. You listen with half an ear while working on your dinner, which tonight includes what might be chicken, or rabbit, or possibly something else entirely that's been seasoned aggressively enough to make identification unnecessary. The meat is tender, whatever it is, and that's really what matters. After dinner, there's a brief period of spare time before lights out. Some gladiators spend this time writing letters to family. Others practice simple crafts like leatherworking or wood carving. A few gather around whoever has the best voice for storytelling, listening to tales of famous battles, legendary gladiators, or occasionally just funny stories about things that happened in other cities. The summons arrives on a Tuesday, which somehow worsens it. Tuesdays are supposed to be for routine training and equipment maintenance, not for life-altering announcements. But there's Marcus, standing in the courtyard with that particular expression that means someone's about to have their schedule dramatically rearranged. "We have a match," he announces, consulting a wax tablet covered in what looks like notes, written by someone with either terrible handwriting or very shaky hands. Local magistrate is hosting games for his son's coming of age, 3 days from now. You experience that peculiar dropping sensation in your stomach, similar to the feeling of stepping off a cliff in the dark. 3 days. That's enough time to worry about it, but not enough time to do anything productive with the worrying. It's akin to receiving an invitation to a dinner party, only to discover that the guests are plotting your death for amusement. The match details are straightforward enough. You'll be fighting against a gladiator from a rival school in the next town over. The match will involve standard sword and shield combat, with the winner being the first to surrender, or more accurately, the first to lose the ability to surrender. The crowd will be relatively small, maybe 200 people, but that's still 200 people who will be watching you try to stay alive while someone else tries to prevent that from happening. Marcus reads off a few more details. The time of day, afternoon, which is good because the light will be consistent, the expected duration, however long it takes, and the prize money, which will be divided between the school and the gladiator, assuming the gladiator is in a position to spend money afterward. After the announcement, the other gladiators offer the usual mixture of encouragement and practical advice. Remember to keep your shield up, says Lucius, as if you might forget this crucial detail. Don't let him get inside your guard, adds Gaius, which is also helpful in the way that try not to get hit is beneficial. But their concern is genuine, even if their advice is obvious. In the gladiator business, everyone understands that each fight could be someone's last, and that knowledge creates a particular kind of camaraderie. You're all in the same boat, even if you're taking turns rowing while the others bail water. The next 3 days pass in a blur of intensified training and mental preparation. Titus works with you on specific techniques, drilling combinations until they become automatic. Muscle memory, he keeps saying. When your brain is busy trying not to panic, your muscles need to know what to do without instruction. You practice against different opponents, each with their fighting style, trying to prepare for whatever approach your actual opponent might use. Will he be aggressive and try to overwhelm you quickly? Defensive and patient, waiting for you to make a mistake? He may be tricky and unpredictable, varying his tactics to keep you on your toes. There's no way to know until you're actually facing him in the sand. The night before the fight, sleep fluctuates. You think about all the things that could go wrong, then try not to think about them, but that makes you think about them more. It's like trying not to think about elephants. The harder you try, the more elephants show up in your mental landscape. Eventually, you give up on sleep and spend the pre-dawn hours in quiet meditation, going through the fight mentally, visualizing different scenarios and your responses to them. This is another thing Titus taught you. Fight the battle in your head first. Work out the problems when the stakes are imaginary. Dawn arrives with its usual lack of consideration for whether you're ready for it or not. Today is the day. Your breakfast tastes like sand, though that might be because there's actual sand in it. The morning bread sometimes picks up unexpected ingredients from the baker's workspace. Or it might be because your mouth is dry with anticipation. You check your equipment one final time. Sword, sharp and balanced. Shield, solid and properly gripped. Armour, fitted and secure. Everything is as ready as it can be. Now it's just a matter of getting yourself to the same state of readiness. The arena is smaller than you expected, but somehow that makes it more intimate and therefore more nerve-wracking. It's like being invited to perform in someone's living room, except the performance involves mortal combat, and the living room is filled with people who've paid to watch you possibly die. The crowd is already gathering as you arrive, and you can hear the buzz of conversation and anticipation. There's something about the sound of a crowd that's both energizing and terrifying, all those voices blending together into a collective murmur of expectation. They're here to see a show, and you're one of the main attractions, whether you feel ready for the spotlight or not. Your opponent is already in the preparation area when you arrive. He's about your height but broader through the shoulders, with the kind of build that suggests he's been doing his job for a while. His equipment looks well maintained and professional, always a bad sign when you're hoping for an easy match. He nods politely when he sees you, which is somehow more unsettling than if he'd tried to intimidate you. Polite opponents are often the most dangerous ones. The preparation ritual helps calm your nerves through its very familiarity. You apply oil to your skin to avoid grappling, conduct a final inspection of your weapons, and make necessary adjustments to your armour. Demetrius, the Ludus doctor, gives you a quick physical examination, checking your joints, your reflexes, and your general state of not yet being injured. Try to stay that way, he advises, which is both helpful and obvious. Marcus appears for a final consultation, offering last-minute strategy advice and reminders about things you've known for months. But his presence is reassuring in the way that having a familiar face around is always reassuring when you're about to do something that might end badly. Remember, he says, the crowd wants a fantastic show, but they also want to see skill. Don't just survive. Demonstrate your training. Make it clear that you belong in there. The waiting is the worst part. You can hear the preliminary events happening in the arena. animal hunts, minor exhibitions, and warm-up acts that get the crowd interested and ready for the main events. Each cheer from the audience marks another step closer to your turn in the sand. Finally, it's time. The arena official comes to collect you, and you walk through the tunnel that leads from the preparation area to the fighting ground. The tunnel is cool and shadowy, a brief respite before you emerge into the bright sunlight and the noise of the crowd. The arena floor is pristine white sand, raked smooth and ready for action. The afternoon sun casts sharp shadows from the arena walls, creating areas of bright light and relative darkness that you'll need to navigate during the fight. The crowd noise hits you like a physical force as you enter. Cheers, calls, conversations, and the rustling of fabric as people shift in their seats. You and your opponent are introduced to the crowd, though the announcer gets your name slightly wrong in a way that makes you sound like you're from a different province entirely. The crowd doesn't seem to mind. The crowd cheers appropriately, assessing both fighters with the experienced eye of those familiar with such events. The magistrate who's hosting the games makes a brief speech about courage, skill, and the noble tradition of gladiatorial combat. He's clearly enjoying his role as patron of the arts, gesturing broadly and speaking with the kind of enthusiasm that comes from not being the one holding a sword. Then comes the final ritual, the salute to the audience, the acknowledgement of the magistrate, and the formal beginning of the combat. Your opponent raises his sword and shield, and you mirror the gesture. The crowd falls relatively quiet, sensing that the real show is about to begin. The referee, an experienced former gladiator himself, checks that both fighters are ready, examines the weapons one last time, and steps back to the edge of the combat area. "Start!" he shouts, and there's no more waiting, preparing, or worrying. Now there's only what is happening. Your opponent moves first, a cautious advance that tells you he's experienced enough not to rush into anything stupid. Such behaviour is both good news and bad news. Good because you won't have to deal with reckless aggression, bad because it means he knows what he's doing and plans to do it competently. You circle each other in the sand, shields up, swords ready, each trying to read the other's intentions. The crowd noise fades into background static as your attention narrows to focus on the person trying to hurt you in a professional capacity. His footwork is solid, his guard position textbook perfect. The task is going to require actual effort. He tests your defences with a series of quick attacks, nothing committed, just probing strikes to see how you respond. Your parries are automatic, muscle memory taking over as tight as predicted. Despite the artificial nature of the situation, the familiar weight of the sword and shield, the resistance of blade against blade, and the small adjustments of stance and position all feel natural. The first real exchange happens when he commits to an overhead strike that you deflect with your shield, following up with a thrust that he barely avoids. The crowd responds with appreciative noise. They can tell the difference between tentative testing and actual combat. Your opponent steps back, reassessing, and you take the opportunity to do the same. He's favouring his right side slightly, which might indicate an old injury or just a natural tendency. His shield work is defensive but not passive. He's using it to set up his attacks rather than just blocking yours. This tactical thinking is a result of his experience and training. You try a different approach, varying your attack angles and timing to keep him guessing. You execute a low cut, a high thrust, and a shield bash, compelling him to concede. He responds with a combination that nearly gets through your guard, the tip of his blade passing close enough to your ribs to remind you that the battle isn't a training exercise. The fight develops a rhythm. Advance, attack, defend, reassess, repeat. Both of you are breathing harder now, sweat making your grip slippery despite the leather wrapping on your sword handle. The sand shifts under your feet, creating small challenges in footing that add another layer of complexity to the combat. Minutes pass, though they feel like hours. Now the crowd engages, applauding particularly skillful moves from either fighter. You hear voices giving contradictory and unhelpful advice. Your opponent tries a new strategy, pressing his attack more aggressively, trying to overwhelm your defences through sheer persistence. It's a dangerous game. Aggressive attacks create opportunities for your opponent, but they also create opportunities for you. You weather his initial assault, then counter with a combination that drives him back toward the arena wall. Cornering an opponent is advantageous, but also dangerous. Desperate fighters do unpredictable things, and predictability is one of the few allies you have in this business. He proves the point by attempting a move that's either brilliant or suicidal, a spinning attack that would either take your head off or leave him completely exposed. It turns out to be more suicidal than brilliant. You deftly sidestep the attack, delivering a powerful thrust that pierces his guard and hits his sword arm. It's not enough to disable him, but it's enough to slow him down and signal to both of you that the fight has escalated to a new level of seriousness. He backs away, shaking his arm to restore feeling, and reassesses his situation. You can see him thinking, calculating odds, and considering his options. The crowd can sense the shift in momentum too. Their noise level increases as they anticipate a resolution. But experienced gladiators don't give up easily, and your opponent is nothing if not experienced. He adjusts his grip to compensate for his injured arm, and settles into a more defensive stance, making you come to him rather than continuing his aggressive approach. The final phase of the fight is a careful dance of patience and opportunity. Your opponent, nursing his injured arm, has become more cautious, but also more dangerous, in the same way that cornered animals become more dangerous. He now has nothing to lose, which makes him unpredictable in precisely the way you were hoping to avoid. You press your advantage carefully, not wanting to rush into a trap, but also not wanting to let him recover fully. The crowd senses the approaching climax, and their voices rise accordingly. Someone is shouting what sounds like betting odds, though the numbers are changing faster than you can follow. Your opponent tries one more aggressive combination, putting everything into a series of attacks that would either finish the fight quickly or leave him completely exposed. It's a calculated risk that almost pays off. His first strike gets through your guard and scores a shallow cut across your ribs, drawing blood and reminding you that the fight isn't over until it's over. However, his follow-up attack lags slightly, as his injured arm fails to respond as expected. You parry his thrust and counter with a move Titus drilled into you so many times you could do it while sleeping. A shield bash to create distance, followed immediately by a thrust that gets past his guard and finds the gap between his armour plates. The point of your sword comes to rest against his chest, just above his heart. It's not profound enough to inflict significant harm, yet your placement is accurate enough to indicate that his next move could prove lethal if he persists in fighting. For a moment, everything stops. The crowd noise fades to near silence as everyone waits to see what happens next. Your opponent looks down at the sword point, then backs up to your eyes and makes his decision. "I yield," he says, loud enough for the referee and the crowd to hear clearly. The crowd cheers for your win and the fight's quality. This is what they came to see. Skill, courage, and a contest decided by ability rather than luck or accident. You step back and lower your sword, acknowledging your opponent's surrender with the respect due to someone who fought well and honourably. The magistrate rises from his seat and renders the official decision, though it was never really in doubt once the yield was declared. The crowd continues to cheer as you and your opponent salute each other in the audience, the formal conclusion to the formal combat. Back in the preparation area, Demetrius examines your cut and declares it superficial enough to heal without complications. Your opponent, whose name you finally learn is Servius, turns out to be a decent person who's been doing his job for about as long as you have. You share a cup of wine and compare notes about fighting techniques, training methods, and the particular challenges of making a living through combat sports. "Good fight," he says, and means it. That last combination was well executed. Your instructor knows his business. You agree, thinking of Titus and his endless drilling of fundamental techniques. "Muscle memory," you say, echoing his favourite phrase. When your brain gets busy, your muscles need to know what to do. The ride back to the Ludus is quiet and comfortable. Marcus is pleased with your performance, not just the victory, but the way you achieved it. "Good technique, good sportsmanship, good entertainment value," he summarises. The magistrate was impressed. The experience could lead to more opportunities. More opportunities. In your business, that's both positive news and something to think carefully about. More opportunities mean more prize money and more recognition, but they also mean more chances for things to go wrong in permanent ways. But that's a concern for tomorrow. Tonight you're back in your familiar cell, with your familiar thin mattress and your familiar view of the stone wall. Your equipment is cleaned and stored, your small wound is bandaged and healing, and you're alive and relatively intact. You fall asleep to the sound of Gaius snoring and the distant murmur of your fellow gladiators discussing the day's events. Tomorrow will bring more training, more preparation, and eventually more fights. But tonight, you're simply a person who went to work, did their job competently, and came home safely. In the gladiator business, that's the pinnacle of success. You know that feeling when you find something in your attic that makes you forget about the cobwebs in your hair? That's exactly what happened to Dr. Sarah Chen on a particularly muggy Tuesday afternoon in Athens. She'd been rummaging through the basement archives of the National Library, hunting for anything related to her research on ancient Greek philosophy, when her fingers brushed against something that definitely didn't belong with the other manuscripts. The leather binding felt different, older, somehow more secretive. It appeared as though it had been concealed for centuries, awaiting discovery by the appropriate individual. The cover bore no title, just a small symbol that looked suspiciously like Aristotle's signature, if philosophers had signatures back then. Although philosophers probably didn't have signatures back then, you get the idea. Sarah pulled the manuscript closer to the single, flickering fluorescent light that made everything in the basement look like a horror movie set. The first page made her eyebrows shoot up so high they nearly disappeared into her hairline. Written in faded Greek letters were the words, "The teachings they didn't want you to know," though in much fancier ancient Greek, of course. Now, Sarah had been studying Aristotle for the better part of 15 years. She knew his work, just like some people know their morning coffee routine. She could recite passages from the Nicomachean Ethics while brushing her teeth, and had actually done so on more than one occasion, much to her roommate's bewilderment. But this was entirely new territory. Aristotle's hand appeared to write the manuscript, or at least it was a convincing forgery. But forgers usually didn't hide their work in dusty basement archives, where nobody would find them for centuries. Typically, they desired for their creations to be discovered, especially by individuals with substantial financial resources and dubious moral standards. As Sarah carefully turned the brittle pages, she realized she was looking at what appeared to be Aristotle's personal journal. His thoughts were raw and unfiltered, unlike the polished treatises that had endured through history. You might jot down notes in the margins of your own books, yet these margins held concepts that could transform our understanding of one of history's most influential intellectuals. The first entry was dated to what would have been 335 BCE, right around the time Aristotle returned to Athens to establish his school, the Lyceum. But instead of the formal, measured tone of his public works, the passage read more like someone venting to their diary after a particularly frustrating day at the office. "Alexander keeps sending me letters asking for advice on conquering the world," the entry began, "as if I have a manual for that sort of thing lying around. I keep telling him that wisdom comes from understanding yourself first, but apparently that's not nearly as exciting as charging across continents with an army." Sarah found herself smiling despite the gravity of her discovery. Here was Aristotle, the great philosopher, sounding remarkably like any modern mentor dealing with an overachieving student who'd rather skip the hard work of self-reflection and jump straight to the glamorous stuff. But as she continued reading, the entries became more intriguing. Aristotle wrote about ideas that seemed to contradict his published works, theories that felt centuries ahead of their time, and observations about human nature that were so brutally honest they would have probably gotten him exiled from Athens faster than you could say, corrupting the youth. The basement suddenly felt smaller, stuffier. Sarah became aware that she'd been suppressing her emotions unknowingly. This wasn't just any old manuscript, this was potentially the philosophical discovery of the century. The kind of find that would make her colleagues turn green with envy, and probably result in at least 3 documentary crews camping outside her apartment. She carefully closed the manuscript and looked around the empty basement, half expecting to see some shadowy figure lurking behind the filing cabinets, ready to snatch away her discovery. But there was only the gentle hum of the ancient air conditioning system and the faint smell of old paper and forgotten stories. You'd think that finding a potentially world-changing manuscript would keep someone awake all night, pacing around their apartment like a caffeinated philosopher. But Sarah had always been the type to process big discoveries slowly, like a fine wine or a particularly complex piece of music. So instead of rushing into anything dramatic, she made herself a cup of chamomile tea, settled into her favourite reading chair, the one with the questionable upholstery that somehow made everything more comfortable, and began to read more carefully. The second section of Aristotle's hidden journal dealt with what he called the art of comfortable rebellion. This chapter was fascinating because the Aristotle everyone knew was hardly a rebel. He was more like the philosophical equivalent of a competent insurance agent, reliable, thorough, and not particularly interested in rocking boats. However, his private thoughts revealed a distinct perspective. The greatest wisdom, he had written, often comes from quietly questioning everything, even the things you've spent your whole life teaching others to accept. Sarah had to pause at that line. She'd spent her career studying Aristotle's public teachings about logic, ethics, and the natural world. But this private Aristotle seemed to be suggesting that maybe, just maybe, some of those carefully constructed arguments were more like starting points than final destinations. The philosopher went on to describe what he called gentle heresy, the practice of challenging established ideas not through dramatic confrontation, but through persistent, quiet questioning. Like water slowly wearing away stone, you were instead eroding the assumptions that everyone took for granted. I've noticed, Aristotle continued, that the most dangerous ideas are often the most comfortable ones. The thoughts that feel so natural are often ones we never think to examine, like assuming that wisdom always comes from age, or that happiness means the same thing to everyone, or that the best way to live is the way our parents lived. Sarah found herself nodding along as she read. This was the kind of philosophy that felt less like an academic exercise, and more like practical life advice. You could converse about it with a knowledgeable companion over an extended meal, as opposed to engaging in a formal discussion with accurate citations and footnotes. What struck her most was how modern these ideas sounded. Aristotle was essentially describing what we might now call mindfulness, or critical thinking, but he was doing it in a way that felt gentle rather than aggressive. He wasn't suggesting that people should go around tearing down every belief system they encountered. Instead, he was advocating for a kind of philosophical curiosity that could coexist peacefully with daily life. The comfortable rebel, he wrote, is someone who can hold their beliefs lightly enough to examine them, but firmly enough to live by them when examination is complete. There was something deeply appealing about this approach. Sarah had always found traditional academic philosophy a bit exhausting. All that arguing and counter-arguing, all those elaborate systems designed to prove other people wrong. But this felt different. This approach to philosophy felt more like a way of living than merely a means to win arguments. The journal entries from this section were peppered with small observations about daily life in ancient Athens. Aristotle wrote about conversations with his students that went in unexpected directions, about moments when he realised he'd been wrong about something he'd taught for years, and about the strange comfort of admitting ignorance in areas where he was supposed to be an expert. Today, a student asked me why we call certain emotions good and others bad, one entry read. I gave him the standard answer about virtue and vice, but afterward I realised I wasn't entirely sure I believed what I'd said. Perhaps emotions are more like weather, natural phenomena that simply are rather than moral categories that should be judged. Sarah could almost imagine the scene, the great philosopher standing in his school surrounded by eager students, suddenly confronted with the possibility that one of his fundamental assumptions might be shaky. Instead of doubling down on his position, he seemed genuinely curious about this moment of uncertainty. As she continued reading, Sarah realised that the topic wasn't just a historical curiosity. These ideas felt remarkably relevant to her life. How many of her beliefs had she simply inherited rather than examined? How many assumptions was she carrying around without even realising it? The chamomile tea had gone cold in her mug, but she barely noticed. Outside her window, Athens was settling into its evening rhythm, but inside her apartment, she was having a conversation across centuries with one of history's most influential thinkers, except this version of him felt less like a distant authority figure and more like someone she might actually want to have coffee with. The third section of Aristotle's journal had a title that made Sarah nearly snort tea through her nose. On the noble art of making it up as you go along. This was definitely not the Aristotle she remembered from graduate school. I have a confession, the entry began, which I suspect would horrify my students if they knew. Most of the time I have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. Sarah had to read that sentence 3 times before it sank in. Here was one of history's most confident-sounding philosophers admitting to what basically amounted to imposter syndrome. It was like discovering that your high school principal had been just as confused about how to run a school as everyone else. But instead of being disappointing, this revelation was oddly comforting. Aristotle went on to explain that he'd gradually realised that the appearance of certainty was often just that, an appearance. The really interesting stuff happened when you admitted you were figuring things out as you went along. I've noticed that my best insights come not when I'm trying to prove a point, he continued, but when I'm genuinely puzzled by something and willing to sit with that puzzlement for a while. It's akin to the distinction between forcing a key into a lock and patiently waiting for the right key to emerge. This was revolutionary stuff, philosophically speaking. The Aristotle that history remembered had built elaborate logical systems and created comprehensive categories for understanding everything from ethics to biology. But this private Aristotle seemed to be suggesting that maybe the best wisdom came from embracing uncertainty rather than trying to eliminate it. Sarah reflected on her own academic career. How much energy had she spent trying to sound like she knew what she was talking about? How many potentially interesting ideas had she set aside because they didn't align neatly with existing frameworks? The academic world practically demanded certainty, or at least the convincing performance of certainty. But Aristotle's journal suggested a different approach entirely. The wisest people I know, he wrote, are the ones who can say, "I don't know," without shame, and I might be wrong without fear. They're also, coincidentally, the most interesting people to talk with. The entries in this section were full of examples from Aristotle's daily life, where admitting ignorance had led to unexpected discoveries. He wrote about a conversation with a pottery maker who had casually mentioned something about clay that completely changed Aristotle's understanding of how materials behave. He described a discussion with a child who had asked such a simple question about justice that it had forced him to reconsider an entire chapter of his ethics. Children, he noted, are natural philosophers because they haven't yet learned to be embarrassed by not knowing things. They ask, why, with the same enthusiasm, whether they're talking about the colour of the sky or the nature of friendship. Adults, unfortunately, often lose this beautiful shamelessness about their ignorance. Sarah found herself thinking about her relationship with uncertainty. People expected her to be an expert on ancient philosophy in her professional life. Students came to her classes expecting answers, colleagues expected her to have informed opinions, and academic conferences expected her to present research as if she had definitively solved whatever puzzle she was working on. But sitting in her comfortable chair, with Aristotle's secret journal, she realised how much more captivating her work might become if she approached it with the same kind of curious uncertainty that he was describing. What if not knowing something wasn't a professional weakness, but a starting point for genuine inquiry? The journal entries from this period showed Aristotle experimenting with what he called productive confusion. Instead of rushing to resolve every intellectual puzzle, he would sometimes deliberately sit with questions that didn't have clear answers. He would collect observations without immediately trying to fit them into theories. He would have conversations without trying to win them. "I've started telling my students when I don't know something," one entry read, "and the strangest thing has happened. Instead of losing respect for me, they seem more engaged. It's as if admitting my ignorance gives them permission to explore their own." This was exactly the kind of teaching approach that Sarah had always wanted to try, but had never quite had the courage to implement. The academic world could be brutally competitive, and showing vulnerability felt risky. But here was Aristotle, the renowned philosopher, suggesting that being intellectually honest might actually be more effective than pretending to be knowledgeable. As she read on, Sarah began to see how this embrace of uncertainty connected to the earlier themes in the journal. The comfortable rebellion that Aristotle had written about wasn't just about questioning established ideas. It was about being comfortable with the fact that questioning might not lead to neat final answers. The evening was growing darker outside, and Sarah realised she'd been reading for hours without noticing the time pass. But instead of feeling worn out, she felt energised by these ideas. It was like discovering that someone she'd admired from a distance was actually much more interesting and human than she'd imagined. The fourth section of Aristotle's journal opened with what might have been the most subversive statement yet. "I have come to believe that the most revolutionary thing a person can do is to live an ordinary life with extraordinary attention." Sarah had to smile at this. The idea that ordinariness might be a form of wisdom was not in the standard philosophical curriculum. Philosophy was supposed to be about big ideas, universal truths, and profound insights that elevated human thinking above mundane concerns. However, Aristotle's personal reflections appeared to be moving in a completely different direction. He was becoming fascinated with what he called the philosophy of Tuesday afternoons, the idea that wisdom might be found not in dramatic moments of revelation, but in the simple practice of paying attention to ordinary experience. "I spent this morning watching my neighbour hang laundry," one entry began, "and realised I was witnessing a perfect demonstration of practical wisdom. She knew exactly how much space each garment needed, how to arrange them so they would dry efficiently, and how to secure them against the wind without damage. This knowledge came not from books or lectures, but from years of patient attention to a simple task." This writing was vintage Aristotle in some ways. He had always been interested in practical wisdom, alongside theoretical knowledge. But there was something different about the tone here. Instead of analysing practical wisdom as a philosophical concept, he seemed to be celebrating it as a way of life. The entries in this section were full of similar observations. Aristotle wrote about the baker who could tell by smell exactly when bread was ready, the teacher who knew instinctively when a student was struggling with something beyond the current lesson, and the gardener who understood the subtle rhythms of plant growth better than any botanical treatise could explain. "These people," he wrote, "are practicing a form of philosophy that doesn't announce itself. They're conducting ongoing experiments in how to live well, but they don't call it research. They're developing sophisticated theories about human nature and the physical world, but they don't write papers about it. They're just living with intelligence." Sarah found this perspective both refreshing and slightly unsettling. She'd spent her career in an environment where the value of knowledge was largely determined by how complex and abstract it could become. The idea that the person who knew the most about living well might be someone who had never read a philosophy book was both liberating and threatening to everything she'd built her professional identity around. But as she continued reading, she realised that Aristotle wasn't dismissing formal philosophy so much as expanding its boundaries. He seemed to be suggesting that the kind of wisdom you might develop through decades of mindful attention to daily life was just as valuable as the kind you might develop through years of academic study, maybe more so. "I have students who can argue brilliantly about the nature of virtue," he wrote, "but who have never learned to listen carefully to another person. I know scholars who can analyse the structure of a perfect argument, but who cannot comfort a friend in distress. Knowledge without practical application is like a beautiful song that no one ever sings." Sarah found this observation particularly poignant. How many academic discussions had she participated in that felt completely disconnected from actual human experience? How many brilliant theoretical insights had she encountered that seemed to have no practical relevance to the business of living a good life? But Aristotle's journal was suggesting a different approach entirely. What if the goal wasn't to transcend ordinary experience, but to inhabit it more fully? What if wisdom wasn't about rising above the mundane, but about finding depth within it? The entries from this period showed Aristotle conducting what he called experiments in ordinary attention. He would spend entire days trying to notice things he usually took for granted, the way light changed throughout the day, the subtle variations in people's voices when they were tired or excited, and the small rituals that made daily life feel stable and meaningful. "I am trying to learn to see my life as if I were an anthropologist studying a foreign culture," he wrote. "What are the customs and assumptions I follow without thinking? What would a visitor from another world find most puzzling about the way I organise my days?" This practice seemed to be yielding unexpected insights. Aristotle began to notice patterns in his behaviour that he'd never seen before, connections between his emotional states and his physical environment, and small habits that were either supporting or undermining his well-being. "Today I realise that I think more clearly when I'm walking than when I'm sitting still," one entry read. "But I've been conducting most of my important conversations while seated. This seems like the kind of practical wisdom that's too obvious to notice until you notice it." As the evening deepened around her, Sarah found herself wondering what she might discover if she applied this kind of attention to her own ordinary days. What patterns might emerge if she paid closer attention to the rhythms of her life? Could she uncover hidden wisdom in her daily routines? The idea was both simple and profound, that the most important insights might not come from reading more books or attending more conferences, but from learning to inhabit her experience with greater awareness and appreciation. The fifth section of Aristotle's journal began with a warning that would have made his PR team very nervous. "I must write carefully about what I'm going to discuss next. because it touches on the most dangerous idea I've encountered, the possibility that the best life might be the one where you stop trying to become someone else. Sarah raised an eyebrow at this. In her experience, ancient philosophy was usually all about self-improvement and moral development. The whole point was supposed to be becoming a better version of yourself. But Aristotle seemed to be heading towards something that sounded suspiciously like acceptance, which wasn't typically considered a philosophical virtue. I have spent most of my life, the next entry continued, trying to become the person I thought I should be. I have strived to become the wise teacher, the respected scholar, and the moral exemplar. But lately I've been wondering, what if the person I already am is actually quite adequate? Such an attitude was definitely not the kind of thing that would have appeared in the Nicomachean Ethics. Ancient Greek culture was built around ideals of excellence and self-improvement. The whole concept of virtue was about actualizing your potential and becoming the best possible version of yourself. But here was Aristotle suggesting that maybe all that striving was missing something important. The entries in this section were more personal than anything Sarah had read so far. Aristotle wrote about the exhaustion of constantly trying to live up to his reputation, the way he'd begun to feel like a character in a play rather than a person living his life. He described the strange relief he'd felt when he first allowed himself to admit that he didn't always enjoy teaching, that he sometimes found his students tedious, and that he had days when he'd rather be gardening than philosophizing. The most radical thing I can imagine, he wrote, is simply being honest about who I actually am rather than who I think I should be. He meant not being honest in a confessional, dramatic way, but rather being honest in the quiet manner of someone who has stopped performing for an invisible audience. Sarah found his words surprisingly moving. She reflected on her relationship with professional expectations and how she sometimes felt as if she were playing the role of Professor Sarah instead of simply being herself. The academic world seemed to reward a particular kind of personality, articulate, confident, intellectually aggressive, and she'd spent years trying to fit herself into that mould. But what would it be like to bring more of her actual self to her work? The parts of her that were uncertain, curious, and sometimes confused? Could she embrace the aspects of herself that prioritized comprehension over accuracy? Aristotle's journal entries from this period showed him experimenting with what he called authentic presence, the practice of showing up to conversations and interactions as himself, rather than as the version of himself he thought other people wanted to see. I tried an experiment today, one entry read. When a student asked me a question I didn't know how to answer, instead of deflecting or giving a partial response that made me sound knowledgeable, I simply said, "That's a wonderful question, and I genuinely don't know the answer. What do you think?" The conversation that followed was more fascinating than any lecture I've given this year. This kind of authenticity seemed to be having unexpected effects. Aristotle wrote about students who began sharing more personal questions about how to apply philosophical ideas to their actual lives. He described colleagues who started admitting their uncertainties and doubts. It was as if his willingness to be himself was giving other people permission to be themselves as well. "I'm beginning to suspect," he wrote, "that what people really want from a teacher is not someone who has all the answers, but someone who demonstrates that it's possible to live thoughtfully with questions." Sarah thought about her teaching. How much more engaging might her classes be if she approached them with this kind of authenticity? Instead of trying to be the expert who knew everything about ancient philosophy, what if she positioned herself as someone who was genuinely curious about these ideas and wanted to explore them together with her students? The journal entries also revealed Aristotle grappling with the social risks of authenticity. Ancient Athens was not necessarily a place where being different was celebrated, and philosophers were already viewed with some suspicion. Being genuinely himself meant risking the disapproval of people whose opinions he cared about. "There is a particular kind of loneliness," he wrote, "that comes from being surrounded by people who know your reputation but not your actual thoughts. It's the loneliness of being admired for qualities you're not sure you possess and respected, for achievements that feel less important to you than they do to others." But he also wrote about the relief of gradually letting go of the need to maintain that reputation. "I'm discovering that the energy I've been spending on trying to be impressive could be much better used for actually paying attention to what's happening around me." As Sarah read these entries, she realized that Aristotle was describing something that felt very familiar. The tension between who you are and who you think you're supposed to be, the exhaustion of maintaining a professional persona, and the yearning for conversations that felt real rather than performative. The section ended with an entry that felt like a small revolution. Today I told someone that I don't actually enjoy wine very much, even though I've been pretending to appreciate it for years, because that seemed like the sophisticated thing to do. It was such a small admission, but it felt like opening a window in a stuffy room. The 6th section of Aristotle's journal opened with what sounded like a contradiction. I have been working on becoming better at being confused, and I think I'm finally getting good at it. Sarah had to pause at this sentence. In her world, solving confusion quickly was the norm. Students were confused until they understood the material. Researchers were confused until they found answers to their questions. Confusion was a temporary state that you passed through on your way to clarity. But Aristotle seemed to be suggesting something entirely different. He was treating confusion not as a problem, but as a skill that could be developed and refined. I used to think the goal of thinking was to eliminate confusion, the first entry in this section continued, but now I suspect that the goal might be to become confused about more interesting things. This was a fascinating distinction. Aristotle went on to describe what he called productive confusion, the kind of mental state where you're not sure what you think about something, but you're engaged with that uncertainty in a way that feels alive and generative. He contrasted this with what he called dead-end confusion, the kind where you're stuck and frustrated and just want someone to give you the right answer so you can move on. The difference, he suggested, wasn't in the confusion itself, but in how you related to it. When I'm productively confused, he wrote, I feel like I'm at the edge of understanding something important. I don't know what it is yet, but I can sense its presence. When I find myself in a state of dead-end confusion, it feels like I'm struggling against a barrier that someone else has constructed. Sarah found this distinction immediately useful. She reflected on her own research, considering the moments when she felt genuinely puzzled by something compared to those when she felt frustrated by her inability to make progress. The quality of the confusion really was different in each case. Aristotle's journal entries from this period were full of examples of productive confusion in action. He wrote about spending an entire afternoon thinking about a single question a student had asked, not because he was trying to find the answer, but because he wanted to understand why the question was so intriguing. A young woman asked me yesterday whether it's possible to be brave about small things, one entry read. I gave her a standard answer about the nature of courage, but the question has been haunting me. There's something about it that suggests my usual way of thinking about bravery might be incomplete. Instead of rushing to resolve this confusion, Aristotle seemed to be cultivating it. He wrote about carrying the question with him for days, noticing how it changed his perception of ordinary interactions. He observed people making small acts of courage that he'd never recognized as such, speaking up in conversations where they disagreed with the majority, admitting when they didn't understand something, and choosing to be kind when it would have been easier to be indifferent. I'm beginning to think, he wrote, that there might be an entire category of virtues that I've been overlooking because they're too quiet and everyday to notice. This was exactly the kind of insight that seemed to emerge from what Aristotle was calling productive confusion. By staying with the question instead of immediately trying to answer it, he'd opened up a whole new way of seeing familiar territory. Sarah realized that she'd been having a similar experience with this journal itself. Instead of rushing to analyze it or fit it into existing categories of philosophical thought, she'd been allowing herself to be puzzled by it, and that puzzlement was leading her to see connections and possibilities that she never would have noticed if she'd approached it with a predetermined agenda. The entries in this section also revealed Aristotle developing what he called confusion practices, deliberate exercises designed to cultivate productive uncertainty. He would spend time each day thinking about something he thought he understood well, trying to find aspects of it that were actually mysterious. Today I tried to really think about what happens when I recognize a friend's face, one entry read. I know that I know this person, but I have no idea how that knowing works. What is the mechanism by which patterns of light entering my eyes become the experience of recognition? The more I think about it, the more miraculous it seems. This kind of practice seemed to be having a profound effect on how Aristotle experienced daily life. Instead of taking familiar experiences for granted, he was learning to see them as full of mystery and complexity. The world was becoming more interesting rather than more predictable. I'm discovering that confusion is a form of attention, he wrote. When I'm genuinely puzzled by something, I pay attention to it in a way that I don't when I think I already understand it. As Sarah read these entries, she found herself wanting to try some of these confusion practices herself. What would it be like to approach familiar aspects of her life with genuine curiosity rather than automatic understanding? What might she notice if she allowed herself to be puzzled by things she usually took for granted? The section ended with an observation that felt like a summary of everything Aristotle had been learning. The wisest people I know are not the ones who have the most answers, but the ones who have the most interesting questions. And the most interesting questions are usually the ones that make you realise how little you actually know about things you thought you understood perfectly. The final section of Aristotle's journal felt different from the rest. Aristotle's handwriting appeared slightly shakier, suggesting that he had written it later in his life, and his tone was more reflective and settled. The opening entry was dated several years after the others, and it began simply, "I have been thinking about what it means to live a quietly revolutionary life." Sarah sensed she was approaching something important. This passage felt like Aristotle's attempt to synthesize everything he'd been exploring in his private writings, to see what it all added up to. "I realise now that I have been describing a particular way of being in the world," he wrote, "though I didn't set out to do so. It's a way of living that doesn't announce itself dramatically, but that changes everything nonetheless." The entries in this final section wove together all the themes that had appeared earlier: the comfortable rebellion, the wisdom of uncertainty, the revolutionary ordinariness, the dangerous authenticity, and the art of productive confusion. But instead of treating them as separate ideas, Aristotle was showing how they formed a coherent approach to life. "The gentle revolution," he wrote, "is not about overthrowing external systems, but about changing your relationship to your experience. It's about choosing curiosity over certainty, authenticity over performance, attention over distraction, and questions over answers." Sarah could see how these concepts tied together everything she'd been reading. Each of the practices Aristotle had been exploring was really a way of stepping outside conventional approaches to living and thinking. But instead of doing so through dramatic gestures or confrontational behaviour, he was advocating for a kind of quiet subversion. "The most radical thing you can do," one entry read, "is to pay attention to your actual experience, rather than to your ideas about what your experience should be." This approach sounds simple, but it undermines almost everything that society tells us is important. Aristotle went on to explain what he meant by this. So much of human suffering, he suggested, came from the gap between how we think our lives should be and how they actually are. We exhaust ourselves trying to feel the emotions we think we should feel, to want the things we think we should want, and to be the people we think we should be. "But what if," he wrote, "the person you already are is actually quite interesting? What if the life you're currently leading holds more wisdom and beauty than your training has taught you to perceive? What if the gentle revolution is simply learning to see what's already there?" This approach wasn't about settling for mediocrity or giving up on growth and change. Instead, it was about starting from a place of basic acceptance rather than fundamental dissatisfaction. It was about approaching self-improvement from a foundation of self-appreciation rather than self-criticism. Sarah contemplated how different her life might feel if she approached it with this kind of gentle attention. Instead of constantly measuring herself against external standards or future possibilities, what would it be like to genuinely appreciate the person she was right now, the work she was already doing, and the relationships she already had? The journal entries from this period showed Aristotle living this philosophy, rather than just theorizing about it. He wrote about small moments of contentment that he might have previously overlooked: the satisfaction of a good conversation with a student, the pleasure of a perfectly ripe piece of fruit, and the comfort of a familiar walk through the city. "I am learning to treat my life as if it were a work of art that I'm both creating and appreciating," he wrote. Not in a self-conscious way, but in the way that an artist might step back from a painting occasionally to really see what they've been working on. This metaphor struck Sarah as particularly beautiful. Instead of treating life as a problem to be solved, or a test to be passed, what would it be like to approach it as a creative work in progress? Something that was already valuable, but that could always be developed further? The final entries in the journal were surprisingly practical. Aristotle offered specific suggestions for anyone who wanted to experiment with these ideas. Keep a daily record of moments when you notice something you'd usually overlooked. Practice saying "I don't know" without embarrassment. Spend time each day doing something ordinary with extraordinary attention. Allow yourself to be confused by things you think you understand. "These are not dramatic practices," he wrote, "but they are surprisingly powerful. They work by gradually shifting your attention from what you think should be happening to what is actually happening. But what's really going on is often more interesting than what you think is going on." The journal ended with an entry that felt like both a conclusion and a beginning. "I have spent my public career trying to understand the nature of the good life, but I think the good life might be simpler than I imagined. It might be nothing more than learning to live your actual life with genuine attention and appreciation. Everything else, the wisdom, the peace, the joy, might simply be what emerges when you stop trying so hard to be somewhere else." As Sarah closed the manuscript, she realised that the fluorescent light in the basement had been replaced by the warm glow of early morning. She'd been reading all night, but instead of feeling tired, she felt energised by a quiet excitement. The find wasn't just a historical discovery, it was a practical invitation to experiment with a different way of being in the world. She carefully placed the journal back in its protective case, but she knew she'd be returning to these ideas again and again. Aristotle's forbidden teachings weren't forbidden because they were dangerous to society. They were forbidden because they were dangerous to the part of each person that preferred the familiar discomfort of striving to the unfamiliar comfort of acceptance. Outside, Athens was waking up to another ordinary day. But Sarah suspected that her own ordinary days might never feel quite the same again. Transformation from a bourgeois academic to a revolutionary thinker wasn't the predetermined path many assume. Born in 1818 to a comfortable middle-class family in Trier, Prussia, now Germany, young Marx initially showed little interest in radical politics. His father, Heinrich, a successful lawyer who had converted from Judaism to Lutheranism to maintain his legal career under Prussian law, hoped his brilliant son would follow in his professional footsteps. The teenage Marx wrote poetry and romantic literature, dreaming of becoming a playwright or critic rather than an economist or political philosopher. His early writings reveal a romantic idealist influenced by Greek classics and German literature. One of his student poems, The Fiddler, portrays a wild musician who cast magical spells with his violin, hardly foreshadowing his later materialist philosophy. Marx's father arranged his education at the prestigious University of Bonn, where the young man quickly became involved in a drinking society, accrued debts, and ended up in jail for disrupting the peace. Concerned about his son's direction, Heinrich transferred him to the more serious University of Berlin. There, Marx encountered the philosophy of G.W.F. Hegel, whose dialectical methods would later form the backbone of Marx's analytical approach, though Marx would ultimately reject Hegel's idealism. What's rarely discussed is how reluctant Marx was to abandon his comfortable bourgeois aspirations. His correspondence reveals a man who longed for stability and security, even as his intellect pushed him toward revolutionary conclusions. His engagement to Jenny von Westphalen, an aristocrat 4 years his senior, and the daughter of Baron Ludwig von Westphalen, demonstrated his social ambitions. The Baron had introduced the young Marx to romantic literature and social criticism, but Marx likely never anticipated how far these intellectual pursuits would take him from conventional success. The pivotal moment occurred when Marx finished his doctoral dissertation on ancient Greek philosophy in 1841. His hopes for an academic career at the University of Bonn collapsed when his mentor Bruno Bauer lost his teaching position due to atheistic views. Without academic prospects, Marx turned to journalism, becoming editor of the liberal newspaper Rheinische Zeitung. Here, reporting on the suffering of Moselle vineyard workers and timber theft laws opened his eyes to economic exploitation. Marx faced a critical decision when Prussian authorities shut down his newspaper in 1843. He was already married to Jenny, who had sacrificed her aristocratic comforts for a life with him. Financial pressures mounted, yet rather than compromising his increasingly radical views for security, Marx chose exile, first to Paris, then Brussels, and eventually London. This decision wasn't taken lightly. Letters to Engels reveal Marx's frequent anxiety about money and his family's welfare. He considered various career alternatives, including emigrating to America to start a German-language newspaper or accepting a railway clerk position. These details contradict the image of Marx as an unwavering revolutionary from youth. What drove this transformation was Marx's intellectual honesty. Once he began analysing capitalism's mechanisms, he couldn't unsee its contradictions. His evolving critique wasn't the product of inherent radicalism, but of rigorous intellectual investigation that led him to uncomfortable conclusions about the society that had nurtured him. This personal journey explains why Marx's analysis cut so deeply. He understood bourgeois society intimately because he was formed by it and initially embraced its values. His critique came from within rather than without, from someone who might have become a university professor or comfortable professional had circumstances been different. The passionate intensity of his work stems partly from the personal cost of these realizations, as he watched his prospects for conventional success evaporate with each radical conclusion he reached. While Marx is remembered primarily for Capital and the Communist Manifesto, few realize that most of his adult life was spent as a working journalist rather than a political theorist. From 1848 to 1862, Marx wrote over 500 articles for the New York Daily Tribune, making him one of the paper's most prolific European correspondents during a transformative period in world history. This aspect of Marx's career reveals a pragmatic professional writer, rather than the ivory tower philosopher many imagine. As the Tribune's European correspondent, Marx covered everything from diplomatic crises and wars to financial panics and colonial rebellions. He earned approximately £5 per article, equivalent to several $100s today, providing crucial income for his chronically cash-strapped family. Marx's journalism demonstrates a remarkably prescient understanding of how capitalism was globalizing in the mid-19th century. While covering the 1857 Sepoy Rebellion in India for American readers, he connected British imperial policy to domestic economic interests. His analysis of the American Civil War identified economic contradictions between industrial capitalism and plantation slavery that many contemporary observers missed. What's particularly notable about Marx's journalism is how it contradicts stereotypes about his rigid ideological thinking. His articles show a nuanced geopolitical analyst who could recognize the progressive aspects of capitalism despite its exploitative nature. For example, he supported the Union in the American Civil War, not only because he opposed slavery, but also because he saw northern industrial capitalism as historically progressive compared to southern feudal-like plantation society. Charles Dana, managing editor of the Tribune, valued Marx as a correspondent precisely because his analysis went deeper than most journalists of the era. Marx brought his dialectical approach to news reporting, connecting events across nations and seeing patterns where others saw only isolated incidents. His analysis of the Crimean War, for instance, linked diplomatic maneuvering to financial interests and class politics. The journalism years also reveal Marx's surprising admiration for Abraham Lincoln. While Marx criticized Lincoln's initial reluctance to make the Civil War explicitly about abolition, he later praised Lincoln's evolution and recognized the pragmatic challenges of leading during crisis. After Lincoln's assassination, Marx drafted a letter of condolence to the American people on behalf of the International Workingmen's Association, calling Lincoln the single-minded son of the working class who had led his country through the epic of its people's rebirth. These journalistic writings expose the limitations of viewing Marx solely as an abstract theorist. He was deeply engaged with the concrete political and economic developments of his time, forming his theories through active observation of global events rather than mere philosophical speculation. Financial documents from this period reveal how Marx prioritized this journalism over his theoretical work out of necessity. With 4 surviving children to support, 4 others died in childhood due to poor living conditions, Marx sometimes complained that his newspaper duties prevented progress on capital. Yet these journalistic responsibilities kept him connected to current events in ways that enriched his theoretical perspective. Perhaps most surprising about Marx's journalism is how it anticipated modern global reporting. He traced supply chains connecting Manchester cotton mills to American plantations and Indian colonies, showing how labour exploitation and profit extraction operated across continents. This global perspective emerged decades before globalization entered our vocabulary, demonstrating Marx's foresight in understanding capitalism as an inherently transnational system. The journalism years also reveal Marx's writing versatility. While his theoretical works can be dense and complex, his newspaper articles were accessible and engaging, displaying a sardonic wit and literary flair absent from his more famous works. Marx could be remarkably entertaining when writing for a general audience. using metaphors and historical references that made complex economic developments comprehensible to average readers. Behind the forbidding beard and revolutionary rhetoric existed a devoted family man whose personal life was marked by extraordinary tragedy. Marx's domestic life reveals dimensions of his character that rarely appear in political or economic discussions of his work. His marriage to Jenny von Westphalen lasted 38 years until her death in 1881. Their correspondence reveals a passionate intellectual partnership rather than the patriarchal Victorian marriage one might expect. Jenny was Marx's first reader and critic, copying his manuscripts and contributing editorial insights. She maintained her own political convictions, sometimes disagreeing with her husband while supporting his work. Their letters during periods of separation show genuine romantic affection, persisting through decades of hardship. The Marx household's financial precarity is well documented, but less known is that Jenny had grown up with servants and comfort as a baron's daughter. Her adjustment to poverty represented a profound personal sacrifice. When the family lived in 2 rooms in London's Soho district, Jenny wrote to a friend, "The memories of the days when I wore silk cannot compensate for the realities of having no coal for the fire." Of their 7 children, only 3 daughters, Jenny, Laura and Eleanor, survived to adulthood. Their son Edgar died of tuberculosis at age 8 in 1855, a loss that devastated Marx. He wrote to Engels, "I have already had my share of bad luck, but only now do I know what real unhappiness is." Jenny suffered a nervous breakdown after this loss. Their infant daughter Franziska died the following year, and another son, Guido, died before his first birthday in 1850. Their firstborn, also named Jenny, had died in 1844. These deaths weren't abstract statistics, but direct consequences of their poverty. The family couldn't afford proper medical care or adequate nutrition. Marx was acutely aware that his political commitments had concrete costs for those he loved most. This awareness likely contributed seriously to his lifelong health problems, including carbuncles, liver disease and insomnia. Perhaps most revealing of Marx's character was his relationship with Helene Demuth, the family's longtime housekeeper. Evidence strongly suggests Marx fathered her son Freddie in 1851. While Marx never acknowledged paternity, Engels claimed responsibility, though historians now generally believe this was a fiction to protect the Marx family reputation. Marx's treatment of this situation reflects the gap between his progressive theories and personal actions regarding gender and class. His illegitimate son was never welcomed into the family home and worked as a skilled toolmaker, ironically becoming part of the proletariat Marx theorized about. The Marx household wasn't defined solely by tragedy. Visitors described evenings filled with music, literature, and animated discussion. All 3 surviving daughters were educated far beyond Victorian standards for women, learning multiple languages and studying literature, history, and politics. They became accomplished women, Jenny a journalist, Laura a translator, and Eleanor a labour organiser and feminist. Marx was an affectionate father who spent hours telling his children elaborate stories. On Sundays, he would take them on long walks across London, describing plants and animals with scientific precision before stopping at a tea shop for treats they could barely afford. These glimpses humanise a figure often reduced to abstract theory. The family's poverty sometimes led to situations that were absurdly comedic. When visitors were expected, Marx would sometimes pawn their few valuable possessions to create an impression of middle-class respectability, only to redeem them later. The family called these financial manoeuvres their circular movements of commodities. Marx's relationship with money was complex. Despite writing the 19th century's most important critique of capitalism, he was hopeless with personal finances and periodically speculated on the London Stock Exchange, usually unsuccessfully. These contradictions reveal a man whose theories emerged from lived experience rather than abstract reasoning. His understanding of capitalism's pressures came partly from experiencing them personally. Marx's 40 years of exile from his German homeland placed him at the centre of a remarkable international network of political refugees, revolutionaries, and intellectuals that formed a shadow community across Europe. This overlooked aspect of his life provides crucial context for understanding how his ideas developed and spread. After the failed revolutions of 1848, political exiles from across Europe congregated in London, creating what historian Bernard Porter called a refugee republic. Marx's Soho neighbourhood became home to Italians, French, Poles, Hungarians, and Russians fleeing persecution. This community transformed Marx from a German philosopher into a truly international thinker. The British Museum reading room served as an unofficial headquarters for this exile intelligentsia. Marx spent thousands of hours here researching Capital, surrounded by fellow revolutionary thinkers. His famous work habits, arriving when the library opened and leaving when it closed, were shared by other political refugees who found the heated reading room a refuge from cold lodgings they couldn't afford to heat. Marx's relationships with fellow exiles were complex and often contentious. He engaged in bitter disputes with other revolutionary leaders like Giuseppe Mazzini, Alexander Herzen, and Mikhail Bakunin. These weren't merely theoretical disagreements, but battles for leadership within exile communities. Marx could be ruthless in these conflicts, using his intellectual prowess to marginalize rivals through savage criticism and sometimes personal attacks. The German Workers' Educational Society in London's East End became Marx's primary community organisation. This working-class cultural centre offered classes, lectures, musical performances, and debates. Marx lectured here regularly, testing ideas that would later appear in Capital on audiences of tailors, shoemakers, and watchmakers. The feedback from these workers, who combined practical experience with intellectual curiosity, shaped Marx's understanding of labour exploitation beyond abstract theory. Less appreciated is how Marx's exile experience made him multilingual and multicultural. He already knew German, Greek, Latin, and French before arriving in London. During exile, he learned English well enough to write professionally and studied Russian to understand that country's economic development. His home became multilingual as well. His daughters grew up speaking German, English, and French, switching languages mid-conversation depending on the topic. The exile community lived under constant surveillance. British police monitored Marx's activities, and spies from various European governments infiltrated exile organisations. Prussian police agent Wilhelm Stieber spent years gathering intelligence on Marx and his associates. These experiences contributed to Marx's perpetual paranoia and health problems, but also kept him connected to the concrete realities of political resistance rather than abstract theory. Marx's personal financial survival depended on this international network. While Engels provided crucial support, many others contributed. The American Joseph Weidemeyer commissioned articles, German émigré Louis Kugelmann sent medical advice and occasional funds, Wilhelm Liebknecht arranged German lecture fees, and countless working-class supporters made small contributions to Marx's household during financial crises. The international character of Marx's exile community directly influenced the formation of the International Workingmen's Association, later known as the First International, in 1864. This organisation brought together British trade unionists, French followers of Proudhon, Italian Mazzinians, Polish nationalists, and German socialists. Marx's experience navigating the complex politics of exile prepared him to write the International's founding documents in ways that could unite these diverse tendencies. Perhaps most significant about Marx's exile network was how it transformed his understanding of revolutionary change. The failed revolutions of 1848 had shattered romantic notions of spontaneous uprising. Through decades of discussion with fellow exiles who had experienced similar defeats, Marx developed a more sophisticated understanding of historical change that acknowledged the durability of capitalist social relations and the need for patient organisational work. This exile perspective explains why Marx, despite his revolutionary reputation, often counselled patience to younger radicals. Having seen premature revolutionary attempts crushed, he developed a longer historical view that recognised how economic conditions had to mature before successful revolutionary change could occur. Contrary to popular portrayal, Marx wasn't primarily a political agitator but an empirical researcher with scientific ambitions. His methodological approach more closely resembled modern social science than ideological polemics, though this dimension of his work remains underappreciated. Capital represents one of the 19th century's most ambitious research projects. During its creation, Marx compiled 200 notebooks of economic data, statistical analysis, and historical documentation. He meticulously studied factory inspection reports, public health statistics, criminal justice records, and technical manuals on industrial machinery. Both critiques and celebrations of his work often overlook these empirical foundations for his theories. Marx's scientific aspirations are evident in his correspondence with Engels about Charles Darwin's Origin of Species, published while Marx was working on Capital. Marx recognised a methodological kinship with Darwin, writing, "Darwin's work is most important and suits my purpose in that it provides a basis in natural science for the historical class struggle." Both men were attempting to discover underlying patterns and developmental laws in their respective fields. This scientific orientation led Marx to revise his theories when new evidence emerged. During his study of Russian rural communes in the 1870s, Marx specifically learned Russian to read original economic and ethnographic studies. His notes reveal a willingness to reconsider his earlier views on historical development based on this empirical research. Late in life, he acknowledged that different countries might follow different paths to social transformation, rather than the linear progression he had earlier postulated. Marx's mathematical manuscripts, largely unknown until recently, show his attempts to develop mathematically rigorous models of economic processes. He filled notebooks with calculus problems and algebraic formulations trying to express value formation and capital accumulation in mathematical terms. While these efforts were primitive by contemporary standards, they demonstrate his commitment to analytical precision rather than mere rhetoric. The British Museum reading room, where Marx conducted much of his research, was the equivalent of a modern research university. Marx's library requests show him consulting works in multiple languages across disciplines, including economics, history, anthropology, chemistry, geology, and agriculture. Modern researchers might recognise his work as an early form of interdisciplinary social science rather than political philosophy. Marx's empirical approach involved both quantitative and qualitative methods. He collected statistical data on wages, prices, and productivity while also gathering ethnographic accounts of working conditions. His description of Manchester factories and capital combines numerical analysis with detailed observation of production processes and worker experiences, methodology that resembles modern mixed methods research. His correspondence reveals frustration with revolutionaries who prioritise political agitation over careful analysis. In an 1864 letter, Marx complained about German socialists who had not made a single theoretical contribution, and merely recycled slogans without empirical investigation. This scientific commitment sometimes put him at odds with those who wanted simple revolutionary formulas rather than complex analysis. Marx's research methods were constrained by 19th century limitations. He lacked computing power, sophisticated statistical techniques, and organised data sets that modern social scientists take for granted. Nevertheless, he pioneered systematic approaches to studying economic systems which anticipated later developments in economics and sociology. What separates Marx from many contemporaries was his integration of historical and economic analysis. While classical economists treated economic laws as universal and timeless, Marx insisted on historicising economic relationships. His comparative studies of different economic systems, from ancient Rome to medieval Europe to 19th century capitalism, represented an early form of comparative historical analysis now common in social science. Even Marx's errors demonstrate his scientific orientation. His labour theory of value has been critiqued by the modern economists, but it represented an attempt to develop a quantifiable measure of economic value based on available data and concepts. His predictions about capitalism's development contained both remarkable insights and significant misconceptions, but they were grounded in systematic analysis of empirical patterns rather than wishful thinking. While Marx's economic analysis dominates his reputation, his writings on literature, art, and culture reveal dimensions of his thought that challenge conventional understanding. Marx wasn't merely concerned with material production, but had sophisticated views on aesthetics that continue to influence cultural theory. Marx began his intellectual life as a literary figure rather than an economist. His early notebooks contain poetry, a satirical novel, and an unfinished play. He considered literature central to human development, not a mere superstructural reflection of economic relations as vulgar Marxism would later suggest. Throughout his life, Marx returned to literature for both pleasure and insight. Even while writing Capital, he regularly reread Shakespeare, Cervantes, and Greek dramatists. His aesthetic judgments often contradicted his economic theories in revealing ways. Marx admired the conservative writer Honoré de Balzac, considering his novels more profound social analysis than many progressive writers' work. Marx wrote to Engels that he had learned more about French society from Balzac than from all the professional historians, economists and statisticians of the period together. This appreciation for aesthetic quality, regardless of political alignment, challenges simplistic views of Marx as reducing art to propaganda. Marx's literary tastes were surprisingly canon-forming rather than revolutionary. He revered classical Greek literature, Shakespeare, Goethe and Dante, all standard components of bourgeois education. During family evenings, his daughters remembered him reciting lengthy Shakespearean passages from memory. This cultural conservatism existed alongside his revolutionary politics, suggesting a more complex relationship between cultural and political values than often attributed to him. The Marx household cultivated literary and theatrical activities. Family letters describe home performances of Shakespeare plays with Marx taking multiple roles. His daughters received rigorous literary education, with Marx personally guiding their reading in multiple languages. Eleanor Marx became a significant literary figure herself, translating Ibsen and Flaubert while writing literary criticism. Perhaps most surprising is Marx's nuanced view of how economic conditions influence artistic production. In his introduction to the Critique of Political Economy, Marx puzzled over why Greek art remained aesthetically powerful despite emerging from a less developed economic system than 19th century industrial society. This Greek problem in Marxist aesthetics acknowledges that artistic achievement doesn't simply advance alongside economic development, contrary to mechanical interpretations of his theories. Media Marx's writings on literature contain insights that anticipated later literary theory. His discussion of how Victor Hugo's novel Les Miserables transforms social contradictions into aesthetic form resembles aspects of structuralist literary analysis developed a century later. His critique of Eugene Sue's Mysteries of Paris analyses how popular literature can simultaneously expose and mystify social problems, anticipating cultural studies' approaches to media. Unlike many Victorian intellectuals who dismissed popular culture, Marx paid serious attention to diverse cultural forms. He analysed newspaper crime reporting, popular novels, and theatre alongside canonical literature. While teaching his daughters literature, he included popular works as well as classics, recognising that cultural literacy required understanding both high and popular forms. Marx's aesthetic theory includes a robust concept of human creativity that extends beyond utilitarian production. In his early economic and philosophic manuscripts, Marx describes art as a form of non-alienated labour that allows human creative capacities to develop freely. This perspective suggests that aesthetic activity isn't merely decorative but central to human flourishing, a view that aligns Marx with humanistic traditions despite his materialist reputation. The emancipatory potential of art remained important to Marx throughout his life. He saw aesthetic experience as potentially liberating consciousness from everyday constraints, allowing people to imagine alternatives to existing social arrangements. This perspective explains why cultural questions remained important to him alongside economic analysis. In Marx's view, revolutionary change required not just material transformation, but new forms of consciousness that art could help develop. Marx's cultural interests extended beyond literature to music, visual art and architecture. He attended opera performances when finances permitted and closely followed the career of composer Richard Wagner, though expressing ambivalence about Wagner's nationalist tendencies. These cultural dimensions reveal a Marx far more complex than the economic determinist often presented in textbooks. Perhaps the most revealing aspect of Marx's intellectual life is what he left unfinished. His grand project remained incomplete, not just in the conventional sense of the unfinished volumes of Capital, but in deeper ways that explain enduring debates about his legacy. When Marx died in 1883, only the first volume of Capital had been published. Volumes 2 and 3 were assembled by the Engels from Marx's notes, creating endless scholarly debate about whether these posthumous publications accurately represent Marx's intentions. What's less discussed is that Marx deliberately delayed publication, continuously revising his work as new economic data emerged and his thinking evolved. Marx's final years show a thinker moving in unexpected directions, rather than solidifying a dogmatic system. His notebooks from the 1870s and early 1880s reveal intensive study of anthropology, particularly Lewis Henry Morgan's work on ancient societies. These investigations led Marx to question unilinear theories of historical development, including some of his own earlier formulations, as he recognised alternative social formations beyond the European pattern. The late Marx showed increasing interest in non-Western societies. His notes on Russian rural communes suggest he saw potentially revolutionary possibilities in these traditional structures, rather than insisting they follow Western European developmental patterns through capitalism. In an 1881 letter to Vera Zasulich, Marx explicitly rejected interpreting his work as a historical philosophical theory of general development imposed by fate on all peoples. This evolution challenges mechanical interpretations of historical materialism. Marx's planned but unwritten works reveal how much of his project remained incomplete. He intended to write books on the state, international trade, and the world market that would have clarified aspects of his theory that remain most contested. His outline for Capital originally included 6 volumes, with the 3 we have representing only half his envisioned project. Particularly significant was Marx's unwritten book on wage labour, which would have complemented his analysis of Capital. Without this counterpart, his theory appears more deterministic than he likely intended. Evidence suggests this volume would have explored worker resistance and organisation, themes that appear only briefly in the published volumes but were central to Marx's political work. Health problems increasingly limited Marx's productivity in his final years. Chronic insomnia, liver disease, and respiratory ailments made sustained intellectual work difficult. Letters from this period show a man aware that time was running out to complete his project. This physical decline partly explains why so much remained unfinished, but also reflects his unwillingness to publish prematurely, a perfectionism that contributed to his work's incompleteness. Marx was perpetually distracted by political obligations that diverted energy from theoretical work. His leadership role in the First International involved writing countless reports, resolutions, and addresses while mediating disputes between factions. He complained to Engels that these responsibilities prevented progress on Capital, but felt obligated to the working class movement despite these intellectual costs. The financial pressures that plagued Marx throughout his life worsened these delays. Journalism and other paid writing took precedence over theoretical work that offered no immediate income. Financial crises repeatedly interrupted Marx's famous working habit in the British Museum, requiring him to write desperate letters to friends for loans. These material conditions of intellectual production aren't merely biographical details, but shape the development and incompleteness of his thought. Perhaps most significant about Marx's unfinished work is how it created space for diverse interpretations. The gaps and ambiguities in his theory allowed later Marxists from Lenin to Luxemburg to Gramsci to creatively develop aspects of his thought in different directions. Had Marx completed a more systematic presentation of his mature views, this theoretical fertility might have been reduced. Marx's final notebook entries show a thinker still evolving rather than reaching definitive conclusions. Unlike philosophers who develop systematic theories, they then defend unchanged. Marx continuously revised his thinking based on new evidence and historical developments. His final notes contain questions rather than answers, suggesting an open intellectual project rather than a closed theoretical system. This unfinished quality explains why Marx remains relevant despite the collapse of regimes that claimed his legacy. The open-ended nature of his work allows reconsideration of his insights separate from dogmatic applications. The unfinished Marx offers analytical tools rather than rigid doctrines, explaining why his thought continues generating new interpretations for understanding contemporary capitalism's contradictions and possibilities. The story begins on a chilly, fog-laden night in early 20th century France, along the western front of World War I, where the air hangs heavy with the anticipation of dawn. Private James, our narrator, lies in his bunk, his breath forming gentle clouds in the cold trench air. The sounds of the night are a stark contrast to the usual cacophony of war. Instead, there's the distant hoot of an owl, the soft rustle of leaves, and the faint murmur of soldiers whispering are in the distance. This setting is not just a backdrop, but a character in itself, embodying the eerie calm before the storm, the quiet that envelops the battlefield. After the day's violence has subsided, the fog acts like a blanket, muffling the sounds of war, creating an almost otherworldly peace. This tranquility is deceptive, as beneath it lies the ever-present tension of conflict. James, with his soft-spoken narration, invites the listener into this world where every sound is magnified, every whisper carries weight. The trench, dug into the earth, serves as both a shelter and a prison, where soldiers find moments of introspection amidst the chaos. The night watch is not just about vigilance, but about embracing the silence that the war has temporarily yielded. Here, in this timeless space, James begins to share a tale, passed down from his grandfather, one that speaks of a patrol where silence was their weapon, their shield, and their solace. The setting thus sets the stage for a story where the war's harsh realities are softened by the quietude of the night, offering listeners a unique perspective on how soldiers found peace in the midst of conflict. The concept of the whispered patrol introduces listeners to a unique facet of warfare. During World War I, where stealth and silence were paramount, James explains how his grandfather was part of a specialised unit trained not in the art of combat, but in the art of listening, observing, and moving undetected. These patrols were not about confronting the enemy, but about gathering intelligence through the subtlest means possible. In the silent, fog-shrouded no man's land, every whisper, every soft footstep could reveal more than any battle could. The patrol's mission was to slip through the lines, their presence almost ghostly, to listen to the murmurs of enemy plans, the clink of equipment, or the hushed tones of soldiers, sharing secrets they thought were safe from prying ears. This approach to reconnaissance was born out of necessity, in a war where every inch of ground was contested and conventional methods often led to immediate and deadly counterattacks. The whispered patrol was thus a testament to human ingenuity and the desire to survive, to understand the enemy not through might, but through silence. James narrates how his grandfather and his comrades would prepare for these missions, dressing in layers to minimise sound, using natural cover and communicating only in whispers or through hand signals, their breath barely a whisper in the cold air. This method of operation required immense patience, a deep understanding of human nature, and an acute awareness of one's surroundings. It was a psychological battle, as much as a physical one, where victory was measured not in territory gained, but in secrets uncovered. The story unfolds with a sense of suspense, but it's a suspense born from the anticipation of discovery rather than confrontation. Through this narrative, listeners are invited to imagine the tension of moving silently through a landscape fraught with danger, where the rustle of a leaf or the soft crunch of earth underfoot could spell disaster. Here, in this tale, the war is not about the roar of cannons, but the quiet that follows, the profound respect for silence that defines the whispered patrol's legacy. As James dives deeper into his narrative, the listeners are immersed in the eerie, almost mystical journey of the whispered patrol through no man's land, that infamous strip of earth between enemy lines where life and death are separated by mere moments. His voice, calm and measured, paints a vivid picture of this desolate yet hauntingly beautiful landscape, where the fog serves as both a cloak and a canvas for the silent theatre of war. This journey is not just about traversing physical space, but about navigating through layers of fear, anticipation, and the profound solitude that comes with such perilous endeavours. His grandfather's patrol moves with a kind of spectral silence, each man a shadow among shadows, their movements choreographed by the necessity of stealth. They tread carefully, avoiding the remnants of the day's violence, the twisted metal of barbed wire, the deep craters left by artillery, the occasional stark reminder of life's fragility, in the form of a fallen comrade or foe. The fog softens these harsh realities, turning the battlefield into a ghostly tableau, where the lines between past, present, and the spectral future blur. The narrative captures the sensory experience of this journey, the crunch of frozen mud underfoot, the damp, earthy smell that permeates the air, the cold that creeps through their layers of clothing. Each step is deliberate, each pause filled with the intent listening for signs of life or danger from the opposing side. James describes how his grandfather would sometimes stop, kneeling to the earth, ear pressed against the ground, trying to catch the vibrations of enemy movements, or perhaps the distant, muted sounds of a camp stirring. This part of the story is rich, with the tension of the unknown, where every rustle or whisper could signify the end, or a chance for survival. The patrol navigates by the stars, their only light sources, which twinkle indifferently above this silent war. The journey through no man's land becomes a metaphor for the soldiers' own internal battles, the struggle to remain silent, to keep fear at bay, to maintain that thread of humanity in a place where death is an ever-looming presence. The emotional landscape is as challenging as the physical one. The men share a bond, forged in the silence, where words are unnecessary. An understanding is communicated through glances, through the shared weight of their mission. Here, in this no man's land, the war's brutality is momentarily eclipsed by the profound stillness, offering rare moments where one could almost forget the violence that awaits at dawn. Each man confronts his solitude, his fear, and yet there's a peculiar peace in this silence, a peace that comes from knowing they are part of something larger, something that transcends the immediate horrors of war. This patrol, this journey, is a testament to human resilience, to the ability to find beauty and quietude amidst chaos, to engage in a silent dance with death, where every step is a choice between survival and surrender. James continues his tale, his voice low and steady, recounting the night when his grandfather's whispered patrol came upon an unexpected presence in the fog-shrouded no man's land. He explains how, as they moved with the silence of the night, they suddenly became aware of another soldier, an enemy, not through sight, but through the faintest of sounds, a breath, the soft rustle of movement. The patrol stopped, and his grandfather, leading the way, stood still, listening intently. They could hear the enemy's presence, perhaps as startled by them as they were by him. In this tale, James shares how there was no immediate action, no drawing of weapons, just a profound moment of stillness, where both sides acknowledged each other's existence without aggression. His grandfather would later describe how they all stood there, in the thick, eerie silence, understanding that they were not just enemies, but soldiers, men with families, hopes, and fears, all caught in the same terrible dance of war. The story goes on to detail how, instead of engaging in combat, there was this silent agreement to pass each other by. His grandfather recounted how they exchanged a look, a slight nod, an unspoken truce in the midst of conflict. This moment, James narrates, was about the recognition of the other's humanity, a rare instance where the sounds of war were silenced by the quiet acknowledgement of shared human experience. He emphasizes that this patrol didn't return with tales of valor in battle, but with something more profound, the story of how silence and empathy could transcend the chaos of war. James invites his listeners to think about this as they drift to sleep, to ponder how in our own lives, moments of quiet understanding can be more powerful than any conflict. He suggests that as they lie there, preparing for sleep, they might reflect on how often we miss these opportunities for peace, how the quiet can speak volumes, and how a simple moment of acknowledgement can change perspectives. As listeners settle into their beds, James encourages them to imagine this scene, to feel the cold, damp air of that night, to hear the silence that wasn't empty, but full of potential for peace. He asks them to consider their own encounters, perhaps not with an enemy, but with someone different, someone they might not understand at first glance. How might their lives change if they approach these moments with the same silence and respect his grandfather's patrol did? This story, James concludes, isn't just about war, it's about the power of silence, of listening, and how these can lead to understanding in our daily lives, even as we seek the peace of sleep. James goes on to describe how his grandfather and his patrol made their way back after the silent encounter in no man's land. They moved with the same caution as before, but now there was a different weight to their steps, a quiet reflection on what had just transpired. He narrates how they navigated back through the fog, past the same barbed wire and craters, but this time the journey felt different. There was an unspoken understanding among them, a shared experience that would bind them beyond the confines of their mission. As they approached their own lines, the sounds of their own camp began to seep into their awareness. The soft murmurs of men, the occasional clink of metal, the distant, comforting sound of a harmonica playing a melancholic tune. James describes how his grandfather would tell of the relief of returning to the familiar, yet the lingering thoughts of the encounter that remained with them, like a whisper in the wind. Back in the trench, they reported their findings, but the true story, the one about the silent pact with the enemy, was kept among themselves. A silent bond that they felt was too sacred to share with those who hadn't experienced the night's profound silence. James shares how his grandfather would often sit, looking out into the night, pondering over that moment where war paused for peace, where humanity was acknowledged in the darkness. He suggests to his listeners that, as they lay in their beds, perhaps in the quiet of their own night, they might think of this return. How often do we come back from our own patrols, from our daily encounters with the world, carrying stories or moments of understanding that we keep close, not because they are secrets, but because they are profound. James invites his audience to reflect on how these moments shape us, how they might change the way we see the world, even in the silence before sleep. He asks them to consider what they bring back from their day, what silent agreements they might have made, with life's enemies or challenges, and how these shape their dreams. This part of the story is an invitation to introspection, to consider the journey back from our own battles, physical or metaphorical, and how the quiet, reflective moments can be as impactful as the loud, obvious ones as sleep approaches. James encourages his listeners to embrace these quiet returns, to let them inform their rest, their dreams, and perhaps their waking life. James concludes his story by speaking about the legacy that the whispered patrol left behind, not just for his grandfather, but for all who hear this tale. He explains how his grandfather would share this story, not as a tale of heroism, but as a lesson in the power of silence and understanding. The story, passed down through generations, became a reminder of how even in the darkest times, moments of quiet could lead to profound insights about humanity. He shares how this story influenced his grandfather's life long after the war, shaping his philosophy towards conflict, towards listening rather than speaking, towards understanding rather than judging. James reflects on how this legacy of silence taught his family the value of empathy, of taking the time to listen to the world around them, and how these lessons could apply to anyone's life. In the narrative, James invites his listeners to think about this legacy as they prepare for sleep. He asks them to consider how often in their own lives they rush to fill silence with noise, with words, with action, when perhaps the most profound connections or solutions come from simply listening, from allowing silence to speak. He suggests that as they drift off, they might carry this lesson into their dreams, into their subconscious, where the quiet can work its magic, healing, teaching, and connecting in ways that the day's noise cannot. James ends by encouraging his listeners to embrace the silence of the night, to let it be a teacher, a healer, a connector. He posits that just as his grandfather's patrol found peace in silence amidst war, we too can find our peace in the quiet moments of our lives, in the pauses between our actions, in the spaces where we allow ourselves to truly hear. He invites them to ponder on how this story might influence their approach to life, to conflict, to understanding others, and to find in their own silence a legacy of peace and empathy. As his voice fades, leaving the listeners to the sounds of their own breathing and the gentle ambience of the night, Albert Einstein was born on March 14th, 1879, in the modest city of Ulm in the German Empire. His father, Hermann, managed small electrochemical ventures, and his mother, Pauline, nurtured a love of music. Contrary to later myths, he wasn't a poor student, rather, he disliked rote memorization and preferred exploring ideas on his own. At age 5, he received a simple compass. Its unwavering needle, guided by an unseen force, left him spellbound, hinting at hidden laws in nature. In school, he often seemed preoccupied, building intricate houses of cards or lost in thought. Though teachers labelled him indifferent, he was quietly constructing mental pictures that reached far beyond mundane lessons. Music also shaped his early life. Pauline insisted he learn violin, and though reluctant at first, he found a kinship with Mozart's compositions. This link between artistic harmony and orderly principles of the universe captivated him. Even as a child, he sensed that creativity and logic could coexist productively. His family's moves, first to Munich, then to Italy, created in him a sense of displacement. Rather than fitting snugly into any single cultural or academic mould, he became an observer, questioning everything around him. During a stint at a Catholic elementary school, he briefly embraced religious devotion. Yet he soon gravitated toward a more personal sense of wonder, one unbound by strict doctrine. Later, he would speak of a cosmic religious feeling, a reverence for the unfathomable mysteries of existence. The German educational system clashed with his inquisitive spirit. Teachers focused on memorization, while Einstein was enthralled by independent exploration. He pored over geometry and calculus texts in his free time, often outpacing his peers in conceptual understanding. One tutor noticed his knack for dissecting problems from multiple angles, an early sign of the thought experiments he would later make famous. Meanwhile, Hermann's business pursuits met with limited success, adding financial strain to the household. Yet in that uncertainty, Einstein found pockets of freedom. His parents rarely scolded him for daydreaming. Instead, they recognized his inclination to probe and analyze. When he built card towers, it was more than play. He studied balance, structure, and resilience, qualities he would apply to his theoretical work. Overlooked details of his youth further illustrate his distinctive perspective. He once spent hours trying to visualize how a beam of light might appear if one could race alongside it. These musings were embryonic glimpses of the relativity he would formalize years later. Far from mere fanciful flights, they were a training ground for a mind unafraid to question conventional frames of reference. Another seldom noted aspect was his relationship with language. Raised in a multilingual environment, German at home, occasionally Italian outside, he developed a nuanced appreciation for words. Later in life, he would craft carefully balanced scientific papers where clarity took precedence over flourish. But as a boy, he simply recognized that words were imperfect vessels for ideas, sparking a habit of visualizing concepts to grasp them more deeply. By his early teens, Einstein grew increasingly restless with formal schooling. The Luitpold Gymnasium in Munich, with its strict regimen, clashed with his burgeoning interests. Feeling stifled, he began to defy conventional academic paths, in a decision that alarmed his teachers. He left school before graduation and followed his family to Italy. To some, it looked like a rash move, yet it was an act of self-determination, fueled by a longing to learn without constraint. During this period, he explored philosophy as well, delving into Kant's works and pondering the nature of reality. Such readings reinforced his conviction that genuine understanding required more than reciting facts. He craved first-hand encounters with the puzzles of the universe, from the motion of planets to the properties of light. Though his childhood did not revolve solely around science, he played violin, enjoyed walks, and showed flashes of humour, it was imbued with a special kind of curiosity. He was neither the hapless student nor the overnight prodigy that later narratives would portray. Instead, he was a reflective, somewhat solitary child who found meaning in probing life's deeper questions. His early experiences, compass in hand, cards neatly stacked, violin tucked under his chin, crystallized into the core of a worldview that would soon turn the scientific world on its head. Ultimately, the disparate strands of his youth would unite in a bold questioning of the established order. Few recognized how far his curiosity would carry him. Einstein's choice to abandon the Luitpold Gymnasium before graduating startled his teachers, but he felt stifled by rote drills. He rejoined his family in Milan, where Hermann hoped to save his faltering business. Finally freed from rigid school routines, Einstein studied math and philosophy on his own, devouring Kant's works and nurturing an obsession with the universe's hidden structure. Still, the need for formal credentials loomed. In 1895, he applied to the Swiss Federal Polytechnic in Zurich, known for its forward-thinking curriculum. Although he excelled in math and physics, he flunked the entrance exam's other parts. Undeterred, he spent a transformative year at the Cantonal School in Aarau, Switzerland. This school's progressive ethos welcomed curiosity and debate, an environment in which Einstein thrived. Living with the Winterler family, he formed close bonds. He briefly romanced their daughter, Marie, but also made lifelong friendships. Armed with improved preparation, he passed the Polytechnic entrance exam in 1896 and pursued a teaching diploma in math and physics. Zurich's intellectual pulse invigorated him. By day, he endured lectures. By night, he wrestled with scientific texts or debated theory in cafes. Less enthralled with rote note-taking, he favoured independent study. Though he admired some professors, others saw him as dismissive and unruly, a reputation that would later cost him solid references. During this period, Einstein met Mileva Maric, the only woman in their physics cohort. She was bright and tenacious, undeterred by an academic world largely unwelcoming to women. Their bond intertwined intellectual exchange and romantic attraction. Letters between them reveal lively dialogues about abstract science and the deeper questions of existence. Critics sometimes question the extent of Mileva's contributions to Einstein's early work, but it's certain she engaged in stimulating discussions at a formative time in his career. Einstein graduated in 1900. Despite his clear gift for physics, job prospects were scarce. Dismissed by some professors as headstrong, he received only lukewarm recommendations. Over the next 2 years, he subsisted on tutoring gigs and part-time teaching roles, struggling to pay rent. Meanwhile, his relationship with Mileva grew more serious. They had a daughter, Liesel, whose fate remains one of the murkiest aspects of Einstein's life. Records suggest she may have been adopted, but details are sparse. Financial anxiety gnawed at him, and paternal disapproval of Mileva added stress. Yet his scientific passion never dimmed. Whenever he found a spare hour, Einstein tackled research problems in thermodynamics or statistical mechanics. Despite their lack of widespread attention, these small papers demonstrated Einstein's capacity to critically examine conventional assumptions. A modest beacon of stability arrived in 1902. Einstein secured a post as a technical expert, third class, at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern. While many might view patent reviewing as mundane, the job offered a predictable schedule and a steady wage, precisely what he needed. Crucially, it also left him mental space for independent thought. Far from being a lull, this period set the stage for his most significant breakthroughs. Bern itself was unassuming, but it possessed an understated cultural vitality. Einstein, ever sociable in an understated way, found a small circle of like-minded acquaintances. They shared books, debated philosophical ideas, and sometimes playfully referred to themselves as the Olympia Academy. The group's informal spirit aligned perfectly with Einstein's own approach, freewheeling, yet anchored by a deep respect for rational inquiry. Meanwhile, his personal life moved forward. He and Mileva married in 1903, hoping to create a steel home. Their union was hardly perfect, fraught with the usual challenges of newlyweds, compounded by Einstein's preoccupation with science and ongoing money worries. Still, having a supportive partner with a keen interest in physics likely encouraged his intellectual wanderings during these formative years. Between 1902 and 1904, Einstein churned through patent applications by day, evaluating new inventions for novelty and feasibility. At night, he scribbled equations and chased the big questions that had haunted him since childhood: the nature of light, the structure of time, and whether the cosmos had fundamental certainties. Little did anyone suspect that his quiet hours in Bern would yield a series of scientific papers that would upend centuries of accepted physics and elevate a once-errant student to the front ranks of modern science. In a few years, he would unleash a torrent of revolutionary ideas, proving that unorthodox paths can lead to remarkable destinations. Settled at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern, Einstein was officially a clerk, reviewing applications for new inventions. Unofficially, he was a theorist probing the bedrock of physics. The job's predictable routine left him time to explore the mysteries of light, motion, and energy, questions that had haunted him since childhood. His personal life had stabilised somewhat. He and Mileva, now married, lived modestly, mindful of every expense. Their son, Hans Albert, born in 1904, added new responsibilities. Yet Mileva's own physics background made her a supportive confidant for Einstein's musings, though the precise scope of her influence remains debated. In 1905, Einstein unleashed 4 seminal papers in Annalen der Physik. The first explained the photoelectric effect by treating light as particles, helping seed the future field of quantum mechanics. Next came his work on Brownian motion, using statistics to confirm the existence of atoms and molecules. Then, in his special theory of relativity, he shattered the old notion of absolute time, proposing that simultaneity depends on an observer's motion. Finally, in a spare but dazzling note, he offered E equals mc squared, revealing the profound equivalence of mass and energy. At first, these radical ideas met mixed responses. Some scholars found them too speculative, others grasped their seismic potential. Over time, the consensus grew. Einstein had transformed physics from the inside out. His reputation slowly spread, though he remained a patent clerk until 1909. He yearned for an academic post but faced challenges. He lacked the usual pedigrees, and some professors gave tepid recommendations. Eventually, the University of Zurich appointed him as a lecturer, opening the door to a more formal scientific community. Mileva managed their growing family, which now included a second son, Eduard, while Einstein wrestled with teaching duties and ongoing research. But their marriage started to show cracks, strained by the financial pressures and Einstein's single-minded devotion to work. Despite domestic tension, his scientific profile rose swiftly. Younger physicists marvelled at his knack for taking earlier insights, such as those from Hendrik Lorentz and Henri Poincaré, and unifying them into a cohesive vision. The outcome was more than a patchwork of theories. It was a radical recasting of how energy, space, and time interlock. He left Bern for Zurich in 1909, then moved to Prague in 1911 for another professorship. Mileva followed, but the demands of uprooting and the complexities of raising children chipped away at their partnership. In Prague, Einstein refined his thoughts on gravity, hinting at a broader framework to come. Though overshadowed by cultural and political tensions in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the city still offered pockets of intellectual ferment. Einstein found colleagues intrigued by his work and critics sceptical of it. He thrived on debate, defending his theories with calm conviction. By 1912, he was back in Zurich at the Polytechnic, now as a professor. This time, he delved deeper into the mathematics needed to extend relativity to gravitational fields. His collaboration with mathematician Marcel Grossmann was vital, laying the groundwork for what would become the general theory of relativity. While special relativity had reconfigured space and time on a flat stage, Einstein now aimed to show how massive objects could warp that stage itself. In parallel, tensions at home worsened. Mileva's hopes for her own scientific contributions had faded into domestic obligations. Einstein's growing fame meant invitations to speak and collaborate, pulling him away for extended periods. At times, letters reveal a coldness creeping into their marriage. He could be absent-minded, impatient, and increasingly dismissive of Mileva's emotional needs. The personal costs of genius were mounting, even if the broadest world was beginning to admire him as a visionary. By the end of 1912, Einstein's ambitions were clear. He had cemented a reputation as the mind behind special relativity, and he was on the cusp of unveiling a more comprehensive framework to explain gravity. Universities courted him, and scientific societies began to laud his insights. Yet beneath this rise lay private discord. Tensions that would escalate once his career carried him to Berlin. For now, though, Einstein's path led inexorably toward one of the greatest intellectual feats in history, fueled by that same restless curiosity that once made him walk away from gymnasium classes and question the simplest wonders of nature. Despite turmoil, his momentum was unstoppable. The stage was set for him to finalize a theory of gravity, a masterpiece that would reshape humanity's view of the cosmos. In 1913, the Prussian Academy of Sciences in Berlin-Base beckoned Albert Einstein with a prestigious post that required minimal teaching. By 1914, he was in the German capital, poised to perfect his theory of gravity. Yet the move magnified personal and political tensions. His marriage to Mileva was fracturing, and Europe stood on the brink of war. A pacifist at heart, Einstein found himself at odds with the fervent nationalism gripping Germany. Unperturbed by the storm outside, he pushed forward on general relativity, aided by mathematician Marcel Grossmann. Their goal was to show that gravity arose from curved space-time, a radical notion demanding complex tensor calculus. By 1915, Einstein had refined the field equations describing how mass deforms space-time and how that curvature dictates motion. A triumph soon followed. The new theory explained Mercury's orbital quirks better than Newtonian physics. Overjoyed, Einstein wrote to a friend that his heart shivered upon seeing the data align with his calculations, but his personal world was unravelling. Mileva struggled in Berlin's stifling atmosphere and felt increasingly isolated. Meanwhile, Einstein grew close to his cousin, Elsa Löwenthal. Letters show Mileva's despair and Einstein's emotional withdrawal. She took their sons back to Switzerland, and the marriage ended in divorce. He later wed Elsa, igniting gossip about his private life. Even as general relativity gained traction among physicists, his personal reputation became fodder for public speculation. World War I had also splintered scientific exchanges. While many German intellectuals endorsed the war, Einstein stood nearly alone, signing anti-war petitions and voicing pacifist views. His stance stirred resentment at home. Still, foreign scientists such as the British astronomer Arthur Eddington recognised the significance of Einstein's work. Eddington's 1919 eclipse expedition tested whether starlight passing near the Sun would bend according to Einstein's predictions. The measurements matched, electrifying the global press and dethroning Newton in the public eye. Overnight, Einstein became a symbol of modern genius. Newspapers everywhere featured his thoughtful gaze and unruly hair. Invitations rained down from universities and societies. While he believed in sharing knowledge openly, he disliked the frenzied attention and grew uneasy with Germany's renewed nationalism. Post-war turmoil fanned political flames, and Einstein's pacifism drew ire from right-wing groups. Nevertheless, the validation of general relativity cemented his place atop the scientific hierarchy. Even skeptics admitted that his calculations matched observable reality in a way no previous theory could. With Mileva in Zurich caring for their sons, Einstein found both freedom and loneliness. He married Elsa in 1919, relying on her to manage his crowded schedule and mitigate public demands. As the 1920s dawned, Einstein was heralded as a visionary whose equations recast the universe as a pliable fabric shaped by energy and mass. These notions paved the way for cosmic models that would soon suggest an expanding universe, involving astronomers like Edwin Hubble. Initially, Einstein proposed a cosmological constant to keep the universe static, but later deemed that idea a mistake, a rare admission of error from a man idolized for brilliance. Meanwhile, he turned his attention back to quantum mechanics, a field he had inadvertently sparked with his photoelectric paper. Newcomers like Werner Heisenberg and Erwin Schrödinger advanced ideas that clashed with Einstein's comfort zone. He balked at the probabilistic nature they proposed, insisting there must be a deeper deterministic layer. Thus began the famed series of debates with Niels Bohr, with Einstein challenging the notion that reality might hinge on randomness. By mid-decade, Einstein's travel schedule ballooned. He toured the United States and parts of Europe, drawing huge crowds. Statesmen, celebrities, and fellow scholars courted his presence. In Germany, however, he faced mounting hostility from nationalist factions who derided his theories as Jewish science. Unfazed, he pressed on, confident that empirical evidence would outlast prejudice. His personal realm, now tethered to Elsa, offered stability. She shielded him from ceaseless demands, allowing him to pursue his ideas in relative peace. Yet the creeping political tide would soon overshadow even Einstein's lofty pursuits. At the dawn of the next decade, Einstein found himself a global icon, yet behind that fame lay deeper struggles and fresh challenges that would shape his destiny. The 1920s were a whirlwind for Einstein, blending scientific milestones with worldwide acclaim. Ever the restless thinker, he spent these years grappling with quantum theory while maintaining his fascination with relativity. Though his general theory of relativity was universally hailed, he grew increasingly uneasy about the indeterminate flavour of quantum mechanics. To him, the idea that fundamental processes could be governed by pure chance seemed incomplete. Einstein's public image soared, As he toured Europe and North America, lecture halls overflowed. Audiences were drawn not just to his ideas, but also to his persona, rumpled suits, mischievous humour, and an aura of introspective brilliance. Journalists clamoured for interviews, often distorting his words into simplistic sound bites. Despite Elsa's best efforts to safeguard his privacy, the cult of personality grew. Politicians hoped his presence would lend prestige to their events, and luminaries from other fields sought his endorsement. Beneath the accolades, Einstein remained wary of fame. He believed that genuine discovery flourished in quiet reflection, not in the spotlight. Whenever possible, he escaped to the Alps or the countryside, revelling in mountain walks and violin practice. Music provided a counterbalance to the rigours of theoretical work, reinforcing his belief that art and science shared a quest for harmony. Meanwhile, in academic circles, the quantum revolution thundered on. Physicists like Niels Bohr, Werner Heisenberg, and Max Born claimed that probabilities lay at the heart of physical reality. Einstein countered that God does not play dice, questioning whether randomness was the final word. Their debates, polite yet intense, fueled a new era of theoretical exploration. The young quantum guard revered Einstein's contributions, but insisted that his skepticism missed the theory's core elegance. At the same time, Europe was experiencing social and political upheavals in the aftermath of World War I. Germany's Weimar Republic veered between fragile democracy and looming chaos. Hyperinflation devastated the middle class. Extremist factions, including the nascent Nazi Party, exploited economic despair, promoting xenophobia and anti-Semitism. Einstein, as a Jewish intellectual and an outspoken pacifist, became a prime target for nationalists. Hate mail arrived with disturbing regularity, accusing him of undermining Germany's scientific heritage. Despite these threats, Einstein refused to hide. He rallied for disarmament and international cooperation, endorsing pacifist causes that were deeply unpopular among nationalist circles. His celebrity magnified the visibility of his stance, making him a lightning rod for political hatred. Some colleagues implored him to be more guarded, but he believed moral convictions outweighed personal safety. In 1922, Einstein was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics, not for relativity, surprisingly, but for his earlier explanation of the photoelectric effect. By then, the Nobel Committee had become wary of the ongoing debates about relativity, yet they could not ignore his contributions to quantum theory. When news arrived, Einstein was travelling in Asia. He embarked on a tour that took him to Japan, where he was met by enthralled crowds and showered with gifts. Notes from that trip reveal a man torn between gratitude for the adulation and a desire for solitude. Upon returning to Germany, Einstein found the political climate darker. The early stirrings of Nazi ideology were creeping into universities and public discourse. Although he tried to remain above petty bickering, vicious attacks on his un-German physics intensified. Right-wing publications branded relativity a hoax. Some of his lectures were disrupted by hostile demonstrators, and rumours of assassination plots circulated. Elsa, deeply concerned, urged him to consider emigrating. Yet Einstein hesitated. He felt a profound connection to German-speaking intellectual life, despite recognising its dangerous currents. He also clung to the hope that reason and goodwill might prevail. When not entangled in politics, he continued refining his approach to quantum puzzles. He developed thought experiments aimed at exposing hidden variables or revealing contradictions in the quantum framework. Each new exchange with Bohr underscored the chasm between Einstein's quest for determinism and the Copenhagen school's acceptance of uncertainty. By the late 1920s, Einstein's stature had grown colossal, but so had his disillusionment with Europe's volatile mood. Whispers of an eventual departure grew louder. In public, he spoke calmly about the spiritual crisis afflicting the continent. Privately, he pondered where his future lay. The man who had once roamed Italy in his youth, yearning for free thought, again stood at a crossroads. When Adolf Hitler rose to power in 1933, Einstein's predicament crystallized. The Nazis targeted Jewish scientists as scapegoats, accusing them of corrupting German culture. For Einstein, an internationally admired thinker yet domestic pariah, remaining in Germany became untenable. Acting on Elsa's urgings and his own sense of imminent danger, he left Berlin for what would become a permanent exile. Stopping briefly in Europe, he announced his resignation from the Prussian Academy. The move was both symbolic and pragmatic. He refused to serve an institution bent on persecuting him. Although his name still commanded respect abroad, in Germany his books were publicly burned and officials seized his assets. Nazi propaganda labelled him the arch-enemy of true science. Unfazed by personal attacks, Einstein worried about friends and colleagues trapped in a regime that suppressed free thought. He soon found refuge in the United States, accepting an appointment at the newly established Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton offered serenity and intellectual autonomy, with no formal teaching duties. The Institute's wooded campus and quiet community reminded Einstein of the tranquility he once treasured in Switzerland. He took up residence in a modest house on Mercer Street, where curious townsfolk would spot him on daily walks, unruly hair, pipe in hand, lost in reflection. Yet exile weighed on him. Though grateful for safety, he missed the vibrant cafes of Europe and lamented the plight of Jewish refugees barred from many countries. He became an outspoken advocate for civil rights and international cooperation, determined to counter the Nazi threat. He supported various relief organisations assisting displaced scholars. Letters from this period reflect a mix of relief, sorrow, and moral urgency. Scientifically, Einstein continued to question the underpinnings of quantum mechanics. He collaborated with Boris Podolsky and Nathan Rosen on the famous 1935 EPR paradox, asserting that quantum theory was incomplete. This paper challenged the Copenhagen interpretation by suggesting that spooky action at a distance conflicted with the principles of locality and realism. Though intended to reveal quantum mechanics' shortcomings, the paper instead paved the way for future breakthroughs in quantum entanglement research, ironically fueling the very field Einstein doubted. Meanwhile, global tensions escalated. As Nazi Germany expanded its militaristic ambitions, Einstein was drawn into geopolitical concerns he had tried to avoid. Friends cautioned him about the possibility of an atomic bomb, highlighting the dire consequences if Hitler's regime managed to harness nuclear fission first. Ironically, it was Einstein's own mass energy equivalence E=mc² that foreshadowed the destructive power of splitting the atom. Alarmed by such prospects, he allowed Hungarian émigré physicist Leo Szilard to draft a letter in 1939, alerting US President Franklin D. Roosevelt to the possibility of a German atomic program. This letter, bearing Einstein's signature, catalyzed the Manhattan Project, though Einstein himself never worked directly on atomic weapons. Regret haunted him. In later recollections, he lamented that had he foreseen the scale of devastation nuclear arms would bring, he might never have signed the warning. Yet at the time, Einstein's pacifist leanings clashed with realpolitik, a painful contradiction he carried to the end of his life. Princeton gradually became home. Einstein strolled its streets in tattered sweaters, occasionally offering an impromptu violin performance for friends. He fielded letters from admirers worldwide, often replying with brief but thoughtful notes. Photos from the era show a gentle-faced figure, equal parts grandfatherly and inscrutable. He advised younger scientists, although his own research shifted away from mainstream physics. Fixated on unifying gravity with electromagnetic forces, he pursued a theory of everything that increasingly isolated him from the cutting-edge work on quantum fields. Outside the academic sphere, Einstein gained a voice in public debates. He spoke out against racism in America, comparing it to the anti-Jewish sentiments he had witnessed in Europe. He supported civil rights activists and forged friendships with prominent black leaders, despite the era's pervasive discrimination. Occasionally, he faced criticism for meddling in social issues rather than sticking to science. But Einstein considered moral responsibility inseparable from intellectual freedom. As World War II raged, Einstein's heartbreak was twofold. Germany, once his intellectual cradle, had become a synonym for barbarity, while the Allies were forced to develop weapons of unprecedented lethality. He could only watch from afar, offering moral support and condemnation of fascist ideologies. In the aftermath of World War II, Albert Einstein's status as a global icon solidified, yet his latter years were marked by reflection and a sense of unresolved questions. Despite pushing physics towards quantum theory, he remained resistant to its probabilistic core. Though the Manhattan Project had validated the destructive potential of E=mc², it also weighed heavily on his conscience. He loathed the arms race that followed, and spoke openly against nuclear proliferation. Living in Princeton, he continued his quest for a unified field theory, an ambitious bid to reconcile electromagnetism and gravity under one framework. He toiled over complex equations, convinced that nature possessed an underlying simplicity. Critics, meanwhile, argued that he was out of touch with emerging quantum field theories. Undeterred, Einstein pursued his unification program almost in solitude, likening himself to a lone traveller on a winding road. Younger physicists acknowledged his genius, but often parted ways with his methods, embracing instead the quantum approach he had always found unsettling. Beyond science, Einstein's voice resonated in global debates. He championed a supranational government to curb the risk of nuclear war, advocating collective security over nationalism. Despite controversies, many admired his stance, seeing in him a moral compass shaped by first-hand experience of authoritarianism. He wrote letters to world leaders, sometimes scoring partial victories, often meeting polite indifference. Yet he pressed on, believing that scientific insight conferred a duty to safeguard humanity from its inventions. His private life in Princeton had a gentle routine. Each morning brought a steady stream of letters seeking his opinion on everything from cosmic theories to personal woes. He obliged when he could, but dismissed frivolous requests. Afternoons often involved slow walks or reading classical literature. Evenings might find him improvising on the violin, seeking solace in music's structured freedom. Friends found him warm but occasionally aloof, an introvert who valued genuine conversation yet disdained small talk. Elsa's death in 1936 had left an emotional gap that he filled through companionship with his stepdaughter, Margot, and a circle of close confidants. His older son, Hans Albert, pursued an engineering career, while younger son Eduard battled health challenges that Einstein struggled to comprehend, but he remained steadfast in providing financial and emotional support from afar. As the Cold War dawned, Einstein found himself in a complicated political environment. Paradoxically, the FBI kept files on him, viewing his pacifist leanings and global outlook as potentially subversive. Rumours circulated that he was sympathetic to communist causes, though he consistently denounced Stalinist oppression. Instead, Einstein championed universal human rights. He grew vocally critical of McCarthyism, branding it an assault on intellectual freedom akin to the political witch hunts he had fled in Germany. By the early 1950s, health issues nudged him toward a quieter pace. Yet his mind remained agile, and he sometimes engaged in public letters urging scientists to unite for peaceful endeavours. He admired younger luminaries like Kurt Gödel and conversed with them about the nature of logic and mathematics. But he found little common ground with the new wave of particle physics. Students worldwide still saw him as an emblem of pure genius, while Einstein himself downplayed personal accolades, insisting he had simply followed his curiosity wherever it led. In 1955, Einstein experienced internal bleeding from an abdominal aneurysm. Though doctors recommended surgery, he refused, declaring that it was his time to go with dignity. True to form, he spent his final days revising a speech he intended to deliver for Israel's 7th anniversary, reflecting his long-standing support for Jewish communities while advocating peaceful coexistence. He died on April 18, 1955, leaving behind notes and half-finished equations in search of that elusive unified field. News of his passing reverberated across the globe. World leaders and fellow scientists paid tribute to the man who had reshaped our understanding of space, time, and energy. Yet Einstein's legacy extended beyond equations. He embodied the principle that moral conviction and intellectual daring can and must coexist. In death, he became even more iconic, his name synonymous with visionary genius, and his photograph instantly recognizable as a totem of human possibility. Today, Einstein's work undergirds technologies from GPS to nuclear power. His debates about quantum mechanics remain at the heart of physics, pointing toward frontiers in entanglement and information theory. In that tension between breathtaking discovery and ethical uncertainty lies the fullest measure of Albert Einstein's singular, complex legacy. Born on January 4th, 1643, in Woolsthorpe, Lincolnshire, England, Isaac Newton arrived into the world during a time of great upheaval. The English Civil War was in full swing, and the country was caught between monarchies, republics, and revolution. But Newton's arrival wasn't anything extraordinary. He was born prematurely and was so small and fragile that his mother reportedly said he could have fit inside a small mug. In fact, it's said that Newton was not expected to survive his early days, yet he defied those odds, growing up to become one of the most influential figures in science and mathematics. As a child, Newton's family life was complicated. His father, also named Isaac Newton, passed away 3 months before he was born, leaving his mother, Hannah Ayscough, to raise him alone. Hannah remarried when Newton was 3 years old, and he was sent to live with his maternal grandmother, while his mother moved away with her new husband. This early separation from his mother would have a lasting impact on Newton's emotional development, leading to periods of intense loneliness throughout his life. Despite his emotional struggles, Newton's intellectual gifts began to shine early on. As a young boy, he attended the King's School in Grantham, where he was known for being solitary and deeply engrossed in his studies. In fact, he was not much of a socializer, preferring to read and experiment on his own. It was during these early school years that Newton began to show an aptitude for invention. One of his most famous childhood experiments was creating a small water clock using a round-bottomed flask, which was one of the earliest signs of his curiosity about the physical world. At the age of 12, Newton's mother brought him back to live with her and her new husband in Woolsthorpe. It was at this time that he began his education at Cambridge University, enrolling at Trinity College in 1661. Cambridge was a world away from the rural life Newton had known, but it would serve as the place where he began his extraordinary journey in the world of science. In the first few years at Cambridge, Newton was fascinated by the works of the great scholars of the time, particularly René Descartes, Galileo Galilei, and Johannes Kepler. These men had made groundbreaking contributions to mathematics, physics, and astronomy, and Newton was eager to learn from their ideas. He was particularly drawn to the study of mathematics and soon became obsessed with solving problems in geometry, algebra, and calculus. However, Newton's journey wasn't without its challenges. The world was entering a tumultuous period during Newton's years at Cambridge. The Great Plague of 1665 struck London, causing the university to close temporarily. Newton, like many others, returned home to Woolsthorpe. It was during this time away from Cambridge, in the isolation of the countryside, that Newton's mind truly began to flourish. This period, known as his Annus Mirabilis, or Year of Wonders, was when Newton made some of his most groundbreaking discoveries. He began to develop his theories on calculus, an entirely new field of mathematics that would allow him to understand the behaviour of motion and change. The concepts that would later shape his laws of motion and universal gravitation were born during these isolated months. He also worked on optics, conducting experiments with light and prisms, leading to his discovery that white light could be split into the colours of the rainbow. But perhaps the most famous story from this period is the one about the falling apple. According to legend, Newton was sitting in his garden in Woolsthorpe when he saw an apple fall from a tree. This simple observation sparked a profound question in his mind. Why did the apple fall straight down, rather than sideways or in some other direction? This moment of curiosity would lead him to formulate his law of universal gravitation, which states that every mass attracts every other mass in the universe with a force proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. Returning to Cambridge in 1667, Newton's reputation as a mathematician and physicist began to grow. He soon became a fellow at Trinity College, and over the next several years he began to refine his ideas. In 1687, he published his groundbreaking work, Philosophia Naturalis Principia Mathematica, or simply the Principia. In this book, Newton introduced his 3 laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation. These laws laid the foundation for classical mechanics and transformed the understanding of how the universe works. Newton's first law, often referred to as the law of inertia, states that an object at rest will stay at rest, and an object in motion will stay in motion unless acted upon by an external force. His second law relates the force applied to an object to its mass and acceleration, essentially stating that force equals mass times acceleration, F equals ma. Finally, his third law states that for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, a principle that underpins everything from rocket launches to the way we walk. But Newton's work wasn't limited to physics. He was also a brilliant astronomer, and his discoveries in this field changed the way humanity understood the cosmos. Newton's work on gravity not only explained why apples fall, but also explained the motions of celestial bodies. He demonstrated that the same force of gravity that caused an apple to fall to the ground also governed the movements of the planets, moons, and even comets in the sky. This insight would influence the work of astronomers for centuries, most notably Albert Einstein, who built upon Newton's theories with his own theory of relativity. Despite his successes, Newton's personality and life were marked by intense rivalry, particularly with fellow scientist Robert Hooke. The two men clashed over several issues, including the nature of light and the development of calculus. In fact, Newton and Leibniz, a German mathematician, are both credited with independently developing calculus, and the dispute over who invented it first would dominate much of Newton's later life. Newton also faced personal struggles that overshadowed his professional achievements. He was known for his solitary and obsessive nature, often working for days on end without rest, sometimes even forgetting to eat or sleep. He had few close relationships, and his social interactions were limited. He also struggled with periods of paranoia, especially concerning his rivals. Despite all his success, it's said that Newton didn't feel truly content in his later years. As he aged, Newton also grew increasingly involved in the administrative aspects of science. He served as the president of the Royal Society and was a member of Parliament for a time, though he rarely spoke during his time in government. In his final years, Newton turned his attention to alchemy and religious studies, subjects that are less well known but were still important to him. He wrote extensively on biblical chronology and alchemical theories, though these writings were largely unpublished during his lifetime. Isaac Newton died on March 31st, 1727, at the age of 84. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, a fitting tribute to a man whose work had fundamentally shaped the world. His tomb, inscribed with a Latin epitaph, honours the incredible mind that unlocked the secrets of the universe. Newton's legacy endures to this day, not only in the fields of mathematics and physics, but also in the very way we understand the natural world. The laws he formulated are still used to this day in everything from engineering to space exploration. His work laid the foundation for much of modern science, and his name has become synonymous with genius. As we reflect on Newton's life, it's clear that his work didn't just influence his own time, but it has rippled through history, shaping the way we understand the universe. But Newton's legacy wasn't built in a vacuum. His ideas were, in part, shaped by the scientific revolution that was unfolding during his lifetime. His works on calculus, light, and gravity weren't just products of his brilliance, but also of a changing world eager for new ways of thinking. In fact, Newton's time at Cambridge was also a time of profound intellectual transformation. The scientific revolution, which had been set in motion by figures like Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler, was gathering speed. These thinkers had dared to challenge long-held beliefs about the universe, shifting the focus from a geocentric model, where the Earth was the centre of everything, to a heliocentric one, where the Sun was at the centre of the universe. It was within this context that Newton's work on gravity and the laws of motion became revolutionary. He unified the heavens and the Earth under one set of physical laws. Newton's ability to integrate ideas from multiple disciplines, mathematics, physics, and astronomy, was a key element of his genius. But beyond his academic work, Newton's intense focus on his studies meant that he led a life of relative isolation. He never married and had very few close personal relationships. Some say he was a man of great emotional depth, but that his intellectual pursuits often overshadowed his ability to connect with others on a more personal level. It's also worth noting that Newton's work wasn't always received with open arms. His ideas, especially his theories about light and colour, were met with scepticism by some of his contemporaries. Notably, Robert Hooke, an English scientist, became one of Newton's fiercest critics. Hooke's contributions to the understanding of light and elasticity were significant, but Newton's more developed ideas on optics put him in direct conflict with Hooke, creating a rivalry that would last for many years. Newton's battle for intellectual supremacy didn't end there. His dispute with Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz over the invention of calculus was one of the most bitter and drawn-out academic feuds in history. Both men independently developed the theory of calculus, and the ensuing conflict over who deserved credit for it led to years of acrimony. The battle was not just personal. it had a significant impact on the development of mathematics in Europe. Despite these controversies, Newton's work would ultimately be validated by history. By the time of his death in 1727, he had already established himself as one of the foremost intellectual figures of the Western world. His contributions to mathematics, physics, and astronomy became foundational to the development of modern science, and his Principia is still considered one of the greatest works ever published in the history of science. Now, when we think about Newton's lasting legacy, we cannot overlook the sheer scale of his influence on the way we live today. His laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation are still applied in everything from engineering to space exploration. The space missions that carry astronauts and satellites into orbit rely heavily on Newton's work. The trajectory calculations used to send spacecraft to distant planets, such as the Mars rovers, are based on his principles. His equations have been the bedrock upon which countless scientific advancements have been built. And even though Newton's theories on gravity have been refined and expanded upon by later scientists, such as Albert Einstein with his theory of general relativity, the core ideas about the forces that govern motion and the behaviour of celestial bodies are still grounded in Newtonian mechanics. In a sense, Newton's work provides the framework within which later theories are tested and developed. In addition to his scientific contributions, Newton's influence extended into philosophy, religion, and even the political sphere. As president of the Royal Society, he played a significant role in shaping the direction of scientific research in England. Newton's work helped elevate science to a position of great prestige, laying the groundwork for the Enlightenment, a period in history marked by an emphasis on reason, logic, and scientific inquiry. But despite his global fame, Newton remained a man of contradictions. He was intensely private and could be quite bitter towards those who challenged his ideas. He was known to be secretive, often withholding his work until he felt it was perfect, and sometimes even to the point of being paranoid about rivals. There are stories of him working for days on end without sleep, consumed by his theories, losing touch with reality. This obsessive nature also manifested in his work on alchemy and biblical chronology, fields which seem unrelated to his scientific work but were important to him nonetheless. His pursuit of alchemy, for instance, is one of the lesser-known aspects of his life. Alchemy, an ancient practice that combined elements of chemistry, metallurgy, and mystical thought, was a passion of Newton's. He wrote hundreds of thousands of words on the subject, but his alchemical works remained largely unpublished during his lifetime. It's said that he viewed the pursuit of alchemy as a way to unlock deeper truths about the universe, but this side of his personality was overshadowed by his more well-known scientific work. In the realm of religion, Newton spent considerable time studying the Bible, attempting to decode its messages and understand the natural world through a spiritual lens. While many of his contemporaries were devoutly religious, Newton's religious views were a mix of traditional Christianity and personal, unorthodox beliefs. He believed that the natural world was a reflection of God's design, and that studying the laws of nature was a way to understand the divine order of the universe. Newton's later years were marked by a mixture of public service and intense personal reflection. After spending much of his life in academia, Newton was appointed Warden of the Royal Mint in 1696, where he was tasked with reforming England's coinage system. His work in this role was diligent and successful, and he eventually became Master of the Mint, overseeing the minting of all the country's coins. This role added a new layer to Newton's legacy, proving that his skills extended beyond the academic world into the practical affairs of state. When Isaac Newton passed away in 1727, he left behind a legacy that would change the world forever. He had transformed our understanding of the physical universe and set the stage for centuries of scientific progress. His discoveries continue to be celebrated and studied to this day, with his laws of motion and universal gravitation forming the backbone of much of modern physics and engineering. Today, we remember Newton not just as a scientist, but as a symbol of human curiosity and determination. He was a man who sought to understand the fundamental laws of nature, and in doing so, changed the way humanity sees the world. His story is a reminder that one person, no matter how humble their beginnings, can leave an indelible mark on history. As we draw this exploration of Isaac Newton's life to a close, it's important to reflect on the profound impact he has had on the world we live in today. Though centuries have passed since his death, his contributions continue to shape our understanding of the universe. One of the most remarkable aspects of Newton's legacy is how his theories laid the groundwork for much of modern science. His laws of motion, for example, are still foundational to fields like engineering, aerospace and robotics. Every time a rocket is launched into space, scientists and engineers rely on Newton's understanding of forces and motion to chart its course. His ideas allow us to send satellites to orbit, predict the trajectory of asteroids, and calculate the velocity of objects moving at incredible speeds. Without his work, our modern technological advancements, especially in fields like space exploration, would not have been possible. Even beyond physics, Newton's influence extends to a variety of other disciplines. His work in mathematics led to the development of calculus, a tool that's now used in everything from economics to medicine. Calculus is indispensable in understanding rates of change, making it essential in fields like biology, chemistry, and even social sciences. It's amazing to think that these equations, developed over 3 centuries ago, are still used by scientists, mathematicians, and economists to solve real-world problems. Newton's discoveries about light and optics, too, paved the way for our modern understanding of vision, colour, and even the development of technologies like telescopes and microscopes. His experiments with prisms demonstrated that light is made up of different colours, fundamentally changing our approach to the study of light waves. His theories on optics played a key role in the development of modern physics, and they still inform cutting-edge research in areas like quantum mechanics and wave theory. But Newton's influence isn't confined to the realm of science and mathematics. His work in establishing a more rigorous, methodical approach to inquiry laid the foundations for the scientific method we rely on today. The idea that the universe operates according to predictable, natural laws that can be understood through observation, experimentation, and reasoning is something we take for granted now, but it was revolutionary in Newton's time. We can also see Newton's impact in the way we approach intellectual problems. His relentless drive to solve complex questions, his commitment to challenging the status quo, and his deep curiosity about the world around him have inspired countless individuals throughout history. Newton's life serves as a reminder that sometimes the pursuit of knowledge requires patience, perseverance, and an unshakable belief that there are answers to be found. Yet, for all of his groundbreaking discoveries, Newton's life was far from perfect. He lived in an era that was often hostile to new ideas, and his own struggles with isolation and personal conflict are a testament to the challenges that even the greatest minds face. Newton was deeply introspective, sometimes to the point of obsession. He had a tendency to push people away, focusing all his energy on his work, which left him with few close relationships. Even in his personal life, Newton found that achieving greatness often came at the cost of emotional fulfillment. In many ways, though, Newton's journey can offer us comfort. His story reminds us that greatness is not always defined by ease or popularity. Sometimes, it's the quiet, solitary pursuit of understanding that leads to the most profound discoveries. Newton's legacy teaches us that the road to success is often winding and full of obstacles, but those who stay dedicated to their vision can leave a mark on history. As you reflect on Newton's life tonight, consider how his story connects to your own. We all have our own struggles, and sometimes the world may not understand us right away. But like Newton, we can find solace in our curiosity and passion. We may not discover the laws of motion or unlock the secrets of the cosmos, but we all have something to contribute to the world in our own unique way. And just like Newton, we must embrace the process of discovery, whether it's scientific, personal, or emotional. Every question we ask, every challenge we face, is part of a larger journey, one that connects us to the great minds who have shaped history and the ones who will come after us.